LoveLore Library. Chapter 182. In this day and age, if you walk too much at night, you will run into ghosts. If you have been a boss for a long time, it is inevitable that you will suffer. If you raise a dog, you will definitely not remember who is who. You will only feel that the face in front of you deserves a beating. It is a little like the crazy dizziness of a brainless husky. Who is Cain? It is said that he is the son of God, with a noble bloodline. Because he did not want to inherit his father's family business, he actually turned to become a vampire. Not only did he do well, but he also left behind a bunch of unofficial legends. It was him, because he was too lazy, so he invented the method of exchanging blood to transmit divinity. It was him, because he did not marry, so he created the precedent of vampires creating children. It was also him, because he had too many children and neglected to manage, that gave rise to countless clans and factions. It was also him, because of the throne inheritance procedures, so he set the rule that pure blood was king. The most terrible thing was, Cain was lazy to the bone, lazing around every day, completely unwilling to spend time to solve family conflicts. In order to prevent future generations from disturbing his old man's sleep, he simply waved his hand. He set the rule that pure blood could only love and not want to kill. Oh. You want to hit your brothers and sisters? Curse you. What could pure blood do? They were also very desperate. 10,000 years ago, the ancestor caused trouble. 10,000 years later, his descendants suffered a disaster. The hidden wave did not clean up the mess. In order to maintain the transmission of divinity, pure blood chose to marry blood relatives. Saying too much was all tears. Intermarriage could only solve it for a while, not for a lifetime. Over time, it was inevitable that pure blood would fall in love with humans. The divinity of the vampires slowly diluted over the passage of time. Until now, it had already fallen into 5 levels. Pure blood turned into rare panda blood. Level B. Level B became the mainstream power of the vampire society. If it were not for the intervention of the raiders, the vampires would have maintained the tradition of pure blood being respected. However, not only did the raiders intervene, but he also found that as long as he killed pure blood and absorbed their blood, he could purify the divinity in his body. Thus, he swept through the vampire's sleeping place. Step by step, he actually demonized the power in his body. Pitch-black wings, huge wings, and thick darkness and death aura wrapped around its body. It was exactly the appearance of the fallen angel from the legends. Complicated patterns crawled on his skin like snakes, staining every inch of his skin with the aura of the curse. His body was crawling with unwilling souls, and his path was filled with blood and filth. Kowloon Plum Soil's death had severed the shackles on his shoulders. After breaking free from all restraints, the 9-orchid flower revealed his most ferocious face. So what if you are a so-called werewolf? He spun the spear in his hand and took a step forward. The moment he landed, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked. Even if you are. Well, no matter who you are, it doesn't matter to me. The 9-orchid flower sneered, you are just a lowly creature without divinity. Do you really think you can hurt me? Only a god can harm a god, a mere bastard, ha. Yi Josa. Brother, to be honest, if you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Whether you have divinity or not has nothing to do with me. I only know that you are fucking crazy, right? Preaching before the fight, do you think you are Tang Sanzang? And do you even have a brain? Even if I win, is it necessary to expose your weakness? You are so stupid. Even if I win, there is nothing for me to be proud of. The life Tai Chi from the orange weapon was more powerful than before. The tip of the 9-orchid flower spear swept across his neck, and the sharp murderous aura cut a line of blood. Yi Josa's sword grazed his ribs and stabbed upward, piercing through one of his wings. In close combat, everyone was prepared to see blood. Just like the fight between the pure yang and heavenly strategy, it was a battle of gentleness and toughness, and every move was fatal. Clang dash, Song Yunya withstood the spear's piercing attack, and it slid along the spear's body in a straight line, creating a dazzling spark. Suddenly, the blade twisted, and Yijiosa actually reduced the power by half. He suddenly lowered his body and went under the spear. His right hand suddenly let go of Song Yunya, and the 9 orchid flower was slightly surprised. His left hand caught the hilt, and he suddenly changed the angle, directly stabbing the 9 orchid flower's abdomen. However, the 9 orchid flower's wings were really durable, like a natural armor, protecting the vital parts of his body. Yijiosa's eyes sharpened, and he increased his strength, waiting for the moment when the wings closed. He stabbed Song Yunya into them. In an instant, the sharp blade pierced through the wings, and firmly pinned them together. Don't even think about flying like this. He freed his free right hand, took out a pot lid from the backpack, and started with the shield dance. At this moment, the fight seemed to have turned into a motherfucker series, and the row of pot lids directly slapped 9 orchid flower 17 or 18 times. Does it hurt? Yijiosa nailed New Orleans grilled wings with a toothpick and sneered, I can't kill you, but do you think I can't beat you up? Boom, boom, boom dash. Unfortunately, 9 orchid flower was not only good at close-range combat, but he also knew how to use large-scale magic attacks. Manipulating the darkness was almost every vampire's instinct. Where there was light, there would be darkness, and with darkness, it could multiply his power. The violent force sent Yijiosa flying, and he stabbed Song Yunya hard into the ground to stabilize his body. However, it was hard to say who had the upper hand when the distance was increased. This was because 9 orchid flower had already escaped from the attack range of the ultimate skill, and he had also gotten rid of the debuff from the stacking aura. Due to the buff from his strength, he had a healing skill, and his injuries were almost healed. Yijiosa. He raised his hand and wiped a layer of sticky blood off his neck. The veins on his neck were densely packed, and even if it did not hit his vitals, it was still enough to make him suffer. TSK, the class of pure yang has low HP, and it's easy for him to kneel. Hopefully, before he kneels, 9 orchid flower will cool down first. Song Yunya. Yijiosa called out in a low voice, work harder, or I'll feed you canned herring. The Song Yunya in his hand trembled slightly, and it stuck to Yijiosa's hand, causing him to slowly move, stir, and take shape. Countless information flowed into his mind through the sword hilt, and it was as if he had stepped into a strange world from reality, and some kind of mystical profound meaning flowed into his mind. Caged dragon break. Suddenly, Yijiosa understood something, and his eyebrows furrowed into a knot. It's too powerful. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I shouldn't casually use the big orange weapon. Song Yunya's caged dragon break was an area of effect skill, and it was also one of the most violent killing moves. Now that he had infused pure yang inner force into it, it was as if he was high on drugs, and he was ready to go all out. It was too late to stop now, and the arrow had to be fired. He could only pray that he didn't throw it in the wrong direction. If he made a mistake and destroyed a distant downtown area, then he would be in big trouble. Yijiosa stirred the wind and clouds, and a huge energy ball was formed. He stared at 9 orchid flower, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to throw the caged dragon break. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. The violent energy was like a raging dragon, razing everything in its path to the ground, and completely changing the landscape of the forest. The hurricane it created a strong pressure difference, and even 9 orchid flower was dragged into the center of the hurricane by the force of nature. After finishing the ultimate skill, Yijiosa's face became extremely pale, and his limbs felt weak. This was the first time he deeply felt the meaning of, "I'd rather believe in pure yang than pure yang's kidney." He couldn't afford to waste his mana too quickly. He couldn't afford to get hurt with his fragile skin and weak HP. Where's the healer? He was about to kneel down. Yijiosa took out the small blue bottle of kidney treasure from his backpack with trembling hands and drank it. Only then did he feel like he was alive again. The remaining power of the caged dragon break had not been extinguished, and under the impact of the explosion, there was a vague black shadow moving around. Large areas of the forest were destroyed, and the rocks and soil were turned into slag. The temporary calm after the storm was usually brewing a more terrifying disaster. "You damn woman!" With a roar, the 9-orchid flower crawled out of the ruins with blood all over his body, and his scarlet eyes were filled with intense hatred. He didn't expect Yijiosa to be as strong as him, and he didn't expect Yijiosa to be able to use a weapon with divine properties with a mortal body. He wanted to kill her. He had to kill her. Her threat had far surpassed the main body. The main body could be tortured to death, but Yijiosa couldn't. As long as she was alive, she would definitely try her best to surround and intercept him. This was a situation that would not end until one of them died. Until one of them died. It was also at this moment that 9-orchid flower realized what the curse of a pureblood was. He had devoured many vampires, but he didn't expect that they could not only stack their strength, but also the power of the curse. The moment his life force started to deplete, the curse was like maggots in his bones, worsening his injuries and worsening his negative status. His self-healing ability was suppressed to the lowest level, and the bleeding wounds couldn't heal. And blood was the most precious essence of a vampire. "Kill you, kill you, kill you." He suddenly roared out loud, and his fangs grew crazily. The energy in his body was chaotic, and because of his mind, his form was changed. His white spine broke out of his skin, and sharp barbs grew out, his terrifying fangs grew inch by inch, and gleamed like a knife. Sharp horns broke out of his head, and a thick tail grew out of his waist. A pair of wings turned into white bones. Just by looking at it, it was extremely terrifying. He took one step into the door of God, but he still couldn't resist the evil spirit in his heart. He had plundered too much, but he had never paid any price for it. There was no free lunch in this world. A weak mind couldn't support a sudden increase in energy, and in the end, it would only become a puppet of power. A puppet of power would only be driven by killing intent, and it would kill all living things except for itself. It was extremely terrifying. Yijiosa clenched his cloud fang tightly, and his vigilance rose to the maximum. He still had a bit of mana left, and he could use the mountain river for 8 seconds. As for after 8 seconds, it was up to fate. This monster couldn't even be killed by caged dragon break, so it was normal to lose to it. He hoped that Saishomaru would be merciful and pick up his body. The monster was like a hungry lion, sniffing Yijiosa's blood. Its throat vibrated, and it let out a sharp voice, "Smells so good. Smells so good. It's all energy, why didn't I notice earlier?" Energy. It seemed like it couldn't hold back anymore, and it jumped into the air with its hind legs, and fiercely pounced towards Yijiosa. Then, its fangs slammed into the mountain river. Roar. It roared, and its saliva splashed on the 8 trigrams formation, and it was extremely stinky. Yijiosa held the cloud fang, and was about to pierce through its throat, but when he was at his weakest, the cloud fang took out thousands of purplish-red straws, and stabbed them into Yijiosa's right hand, and penetrated his blood vessels, and sucked his blood. Fuck. Cloud fang. Yijiosa didn't expect that the cloud fang would suddenly betray him. At this critical moment, it was a matter of life and death, and he had already regarded it as his partner, his sword, but the cloud fang chose to betray him, and wanted to take control of this body. Cloud fang. Don't even think about it. Bang! The mountain river's absolute defense was removed, and the monster outside rushed in front of him. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and the extremely fast scenes became static frames. The breath of death was approaching him, and it enveloped his whole body. Was he going to die? He felt a little sad. He had 2 lives, and both of them were violent deaths. He felt a little sad. In his previous life, he was still a virgin, and in this life, he was still a virgin. He hoped that the next life would be lucky, and he would be reincarnated as a stud horse. He felt a little sad. Nanny, if he died, Saishomaru would be sad, right? After all, in this day and age, there weren't many DPS players like him who were handsome and good at comforting people. Sigh, there weren't many high-quality nannies like Saishomaru anymore. Song Yunya's laughter echoed in his mind, and the monster lunged at him. Yijiosa calmed down, and when he was about to exchange for a bomb in the shop to die together with them, something unexpected happened. Countless shining chains fell from the sky, and directly strangled the monster, suppressing all of its killer moves. Gilgamesh's Heaven Lock was specialized in attacking gods. The more divine something was, the more it couldn't get rid of the shackles. Unless it could surpass its own godhood, it would never be able to move one step forward. In the next second, a slender hand suddenly grasped his bloody right hand and tore off the cloud tusk in one swift motion. The purple-red tentacles surged under Yijiosa's skin, and waves of blood came out. Yijiosa screamed in pain, and half of his body lost feeling. Cloud Fang. For the first time, Saishomaru's murderous intent soared to the extreme, and it was very terrifying. Do you want to be broken by me? Saishomaru pulled out manifestation and said coldly, I don't want to repeat it again. He really wanted to break it. Chapter 183. The lock of heaven sealed the movement of the 9-orchid flower and suppressed all his resistance. At the same time, the gate of Babylon high in the sky opened. 2 treasures suddenly attacked, directly piercing through the monster's knee, firmly nailing him to the ground. Roar! Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. In a trance, a blue giant rushed over, carrying something mixed with the familiar barking of a dog. What followed was a series of explosive sounds. Saishomaru's tall figure blocked in front of him. Yijiosa shook his dizzy head. The tip of his nose was filled with a strong smell of blood. He lowered his head and looked at his unconscious right hand. He saw that under his tattered sleeve, on the bruised skin, it was full of holes caused by the tentacles of the Tsong Yunya. The magic knife was sucking his blood. It supplied its power. Because of the greedy sucking 2 more mouthfuls, it caused him to feel dizzy and anemic. Even when he looked at people, he had 2 or 3 overlapping shadows. He saw Saishomaru snatch the Tsong Yunya and pull out the knife at his waist, as if he was planning to break it on the spot. How could this be? The punishment of breaking it was too light. For a prideful treasured knife like the Tsong Yunya, it should be used to flush the toilet. It could also be kept in the septic tank to ensure a bumper harvest next year. Yijiosa was anxious. He reached out and grabbed Saishomaru's sleeve. He said anxiously, "Don't break it." Saishomaru stopped and turned to look at her. Why? What are you feeling sorry for? Abandon its power, it's just a knife. Saishomaru stared at her pale face. His tone was so cold that only ice shards could be seen. If you want a knife, I can give you thousands of them, but the Tsong Yunya can't be kept. Yijiosa was in a daze and subconsciously said what was in his heart. This is the first time I've heard you say such a long thing. I'm actually a little touched. Saishomaru was speechless. Gilgamesh was speechless. Was this the main point? Ah. I didn't plan on keeping it. Yijiosa rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His vision was blurry. Help me throw it into the septic tank. Don't let it out until it soaks in it for 1,000 years. Breaking it is letting it off too lightly. Torture is the right way in the world. Dogs. Saishomaru was silent for a moment, as if he agreed with her. Following that, he raised shattered fang and aimed it at the chained 9 orchid flower. Just as he was about to destroy it, don't do it. Yijiosa stopped him again. Keep him alive. At this moment, not to mention Saishomaru, even the Guzi who rushed over couldn't understand. Was the owner crazy? It wasn't easy to subdue the enemy, but he still wanted to let the enemy go. How did they not know she was such a saint? It was extremely stupid. I want to ask him something. Yijiosa swayed and leaned on Saishomaru's arm. There are some things that only he can answer me. You. Saishomaru held her shoulder and felt something sticky on his hand. This was the temperature and touch of blood. And Yijiosa instinctively put her weight on Saishomaru. She rubbed her head against his chest and muttered to herself, "It's great that you can come." Saishomaru was stunned and looked down at her hair. As expected, I still failed. I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. Yijiosa tilted his head and spoke nonsense unconsciously. I'm starting to lose my mind. He fainted completely. A man's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Song Yunya guessed the beginning, but he couldn't guess the ending. He thought that everything was ready, and he only needed to turn Yijiosa into his puppet. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake and suffer. What kind of grudge was it that made a dog demon with an extremely sensitive sense of smell pick it up and throw it into the septic tank? Saishomaru, open your eyes and look at me. I'm the sword of your father, General Quan, the magical weapon that the White Dog clan has worshipped for generations. 200 years ago, your eyes were full of me and Taisuya. 200 years later, is this how you treat me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Hey, wait. Wait. Don't cover the septic tank. Don't seal me. I'm wrong. Song Yunya's sword spirit howled miserably, stirring up the septic water, and ended up in a terrible state. Yoshi Asakura glanced at Saishomaru's cold face, stretched out his dog paw and drew a spell on it. Song Yunya was pressed hard. In the filth, there wasn't even a gap for wind to pass through. As an outstanding yin-yang master, Yoshi Asakura had naturally heard of Song Yunya's reputation, but he didn't expect that the first time he met it, he would seal it in a septic tank. The treasure of the White Dog clan, how are you going to explain this to your clan? Yoshi Asakura walked beside Saishomaru and said, if I remember correctly, only a purebred dog demon can control the power of Song Yunya. Aren't you afraid of causing more karma by abandoning it and leaving it here? Are you persuading me to accept this sword that betrayed its master? Saishomaru's eyes were cold. The treasure of the White Dog clan. No, it's the shame of the White Dog clan. Yoshi Asakura paused for a moment. From the moment it promised her, it was her sword. Saishomaru sneered coldly. Betraying its master is nothing. A godly weapon that goes back on its words is worse than a hatchet. I should have broken it, Saishomaru said in a low voice. Shameful bastard. I should have broken it. Yoshi Asakura seemed to have thought of something, and his thoughts turned back to half a day ago, when they hurried to the scene of the battle. Saishomaru was taking out the exploding tooth and was about to break it. The weapon of the White Dog clan that had been passed down for thousands of years was broken just like that. It was truly bold and courageous. In other words, in Saishomaru's eyes, breaking the Song Yunya wasn't destroying the White Dog clan's godly weapon, but correcting the dog clan's wrong idea of condoning a demonic sword. Song Yunya was powerful, but if it couldn't even show the most basic loyalty, it was nothing more than an ingrate. He was the king of the dog clan, the king of the Western Kingdom, and even the king of the monster clan. He pursued dominance and surpassed himself, but as a strong person, he had to have the consciousness of a strong person. He was moving forward, and everything he did, every word he said, and every rule he set would have a great impact on the followers behind him. Forgive Song Yunya for betraying its master? Then, there would only be more followers who would betray their master. To others, they would destroy their own walls and lose their weapon. To themselves, they would abandon external things and correct their own hearts. Yoshi Asakura looked at Saishomaru with a little surprise. To be honest, he had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless sinister people and greedy demon hearts, but he had never seen a great demon with such a firm mind. Saishomaru's heart was like a beautiful jade, it had its own standards and benchmarks. No wonder. No wonder he could come this far. Yoshi Asakura sighed. If you were a great demon during the peaceful period, you might have opened up a different pattern. Saishomaru didn't care. The pattern of being your enemy. Yoshi Asakura was stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, in the prosperous capital of Heian, he was an orthodox onmyoji. If Saishomaru was born during that period, she would definitely be his number one enemy. If they didn't have this encounter, if any two of them met, they wouldn't be able to sit down and chat peacefully, eat dog food, and watch TV. They would most likely fight each other, right? But since she became a dog, even the world seemed to have become simpler. Yijiosa was still in a deep sleep in the hospital due to excessive blood loss. Seeing that Kimimaro and Yuheim were watching over her, Saishomaru didn't stay any longer. She turned around and went to a newly opened torture room with Yoshi Asakura. Since Yijiosa's life wasn't in danger, then they needed to carefully probe into what she said. What did she mean by, there are some things that only he can answer? What kind of question could make her so upset that she even spared this piece of trash's life? Whether it was Saishomaru or his colleagues, they were all very curious about the mystery behind this sentence. And for strong people like them who were used to seeing bloodshed, it was too easy to interrogate a captive and get the information they wanted from his mouth. Deep in the mountains, about 10 meters underground, Uchiha Madara had turned a huge torture room. 9 Orchid Flower was still bound by the heaven lock. The dogs were either squatting or sitting until Saishomaru and Yoshi Asakura returned. Only then did they lazily get up and gradually move closer to 9 Orchid Flower. Let's begin. Aizen said. What is the truth that we want? Uchiha Madara nodded. The next second, he opened a pair of scarlet Sharingan, which rotated and accelerated, intertwining into a complex and ever-changing pattern. A mysterious energy suddenly burst out, and everyone's spiritual body was pulled into an illusion, placed in a barren desert. A huge cross rose under the scorching sun, and the orchid of the 9 flowers hung on it. He had already changed his appearance, brown hair, blue eyes, shirt and trousers, a mixture of the gentle beauty of the East and the profoundness of the West. He was a young man with an extremely outstanding appearance. But even if his appearance was outstanding, he didn't have the face and body of 9 Orchid Flower at all. And according to the aura of the soul, this young man was just an ordinary person. With just one encounter, all the world bosses lowered their eyes, and their expressions were cold. Perhaps because their murderous aura was too strong, the hanging young man woke up. When he caught a glimpse of their clothes and appearance, his face was full of astonishment, but he didn't have the slightest doubt, it was as if he had known them for a long time. It was very strange. He knew them, but they didn't know him. Why was that? Aizen pulled out mirrored rose and stabbed the young man's stomach without saying a word. Accompanied by blood splattering and a sharp scream, Aizen twisted the hilt of the sword and let the blade rotate, increasing the pain of the young man. Tell me, who are you? I'll tell you. Who are you? My name is David, I'm a Japanese American, the bartender of the Ginza bar. Ah. Aizen turned to look at Uchiha Madara, and the latter nodded. In my illusion, he won't panic, continue asking. That's good. Aizen's lips curled up slightly, and he removed one of the young man's fingers. David. Tell me, why did you enter that body? Tell me, why must you put me to death? Chapter 184. Uchiha Madara /S Sharingan was dangerous and powerful in the illusion constructed by the eternal kaleidoscope. As long as he wanted, no one /S thoughts could be hidden from his eyes, and no one /S movements could escape his surveillance. But the strong had the dignity of the strong. Uchiha Madara, as the god of slaughter on the battlefield, only liked to fight head-on with others. He would never choose to play tricks behind their backs. Therefore, against acquaintances and partners, he would not make a move. Against the owner, a little girl, he would not make a move. But when it fell on David, unfortunately, he could not find a reason to let the other party go. Thus, David was tragic. In the face of a group of world bosses /torture, it was impossible for him to hide anything even if he wanted to. Not to mention Aizen /S cruel methods, even with Shinichi Kudo /S detailed reasoning and analysis, he could not last more than a few rounds. After removing his identity as a /predator he was just an ordinary person from the inside out. Aizen cut off his 5 fingers with the most gentle smile. Are you still not going to say it? I always been curious about how attractive the death by 1,000 cuts in the Zhongzhou region is. David S face was pale, he was terrified to the extreme. Why don't I start with you? As soon as the last sentence was said, David S psychological defense finally collapsed. He poured out everything he knew like beans, but he didn't realize that as he explained. Everyone S brows furrowed tighter and tighter. I was a bartender when I was alive. I died in a gang fight. Who could survive after being stabbed 17 times? I was sure that I had died a long time ago. But I was resurrected and became another person. David struggled and rubbed his wrist. Do you see the pattern on my wrist? This is the price of rebirth. Everyone slowly raised their eyes. When their eyes focused, their expressions changed slightly. The pattern on David S wrist was exactly the same as the pattern on Yijioza S wrist. The only difference was the color. The God who resurrected me gave me a system. System. Aizen stared at him. That's right, that's right. The system is similar to a timer or a score table. David broke out in a cold sweat. I have to complete the task it gave me in exchange for more time to live. If the mission succeeds, I can live longer. If the mission fails, I can only wait for death. But every single mission it gave me was beyond the limits of my abilities. Save the world. Me. Not only do I have to protect a weak and useless youth, but I also have to ensure that Robot 2 isn't dismembered by the production machine. David muttered to himself in a neurotic manner, as if he had gone mad. They just randomly arranged an angel job for me. Don't tell me that this type of useless job is enough to fight against apostles. 9 Orchid Flower suddenly pushed the crowd aside and repeated, Angel. No wonder. No wonder this David had grown a pair of pitch-black wings after devouring countless vampires. So it was because the angel had fallen and turned into a demon. It gave me an ability, and I helped it. After it was done, it used my pitiful amount of time to kill me. The apostles are the real gods. The Eva is just an inferior product. It just wanted me to die there, and it even came up with a method to torture me. I want to live. I want to live. What /s wrong with that? David /S eyes were bloodshot. I died a violent death when I was only 27 in my previous life. A violent death. If there are gods in this world, ISN /T it right to compensate me. What right do you have to torture me? Tisk. Uchiha Madara laughed coldly. Idiot, you /re not the only one to die a violent death. Your second life wasn't /T easy to come by. Not only are you not grateful, but you /re also filled with hatred. No wonder you /V taken the wrong path. What a joke. Yoshi Asakura echoed. You should give what you get. Even a god doesn't /T have to pay for your life. It /S clearly your own incompetence, yet you want to blame the so-called /mandate /. Seriously. Aizen mocked, saying the classic line of the Hero King, miscellaneous cultivator. The words miscellaneous cultivator completely broke David /S mental state. In a trance, he felt like he had returned to the ruined Tokyo battlefield. The young apostle named Sasuke looked at him coldly and spat out the same words, miscellaneous cultivator. Then, Osamu Tsutomu opened her arms and snapped his wings in half. So what? David trembled. As long as I can live, what does it matter if I have to resort to any means? I only have 3 days left to live. What can 3 days change? Nothing will change. So, if even I am going to die, what right do they have to live? A strange smile appeared on David /S face. I killed them, killed all the people I should have protected. Ha 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 ha. I killed them. I corrupted my system. I actually obtained life. As long as I continue to plunder, I can truly live forever. Can you guess what I found? David laughed with tears and snot flowing down his face. After plundering and killing the main body, I can truly replace the main body to live. Is it wrong to want to live? No. Is it wrong to want to live better? Also no. A person like me is already a dead person. If I want to live in a world, I have to eliminate another existence. If I replace him, I can obtain his luck, life, and life. This is a reward far superior to killing the main character. David said to himself. Killing the main character, standing on the opposite side of justice, for the blackened system, can be timed. The main character is so naive, as long as you deceive him with flowery words, he will take the bait. When the raiders appear, the guardian comes. What is a guardian? Uchiha Madara suddenly took a step forward and looked at him with his Sharingan. Answer me. Guardian. Of course, it is the person who protects the main body. Killing the guardian, you can plunder everything from them. David grabbed his hair and trembled. Before the fall, everyone was a guardian. This is the game of the gods. He seemed to have gone mad. He kept describing the pleasure he felt after strangling the protagonist. Occasionally, he would also add some fragmented information. True. Became a god. He became a god. Ignoring David's crazy words, everyone carefully sorted out the information in David's words and basically determined the identity of Yijosa. She should be the guardian, the one who protects them. But, from her behavior, she seems to know nothing about it. She was lucky that she was able to live for so long. Before the fall, everyone was a guardian. Shinichi Kudo touched his chin and deduced. Guardian, there is a system, if you want to live, you have to do things. In other words, the owner is also working hard to survive. In other words, she died once. Resurrected. Shinichi Kudo's words entered everyone's ears, especially Saishomaru's. When Shinichi Kudo said died once, for some reason, he thought of the train that was buried by the landslide. Saishomaru remembered clearly that he pulled out the Tensei Fong and sent all the dead souls in the train to reincarnation. Along with the dancing soul fire that filled the sky, the youth who had the same soul as her had survived. He should have survived. But he had survived. What had happened to turn him into her? The next moment, Aizen held the Zanpakuto and slowly rubbed the back of the blade against David's neck. What should we do with this guy? Leave him to the owner. When Yijiosa woke up, his consciousness was still a little fuzzy, but when his eyes swept over Saishomaru and Kimimara's faces, he was shocked awake. At that time, it was late at night, and these two damn bastards had only turned on one bedside lamp. The dim yellow light from the bedside lamp shone on their faces, and it was as if the ghosts in the night were plated with a layer of gold. It was so fucking scary. Not only that, Saishomaru had facial paralysis, and so did Kimimaro. One big and one small sat side by side with the same white hair, white clothes, and facial paralysis. It was definitely scary. You, what are you doing? Yijiosa was horrified. Staring at me in the middle of the night, are you trying to scare me to death? Motherfucker, it's the middle of the night. Long hair and white clothes, I fucking thought I attracted a female ghost. Kimimaro. Dogs. Saishomaru's eyelids drooped. Are you afraid of ghosts? Yijiosa said stubbornly, no. Saishomaru did not say anything. He just pulled out the Tensei Fong from his waist and threw it on Yijiosa's quilt. Take it. Ah. Why would I take your saber? It's called the Tensei Fong. It's made from my father's fangs. Saishomaru continued, it can release souls from purgatory and kill ghosts. Yijiosa. Do you have to use such a long wording? Yijiosa's mouth twitched. Actually, you can just tell me directly. 1,000-year-old dog's tooth, hold it to ward off evil. I understand it better if you say it like that. Kimimaro. However, Yijiosa would never have imagined that after Saishomaru agreed, it was as if they had reached some kind of agreement. He held the Tensei Fong in his hand, and an electronic voice that had not been heard for a long time suddenly sounded ding. Congratulations, Knight, for triggering a special opportunity. The resurrection item, Tensei Fong, Unbound, has been equipped. The hidden panel of Sword Net 3 is about to open. Entering countdown, 10, 9, 8. 1. Ding. When the resurrection item, Tensei Fong, is equipped, the skill and equipment of the same account have been unlocked, 7 talents. Ding. I wish the knight a happy experience. Yijiosa, fuck. Tensei Fong. Yijiosa's eyes lit up as he looked at Saishomaru. At this moment, he could no longer see anything else. Saishomaru, how was this a nanny? This was simply a human-shaped koi. A human-shaped koi. Saishomaru. Yijiosa almost screamed as he jumped up. The corners of his eyes were filled with joy. He pounced on Saishomaru and kissed him on the cheek excitedly. The other party's face was filled with shock. Fuck. You're amazing. I love you so much. Ha 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 ha. Kimimaro. Dogs. Chapter 185. Yijiosa, this idiot, kissed down. Not only did he make Saishomaru dumbfounded by the kiss, but he also shocked a group of dogs into stupidity. To be honest, Saishomaru's appearance was outstanding and his temperament was outstanding. It was impossible for any woman to not be tempted by him day and night. But in this pile of women, it really didn't include the owner, their owner, Yijiosa, only the skin was that of a woman. Most of the time, whether it was her mode of thinking or her actions, it was filled with the smell of dog men. She was indeed unique, 1 in a million, and her strength was indeed extraordinary, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. If it was as a companion, they would definitely not refuse. If it was as a partner, they were really a little mentally and physically exhausted. But they could get along day and night, opposing each other day and night. It was impossible to say that there were no feelings. If the owner could remain ignorant, they could still live in harmony. But if one day, Yijiosa had the consciousness of a woman, he would launch a strong attack on one of them. As a normal man, he might not be able to resist. Therefore, when they saw their owner hanging on to Saishomaru and kissing him, their hearts felt really complicated. How should they put it? It was a little bitter and fucking gratified. It was as if they had discovered that the pig that they had diligently raised had finally learned to take someone else's cabbage. They were shocked by the pig's enlightenment. They regretted that they could not take a bite of the pig, sympathized with the cabbage that had been taken, and were glad that they were not that cabbage. All kinds of emotions were like flowing water, flowing through their hearts. They could not help but look up at Saishomaru, but they were shocked to discover that this big brother was indeed a great demon of the Western Kingdom. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms and a fragrant kiss by his side, his expression did not even change. Could it be? They carefully looked at Saishomaru's unmoving posture and cold face, and finally came to a conclusion: the great demon of the Western Kingdom was scared silly by a kiss. Gilgamesh could not help but say, "Is there a need? Has he never hugged a woman before?" For the hero king who pursued pleasure, this was simply unbelievable. In his eyes, be it a human being or a god, the key was to live happily. Therefore, he had never restrained his desires. As long as he wanted it, there was no woman he could not get. However, the Night King was an exception, and Yijiosa was also an exception. But even if it was an accident and a special case, being kissed shouldn't make him so excited that he went crazy, right? But when he finished barking, he realized that his colleagues around him were looking at him as if he was a rotten wood that couldn't be carved. At this moment, his colleagues all hugged each other and formed a small group, completely excluding him. "What are you doing?" Gilgamesh was dumbfounded. Don't tell me you guys have never hugged a woman before." The dog stared at him coldly. Gilgamesh, who didn't know the truth, was speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't guessed their love history, but he thought that they didn't care about it as much as he did. Who would have thought? That they were really a bunch of virgins through and through. Heavens! Did this king fall into a monk's temple? Would he have to live a life of abstinence from now on? No. He couldn't bear the pain that he shouldn't have at his age. Then what do you guys usually do? Gilgamesh barked hoarsely. It's just a love affair, you guys. Don't even try it. Uchiha Madara snorted. Busy fighting with the Senju next door. After fighting, he had to lie down for half a month, and after half a month, he had to get up again to fight, and after that, he had to lie down again. In addition, he had to take on missions, raise his younger brother, and sleep in the open. As an Uchiha, he didn't have the physique of a cockroach like the Senju, so he really didn't have the extra energy to go shopping. Aizen smiled and barked. Busy playing the good guy and fooling the Soul Society. Soul Society was so big, from an 8,000-year-old old lady to a 3-month-old baby girl, no one didn't praise Aizen. With this huge project, full favorability, and the effect of being loved by everyone, Aizen could be said to be the founder of the world of conquering. And after clearing the Soul Society, he still had to clear the Void Circle, and at the same time, he would have to clear the real world and get a bunch of subordinates. Where would he have the time to flirt with girls? Besides, he had met so many beauties. And they were all violent people. So, it was better to keep himself busy. Yoshi Asakura licked his paws. Busy fighting to become the Psychic King. He had a super awesome passive skill called mind reading. Even the most beautiful woman in front of him would become a pile of conspiracies and dark history. As a grand yin-yang master, although he wasn't misophobic, he liked cleanliness. He really couldn't fall in love with women who weren't pure enough. Plus, he was busy fighting with his younger brother every day, and he also had to fight against the whole world for the spirit of nature. Sigh, he was so busy, where would he have the time to comfort his body and mind? Nine Orchid Flower pondered for a moment. Busy raising a younger sister, raising chess pieces, and raising subordinates. Yuheim hadn't awakened yet, so he couldn't do it. Conical Zero wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't rush him. Moon Cottage hadn't taken shape yet, so he couldn't do it in one go. During the years when he was a pure-blooded emperor, he had entered the stage of raising children and taking care of them. On one hand, he cared for Yuheim's physical and mental health, on the other hand, he had to watch over Conical Zero, and on the other hand, he had to clean up Moon Cottage's mess and argue with the Senate. How could he have the time to be happy when he was so busy? Dog sighed and glanced at Kimimaro, who hadn't reached adulthood yet. Oh, no need to look, he was underage. Dog sighed again and unconsciously glanced at Corgi, who didn't have much of a presence. Speaking of which, Corgi was already a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, so... Edagawa Corgi forced a smile and revealed his white fangs, making his dog face look quite wretched. I'm busy studying. Solving cases, playing football, getting beaten dogs. Busy studying. He really was a righteous person who didn't fit in with them, a protagonist who excelled in both morals and academics. The dogs would bark from time to time, which attracted Yijosa's attention. At that time, he was immersed in the joy of having milk and couldn't extricate himself. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had done something stupid. Oh, fuck, I couldn't help but kiss my nanny, TSK, forget it. I've already masturbated, so why should I be afraid of kissing? Saishomaru, what's wrong with you? Why are your limbs so stiff? Could it be that my saliva has an immobilizing buff? What's wrong with you? Yijosa glanced at him. Why do you have such a scary look in your eyes? Saishomaru. He took a deep breath and tore the person off his body. Without batting an eyelid, he glanced at Kimimaro and asked, what are you happy about? Happy about what? Let me tell you. I'm very powerful now. Powerful? Saishomaru looked at her indifferently. He didn't know why, but he had an ominous premonition. Yijosa jumped up and held Tianxing's fang in his hand. Then, he took out his long sword from his backpack. This room was filled with his own people, dogs, so there was no need to hide anything. After knowing each other for so long, Yijosa believed in his own judgment of people. Wearing a hospital gown, Yijosa held two swords and spun on the spot without saying a word. Head, neck, shoulders, chest, waist, legs, toes. It was as if he was dancing with a wonderful and beautiful rhythm. He was like a butterfly among the flowers, beautiful and eye-catching. As a female sect, the 7 refined lane skills and moves were full of unparalleled beauty. Even the sect's uniform was a beautiful pink. The special effects of the Great Qinggong were inseparable from the interweaving of flowers and the moon. The pure yang of the pure yang palace and the pure yin of the 7 refined lane perfectly catered to the profound principles of the yin-yang fish of Tai Chi. Solitary yang did not give birth, solitary yin did not grow, but when yin and yang connected and harmonized with each other, it formed a different realm. It could be said that the moment the pure yang and 7 refined lane intersected, Yijosa felt an unprecedented sense of enlightenment and comfort. It was as if he was soaked in warm amniotic fluid. Everything returned to its original peace. He spun lightly, 360 degrees without stopping. But as he spun, both the dogs and Kimimaro realized something was wrong. The 7 refined lane skills had a special characteristic. If he didn't turn into a whirlwind spinning top, he wouldn't be able to use a single skill. Spinning was a prerequisite for using the skills. If it wasn't necessary, the Xiao Nyang, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Tai would keep spinning. So, Kimimaro carefully moved closer. Sir, do you feel dizzy? From the beginning until now, Yi Jiosa's spinning had never stopped. Yes, a little. Yi Jiosa wanted to cry but had no tears. Actually, I'm fine. It's just that my neck is a little sluggish. Oh no, after so many years, he had already forgotten which skill of the 7 refined lane could forcefully stop the spinning. Oh my god. Help. Dogs. Can you stop? Kimimaro wanted to pull Yi Jiosa's sleeves, but he didn't expect Yi Jiosa's skill to turn him around like a washing machine. Kimimaro couldn't help but move away. Kimimaro. Dogs. Sir, try turning into a narrow space. Yi Jiosa moved with difficulty. Unfortunately, his head kept spinning and his vision kept changing, forcing him to be unable to find the right path. Not only that, he began to see stars and felt dizzy and nauseous. Under the dog's shocked gazes, Yi Jiosa turned to the door and squeezed out. He got stuck in the corridor, accidentally sprained his ankle and rolled down the stairs. Kimimaro. Sir. Saishomaru slowly walked over, pulled Kimimaro's collar, and placed him behind him. Then, he gracefully stepped down the stairs and quietly stood beside Yi Jiosa. He calmly said, "It's really amazing. This is the first time I, Saishomaru, have seen someone commit suicide in this way." Yi Jiosa. How much longer do you want to lie down? Yi Jiosa sincerely said, I sprained my ankle, cramped my leg, sprained my waist, and my neck is sluggish. After saying that, he looked at Saishomaru pitifully, hoping that this big brother would do him a favor and carry him up. Saishomaru didn't say anything, but carefully looked at her dirty clothes. After a long silence, he frowned and reached out to grab her collar. Yi Jiosa. Wait, big brother, what are you doing? Oh shit. You fucking dragged it. They saw Saishomaru dragging the dirty Yi Jiosa upstairs, into the bedroom, and into the bathtub as if he was dragging a large garbage bag. Dogs. Kimimaro. They looked at the long staircase at the same time. To be honest, how's your tailbone? Yi Jiosa collapsed in the bathtub like a salted fish and said expressionlessly, Saishomaru, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Saishomaru paused and looked back at the salty Yi Jiosa in the bathtub. He stopped in his tracks. You really relied on your own ability to stay single. Who the hell? Not only did he not help the girl who fell down, he even dragged her by the collar into the house. Tell him, who else? He returned to the bathtub and turned on the shower with one hand. Instantly, a large wave of warm water came pouring down. Ah! What are you doing? You fell on your head. Saishomaru said coldly, wake up. Yi Jiosa. Saishomaru listened to the raging waves in the bathtub. Yi Jiosa looked at him with pity. That's the sound of the water sloshing in your head. He didn't say anything. He just picked up the towel beside him and stuffed it into her mouth. Sure enough, as long as she didn't open her mouth, she still behaved like a woman. Yi Jiosa finally recovered after resting for 3 to 4 days. The first thing he did after recovering was to throw the golden retriever, who had been happy for a few days, into the fitness group and let it continue with its weight loss program. In Gilgamesh's mournful howl, the dogs looked at each other for a while, and cleverly shrank behind the sofa, reducing their presence. Yi Jiosa exercised and asked, Saishomaru, where is that vampire? Korojo Gakuin, in the basement. They had asked everything they needed to ask. After knowing that Yijiosa's life was precarious, but she still insisted on not killing dogs and worked hard to earn time, their impression of her was extremely complicated. Very few people could not change their original intentions when their lives were threatened. There were also very few people who could treat beasts as companions in this era of greed. Yijiosa couldn't be considered a dog lover, but everything she had done for them had indeed fulfilled her responsibility as a breeder. No matter how many small problems she had, it was understandable when it came to the big picture. Yijiosa hurried to the basement. Little did he know that after a few days of not seeing him, this ferocious-looking raider had already become a delirious fool. He was sometimes awake, sometimes crazy, and he was full of nonsense. Yijiosa struggled to piece together the information he wanted for a long time. Just as Aizen once said, raiders and guardians were the same kind of people. Before they fell, they were both mission enforcers chosen by the system. And when a guardian killed the child of providence of a world, they would stain the system and stand against the entire world. Because they carried sin and were genuine stowaways, no matter which world they went to, they would be targeted by the god behind the system and become an existence that had to be expelled. Then, how could they turn their unreasonable into reasonable? Naturally, it was by robbing the main character of a world and occupying their providence, status, abilities, and influence. As long as they killed the pitiful main body that had been plundered, the raider would be equivalent to obtaining a green card to move freely in this world and could live in place of the main body. If they could successfully take advantage of the loophole, they would probably be able to live for a very long time. The targets targeted by the raiders were definitely people with great providence. Because only such people had the ability to fight against the god, the system, and the guardians who were tracking them. In the long struggle of the trichiliocosm, the raiders discovered that as long as they killed a guardian, they could devour the other party's abilities and lifespan. If they were lucky enough to obtain an uncorrupted system, then they could even pretend to be a guardian and steal what they wanted from the god. In the history of the raiders, there was such a person. His alias was Authentic. Not only did he occupy the main body's identity and ability, he even succeeded in killing the guardian, who was protecting the main body. But that guardian was not a kind person. Before he died, he actually activated his talent and ability and forcibly moved the main body out of this plane and sent it to a place even further away. But even so, this Authentic completely transformed into the main body and devoured everything in that plane until it was completely destroyed. After Legit became a god, he wandered the various planes to kill the guardians, all for the sake of obtaining an uncorrupted system. An uncorrupted system. With the flickering candlelight, Yijiosa held a pen and recorded the crooked words. Why did he want an uncorrupted system? The raider laughed idiotically, drooling like a crystal, completely acting like a lunatic, uncorrupted. Devour it. Devour the god. The tip of Yijiosa's pen paused, and he wrote down stroke by stroke. Behind him stood Saishomaru and Kimimaro. Behind them, a row of quiet dogs squatted down. This should have been his most obscure secret, but Yijiosa never thought of hiding it from them for the rest of his life. They accompanied him for a few years, and he had already treated them as friends, even family. He did not want to lie to them. After all, as he traveled from one world to another, he found that his enemies were getting more and more terrifying, and the situation was getting more and more uncertain. He once thought that Kowloon Plum Soil was the world boss he was looking for, but he did not expect that even after Plum Soil died, he still did not receive a reward from the system. In other words, it was very likely that the raiders he would encounter in the future would be hidden deeper than the last. Perhaps, even until he exhausted his life, he might not be able to find a worthy opponent. Not to mention, Authentic, even the 9 orchid flower, in front of him. If he did not kidnap Yuheim, he might never suspect that the 9 orchid flower was a raider. Authentic will come looking for you. The raider stared at her face and laughed. You are so beautiful. Maybe you can use your body to beg for mercy. Smack. The green whip lashed fiercely on his face, tearing open a huge wound on his face. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his cheekbones were broken. The raider actually laughed wildly, extremely arrogant. You can't escape. Authentic is a god, a god. Joseph put away the notebook and put it in his backpack. He basically got all the information he wanted, and after checking Aizen's specious words, he had more or less figured out the truth. If that was the case, there was no point in keeping this raider. Joseph drew his sword and walked in front of him. To be honest, I do not agree with what you raiders do. It is true that humans are selfish, but I can't harm the innocent just to keep myself alive. The sword fell and pressed against the raider's throat. It was rare for Joseph to make a move. Aluminum boat change. In the first world you arrived in, even a group of 14-year-old boys and girls knew to work hard to save humanity, but what did you do? You killed these children. They were only 14 years old at the time. And you. No matter how old you are, no matter how wronged you were in your previous life, you are still a 27-year-old adult. You have no reason to kill a group of selfless children. You don't deserve to live. With the last word, Joseph's wrist tightened, and the tip of the sword went straight into the raider's throat, penetrating his cervical vertebrae. With a crisp crack, the raider's head tilted to the side, and there was no more sound. Ding! 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 The familiar sound of the system's reward rang in his ears, but Joseph was no longer in the mood to reap the rewards. He watched as 9 orchid flower turned into thousands of light spots and flew up, condensing into a dazzling galaxy, and poured into the Pomeranian behind him, equality. He would no longer think that this was some strange supernatural phenomenon. After this experience, Joseph understood that none of the dogs behind him were really easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Joseph couldn't help but sigh. He simply squatted down and looked at his dogs at eye level and said, "Okay, you guys. Who are you?" The dogs were shocked, and their fur stood up one by one. If possible, they must never let their owner know their identity. They still wanted to save face, and if their owner remembered their dark history, how could they live in the future? Cover their waists. Okay, I know you're not pure dogs. Joseph scratched his head. I'll treat you as my dogs. So, go back and take a bath tonight. Dogs. You have to continue eating dog food. Don't dig in the toilet, and don't tear down the house when you fight next time. Otherwise, I don't care if you're a human or a dog, I'll tear you apart and cook you into hot pot. Dogs. They suddenly realized that as long as this body was still a dog, they could only be dogs. Want to be treated like a human? Oh, that's impossible. Based on previous experiences, he could usually dig out the dogs he needed from the ruins of large battlefields. If Tsong Yunya hadn't suddenly betrayed his owner and sucked a bunch of his blood, he wouldn't have fainted on the spot, and wouldn't even have had time to dig out the dogs. Now that the raiders had kicked the bucket, and Conical Zero was the boss, the blood-breed young pioneers were famous, he finally had time to dig out the dogs, but was told that the battle area had been sealed by the police, and unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. What the fuck? Because Tsong Yunya's caged dragon break was too overbearing, it had directly destroyed the landscape of the forest. Even after a few days, the place still had that one man guarding the pass, and because of this, it attracted many high-end researchers. They were collecting blood, collecting skin fat, and collecting some charred soil particles. Even the remaining living things in the area were collected for research. Joseph carefully probed around, but found that the area was guarded everywhere, and he couldn't enter at all. What should he do? Joseph pondered for a while, then turned his gaze to Saishomaru behind him, and then looked at the dogs behind Saishomaru. Dogs. An hour later, a black-faced Baimu quietly slipped into the guarding area with a group of dogs whose fur was almost pulled off. They never thought that even though they were not real dogs, their owner would still be so ruthless. Even if it was Saishomaru in human form, their owner would still fight to the end. All for a dog that he had never met. Didn't he just want to sneak in to do something? Did he have to fight them? Forget about fighting them, what's the big deal about pulling their fur? The dog's fur that had finally grown back was fucking bald again. Succumbing to Joseph's tyranny, the dogs still entered the guard area. Fortunately, they were skilled enough to avoid the layers of cameras, and silently ran to the most central area. There were many tents piled up here, countless equipment arranged in rows, and many creatures trapped in nets. There were rows of cages as far as the eye could see. From time to time, researchers shuttled between them, holding syringes to extract the blood of creatures. Humans were creatures more curious than cats. When an unknown phenomenon began to subvert their worldview, they wanted to uncover all the secrets. Even if it cost countless manpower, material, and financial resources, they would not hesitate. The smell is too mixed. Can you smell dogs? Edogawa Corgi twitched its nose and chose to give up. It should be this area. There are so many people, we need bait. Bait. Dogs nodded slightly. They really needed a colleague to sacrifice himself to help them distract a group of researchers. So, who would be so lucky to be pushed out to be a soup? Let me go. Edogawa Corgi shook its head. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't fight against guns and ammunition. Don't look for me. 9 Orchid Flower shook its head. The Pomeranian is too small. It can't resist at all. I'm not going. Yoshi Asakura shook its head. The Pomeranian is not fast. It will be caught in less than 500 meters. I have to stay and look for the target. Uchiha Madara said. My Sharingan can't hypnotize these humans. He had absorbed the predator, and had been tempered by Joseph's spiritual power. He had already been reborn. As time went by, Uchiha Madara found that the power in his body was still increasing. Because he didn't control his strength in the illusion, he accidentally made David the Predator go crazy. If he really made a move now, these humans would go crazy even if they didn't die. Aizen. Samied's appearance is not threatening at all. It won't attract many people. In the eyes of humans, Samied looked very friendly. Aizen became the bait. It could only attract a small team to chase after it. It was not a big deal. After thinking about it, they found that only white firewood was left. As Joseph's pet, white firewood received the honor of being sent out to make soup. Saishomaru's solution was extremely simple and brutal. He stepped into the human territory, ignored the traps, and went straight forward. He tore the cage with his claws and threw off the anesthetic with his tail, attracting the attention of a group of people. He moved to an open space and cracked his muscles and bones. In the horrified eyes of all the humans, his body expanded inch by inch, turning into a dazzling light, as if the sun had fallen to the ground, bursting with sparks. Saishomaru turned into a huge white dog, and his current body size was more than twice as big as before. The size of the white dog clan was not only related to the number of years they lived, but also related to their own strength. For white dogs of the same age, the stronger one was, the larger the body. Today, although Saishomaru was at a disadvantage in terms of age, in terms of strength, even if he faced his biological father, he would not lose. Therefore, in the face of a group of humans with guns and cannons, Saishomaru stretched out his paw, put his head on his paw, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Soon, he heard the sound of countless anesthetics being snapped by the long fur, and countless bullets poured down, tickling his skin. The hot gunfire exploded in his ears, and he shook his ears, fanning away the ashes. Humans had a lot of tricks. Even Saishomaru was a little curious. What were they going to do next? But no matter how much he thought about it, the Japanese's brain circuit was also very strange. After they tried many methods to no avail, they actually invited an expert from the temple to perform a ritual. A group of scientists invited an expert to perform a ritual. Saishomaru was silent for a moment, exhaled, and blew the expert 17 or 18 meters away. A moment later, the expert was carried away by an ambulance. Seeing that the final plan had failed, the humans couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 15 minutes later, Saishomaru fell into a long silence as he looked at the dog food in a shipping container in front of him. The dog still found a new companion, but unfortunately, this new companion seemed to be on the verge of death, and only a faint breath was left. He was simply too weak and too young, as if he had just been born not too long ago. Even his fur was covered in dried blood scabs. Is it him? Are you sure it's this dog? Yes. Yoshi Asakura and Aizen spoke in unison. The aura of the soul doesn't lie. Their naked eyes couldn't see through the skin, but yin-yang masters and shinigami were existences that could sense the soul. This puppy was small and weak, but the foundation of its soul was like that of a strong person, with a terrifying sharpness. Uchiha Madara cautiously picked up the back of the dog's neck, and the dog slipped out first. Although they hadn't exchanged any words, there was a lot of tacit understanding between them. One of them slipped away with the target, two of them covered the target, and the remaining dogs brought up the rear. The cooperation could be said to be perfect. About an hour later, Saishomaru pulled back, and the research base was a mess. A puppy was lying in Ichijosa's palm, and its breath was weak, like a candle in the cold wind. The puppies were so young that they needed a long, thin straw to feed them. Its limbs were too weak to support its body, and its strength was too small to fight against any disease. Ichijosa took out a soft towel and folded it into a cushion, and placed the puppy on it. He then took out a blood tonic and goat's milk from the backpack, stirred it, and fed it little by little with the straw. It had to be said that Kenzo's products were definitely the best, and the effect of this medicine could really bring the dead back to life. The puppy's breath grew stronger, and its eyelids trembled slightly, barely opening a narrow gap. He's awake. Who are you? Sephiroth only opened his mouth slightly, and due to physical exhaustion, he fainted again. In a daze, he heard a young girl's voice. So weak, don't die. Sephiroth, don't die. There was an explosion in the distant spacetime, and that person tore through space and pushed him out. Sephiroth, if you can't love this world, at least love yourself. Fragmented memories, images of flames rolling. He saw the sky torn apart, the chest pierced by a knife, the blood splattering everywhere, and the last smile on that person's face. It was fixed into an eternal image. Sephiroth, live. I have no regrets dying for my bosom friend. Sephiroth didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He only knew that when he woke up, he was lying in a pet hospital, surrounded by two veterinarians and a beautiful girl. He rolled his eyes and stared at his dog's paws in a daze. He couldn't help but shake his tail, only to feel his center of gravity shift, and his entire body flipped over. Sephiroth was speechless. He was used to being a human, and he was also used to being the evil of the world. Then, by chance, he was also a 5-year-old boy who couldn't even trust a chicken. However, becoming a dog was really beyond his expectations. However, he was still alive. As long as he was alive. Chapter 186. Sephiros, in the early stages, held the script of the righteous path that could explode the heavens. In the middle stage, he held the subversive blackening script. In the later stage, he held the script of the unkillable villain. When he was still a human, he was a man with good morals, a handsome young man with elegant demeanor, a special forces soldier with explosive martial prowess, a child of other people's family who was excellent in both character and study. He was also the trump card of Shinluo Company, a strong man with a 100% mission completion rate, the hero and idol of the entire planet. He cared for his subordinates, united the troops, and his words and actions were the model of the entire special forces. As a model in the righteous path, Sephiros was not only the pride of all mankind, he was also a great figure worshipped by the children of destiny. Even the destined male lead of this dimension, Claude, had once made Sephiros his goal in life. He was determined to become a peak expert like him. Not only that, even the second male lead, third male lead, fourth male lead N. When mentioning the king of Shinluo Company's special forces, Sephiros, they were all in high spirits and their faces were filled with yearning. Such an incomparably powerful idol effect was also unique among the countless world bosses. But unfortunately, the good times did not last long. An accident let Sephiros know his true background. He had planted a seed of blackness in her. He realized that he was not a pure human but an alien life form that was incompatible with humans. Its name was called Genova. Genova, a high-end life form in the universe, had unparalleled martial strength, a long life, and the healing power of rebirth as well as an endless evolutionary function. They descended on Earth, once became a nightmare for humans. But when the nightmare ended, humans became greedy for them. He wanted it. Valiant strength, almost eternal life. Humans ignored the lessons of their ancestors and searched for the parasite of Genova. Using this parasite as a blueprint, they tried to use the genes of Genova and humans to create the most perfect humanoid weapon. Project Genova was an anti-human experiment that Shinluo Corporation's research team had spent countless manpower, material, and financial resources, as well as a large amount of energy and lives. And Sephiros, as the first person to perfectly fuse with Genova, was born in this world. He was the crystallization of humans and Genova. From the moment he was conceived in his mother's womb, he and Genova depended on each other. After Sephiros, Project Genova did not produce a second perfect humanoid weapon. Sephiros was unique. He had the limitless potential of a human and the extraordinary evolution ability of Genova. Therefore, after he descended into the world, as long as he had enough time, he would become the ruler of this planet sooner or later. However, Sephiros made a mistake. He treated Genova as his mother and believed that humans had destroyed his mother. What he could not accept the most was that he had been manipulated by humans for so many years. Sephiros had gone mad, darkened, and fallen. He no longer wanted to be the so-called hero of the people. He no longer wanted to live according to the script of humans. He held his long sword and stood on the opposite side of the entire human race. He completed his transformation and became the evil of the entire planet. Like a god, he looked down on all life from high above. He could be forced to retreat, but he could never be destroyed. As long as he was willing to live, he would continue to live. Even though Sephiros had become a major villain, the laws of the plane could not do anything to him. Even the son of luck, Claude, had his heart pierced by his long sword. But nothing was absolute. Because Sephiros had almost entered the stage of God, all aspects of his strength were almost beyond the control of space. Therefore, the stupid laws of the plane finally began to panic. Stupidly, it gave an advantage to a marauder and barely drove Sephiroth away by creating an accident, allowing the marauder to take Sephiroth's place and complete the so-called line of fate. However, the raider was not a kind person. When the laws of the plane led the wolf into the house, he showed his ferocious face. He became Sephiroth and began to plunder the entire planet. He crazily persecuted all those who were similar to him. The planet was in chaos and the flames of war were everywhere. In such a precarious era, Sephiroth, who had reincarnated as a 5-year-old boy, watched everything coldly. He did not care about the destruction of humans, he did not care about the disaster of the planet, he was indifferent to the cries of women and children, he had no feelings towards life and death. Until he met a mother, a compassionate and loving guardian. She was a young woman, but she had a 5-year-old son. In his previous life, she had only died at the age of 32. She met him, picked him up from the side of a dirty, messy garbage heap, and raised him as her own child. She was very patient and extremely persistent. She wholeheartedly wanted to go home, but ever since she picked him up, she treated the place where he was as her own home. She had some special abilities and was not weak at all. Under the pursuit of that fake Sephiroth, she could still bring him, child, to live happily. She was indeed very capable. She took him to see the sea, climb mountains, hunt, and look at the stars. She also took him for a ride, to play, to read, and to play games. He did all the stupid things he had never done before. Sephiroth felt like an idiot. He was actually led into a ditch by a human. At the time, he did not even feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. She had refreshed his definition of mother. Mother was not a machine that coldly ordered him to become this and that kind of person, nor was she an extraterrestrial life form that lived in legends and was buried in a fish laboratory. Mother could be a friend, a partner, or a spiritual sustenance and a warm harbor. They had been together for a full 8 years. Because of her, he slowly began to accept humans. He understood her, and she understood him. Just like a bosom friend, they could untie the knot in each other's heart. However, in the end, their whereabouts were still locked down by Sephiroth. Under the brandishing of that authentic longsword, both he and she were no match for Sephiroth. Until the end of his memory, she was still an excellent mother. She risked her life to let him live. Even if he was not her child at all. Sephiroth, live on. This sentence became a ringing in his ears. If it was possible, he sincerely hoped that she could live on. He hoped that she could live on and return to her child, and return to her family. She should have a warm and comfortable life, and a peaceful evening. She should not bring him along and hide like a street rat for 8 years. Every child would want their mother to live a good life. Her death became a knot in his heart. Sephiroth, if you can't love this world, at least love yourself. Sephiroth, don't die. The echo in his memory gradually faded away, and the voice in his ears became clearer. Sephiroth smelled a good smell. Out of puppy instinct, he snuggled up and touched a piece of warmth. It was a pair of hands, hugging him. Why is it still so weak? Yijose carefully held the puppy. It was too small and too soft. He was really afraid that he would pinch it to death. The little guy was just born. The vet touched the back of the puppy and sighed. Maybe the position of the nest was too high, and it fell down. It's a miracle that you can save it. If you take good care of it in the future, it will definitely recover. Yijose nodded, put the puppy in the small nest that was prepared earlier, and picked it up steadily. Well, are all the dogs waiting outside your house? The vet pointed at the row of dogs outside the glass window, a little confused. Can such a big apartment be rented in Tokyo, Japan? There was a row of dogs outside, and some of them were large dogs. According to the small apartment size in Japan, wouldn't it be crowded to keep so many dogs? Yijose kept smiling. There are so many idiots in Japan, and I'm so beautiful. It's safer to have a few more dogs. The vet. That's right, a single beauty living alone. There's nothing wrong with raising a few dogs. Wait. Single beauty. The vet suddenly became excited. He was about to say a few more words to Yi-Josa, but he unexpectedly met the gloomy eyes of the group of dogs outside. This feeling of being stared at by a large carnivore made his heart tremble slightly. The vet. He suspected that if he took another step, he would be torn to pieces by the group of dogs. Only then did he understand. Otakus are single by their ability, beauties are single by their dogs, and vets are single by their intuition. Yi-Josa returned to the kennel with the new member in his arms. Because the puppy was too small, he couldn't tell what breed it was. He could only temporarily define it as a Chinese rural dog and named it Patriotism. Listen, from now on, this is your new partner, Patriotism. Yi-Josa held the kennel and faced the Patriotism dogs. Patriotism is still young. As big dogs, don't bully a child. Sapphirose. It was fine that he was a child when he became a human, but when he became a dog, he was also a newborn puppy. Did he look very lacking in maternal love? His human form was clearly a 1.96-meter-tall Special Forces soldier. The dogs didn't complain about Yi-Josa's naming standard. They nodded to show that they understood. Their very humane behavior made Sapphirose slightly raise his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that these dogs were very unusual. But the more unusual thing was yet to come. Yi-Josa glanced at the time and said, "Let's eat." The next second, Sapphirose saw a row of dogs in front of him leave the scene at the speed of light. They pounced on their kennels like ferocious tigers, bit the dog bowls like crabs, and lined up in a well-trained manner to wait for their meals. Sapphirose. He saw the girl in front of him enter the kitchen, and it didn't take long for her to bring out water and dog food. She was like the auntie in the Special Forces cafeteria, afraid that they wouldn't have enough to eat, so the dog bowls were piled high with food. With a bowl of food and a bowl of water, the group of dogs ate happily. But looking at this warm and beautiful scene, Sapphirose didn't know why he felt a chill. He had been raised by a woman for 8 years, and he ate human food. According to the lifespan of a dog, if he could live to the end of his life, he would have to eat dog food for more than 10 years. When had he ever suffered such grievances? Soon, Sapphirose discovered that the reason he had never suffered such grievances was because he was about to suffer even greater grievances. Relying on his tall and strong body, Yi-Josa carried a towel and a basin, flipped the little puppy over, and roared on the ground, "Oh, fuck, it's a male again." Sapphirose. He used all his strength to stiffen the dog's neck and look down. He saw that its hind legs were lifted up, revealing a white and tender butt and pink cheeks. He was going crazy. Dogs. Oh, after being a dog for a long time, you get used to walking birds and running naked. A newbie is obviously not used to it yet. It's good to be young. But owner, you are a girl. After knowing that our identities are not ordinary, are you really not going to avoid it? Yi-Josa glanced at the dogs as if he could read their minds. What are you looking at? Which one of you haven't touched, huh? Dogs. Isn't it just a ham and 2 eggs? Why didn't you avoid me when I took off my clothes and changed in the past? Not to mention anything else, I was even soaking in the hot spring with the dog. Did you say anything? A bunch of unreasonable freaks. Dogs. Owner's words made sense, they were completely speechless. Sapphirose could not resist and could only let Yi-Josa use a wet towel to carefully rub him all over and wipe all the corners clean. This cleaning job was like finishing a battle. He was so tired that he just wanted to close his eyes and sleep. But after Yi-Josa served the warm goat's milk, Sapphirose instinctively became energetic. He climbed 2 steps forward with difficulty and stuck out his tongue to gently lick the food. The body of the puppy was too fragile. It would not be able to survive without food. When he did not have the capital to survive independently, whether it was growth or revenge, it was a kind of extravagant delusion. Now, working hard to survive was his goal. Although the new puppy was not big, its appetite was not small. A small basin of goat's milk was licked clean. He seemed to be a master who knew how to enjoy life. After eating and drinking enough, he fell asleep and curled up into a small ball in the nest, looking quite pitiful. After Yi-Joseph fed the dog and washed the dog basin, he changed his clothes and went to the moon hut to find Conical Zero. After the world boss was overthrown, the timeline of his body had long been a mess. If he did not take advantage of this time to settle his funeral affairs, he was afraid that there would not be a chance in the future. Yi-Joseph went out. Dogs watched her leave for a long time before they spread their hooves and gathered around the puppy's nest, carefully sizing up their new colleagues. Meeting. Aizen whined in a low voice. No, Gilgamesh and Saishomaru did not come back. Uchiha Madara reminded. I have to go back to the police station with Kudo. Edagawa Corgi nodded. Saishomaru's movements are too big. The appearance of the giant white dog will definitely attract attention from many parties. We are not sure when the owner will leave the world, so we must minimize the risk. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too sad to be hunted by humans before leaving the world? He is very weak. Yoshi Asakura said. I can feel that his soul is like a candle, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. If we drag him into an illusion, it may cause damage. The dogs were stunned. To be honest, it was the first time they met such a weak colleague. How serious a fatal injury did he suffer when he was alive to become like this? I'm going to find Yoheim to say goodbye. 9 Orchid Flower shook his fur. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany her in the future. He would follow Yi-Joseph wherever he went. According to the most recent information, before they could successfully transform into human form, they would not be able to leave their owner's side. Even if they could use some of their abilities, they were just dogs. If they met a predator with bad intentions and were captured to make soup, they would really have no place to cry. Seeing that each dog had their own things to do, the illusion convention would not be able to be held. Instead of wasting time, it was better to say goodbye and meet again late at night. Not long after, the dogs in the room were all gone. At the same time, Sephiroth, who was originally sleeping, moved slightly. He opened his eyes and sniffed his nose, displaying the full potential of a puppy to gather information around him. The girl's room had the smell of a boy, a group of dogs, and the smell of an extremely terrifying kindred left here. That kindred must not be provoked, it was a very powerful beast. Sephiroth kicked his paws and found that his limbs could not support the weight of his body. In desperation, he could only give up, lay down on the soft cushion, and really fell asleep. Conical Zero had not seen Yi-Joseph for a long time. At first sight, he had a feeling of a sudden realization. She was still heartless, ridiculing him without any sense of propriety, and her personality was very doggy. But as long as she was by his side, he would always unconsciously relax. She was really slow and did not notice anything. Whether it was his goodnight kiss or his obscure words, she did not take it seriously. She really relied on her own ability to be alone. Conical Zero exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I took over the moon hut. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yi-Joseph laughed. The son of vengeance counterattacked and became the boss of the mafia. You are the destined male protagonist. Conical Zero just smiled. He was clearly a teenager, but there was a sense of vicissitudes in him. After I killed Kan and Hikarakura, a wisp left. He fell in love with a pure blood, I understand. He hates me, right? If he hates you, he will kill you. Yijosa handed him a milk candy and said, your brother may not necessarily hate you. Conical Zero looked up and fixed his eyes on her. He hates himself, Yijosa said slowly. He loves her, he has to sacrifice you. He wants to help you, he has to lose her. But in the end, he still chose you. I once used Kanon Hikarakura as a hostage to collect his blood. In fact, he knew in his heart that as if a werewolf would not rashly kill Kanon Hikarakura to start a war, but in the end, he still came to me and gave me his blood. Conical Zero stood motionless on the spot, his pupils slightly contracted. He was jealous of you, so he chose Kanon Hikarakura. He also loved you, so he chose to help you. Conical Growth A Wisp is a contradictory person. Every time I met him, he tried to imitate you. Yijosa sighed, it was so lifelike that it was almost indistinguishable. If he really hated you, and wanted to kill you, why did he need to turn himself into you? As for his departure, whether it was emotional pain or resentment, he was also helping you. Conical Zero mumbled to himself, why? In the future, you will be the bridge between the blood breeds and humans. His existence will become a weakness for others to take advantage of. Yijosa saw it clearly, so he could only sigh in his heart. He left and disappeared, so you have no weakness. Conical Growth A Wisp, your brother allowed a pureblood to kill his parents. He was an ingrate, but to you, he was sincere. Conical Zero. Yijosa tilted his head and smiled. I don't want to interfere in the matters between you and your brother, but it's better not to see each other. Perhaps separating from each other is the best choice for you too. Time would dilute all grudges, and when they meet again in 100 years, they might be able to look back on the past and let down their guard against each other. Conical Zero was silent for a long time, then he suddenly smiled in relief. He had always been calm and collected, and rarely showed his emotions. Oh. Thank you. No need to be so polite. Why don't we have a drink, and I'll treat you to panda blood. It's really okay, thank you. Kurojo Gakuen, the female dormitory. 9 Orchid Flower lightly jumped down from the high platform and landed by the window of the female dormitory. Using the light to look inside, he saw Yuhaim lying on the desk, leaning on her elbow as she fell asleep. There was a notebook under her head, and a person's name was written on it, 9 Orchid Flower. Yuhaim. 9 Orchid Flower lightly jumped on the desk, lowered his head, and rubbed Yuhaim's cheek. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face, reached out his dog paw, and tried to touch her face. Yuhaim. He was supposed to fulfill his duty as an elder brother, and exchange his blood with her, so that she could awaken as a pure breed. But now, he didn't think so. He disappeared, Plum Soil died, and Kanon Hikarakura was gone. Along with the disappearance of pure breeds, the hierarchy of the bloodlings would also slowly disappear. With Ichijo Takuma's help, and a group of level B's help, it would speed up the bloodlings' integration into the human society. If Yuhaim awakened as a pure breed, this balance would be broken. She was only a teenager, and was still a young girl who didn't know anything. He protected her too well, and almost never let her see the evil intentions of the world. He had protected her so well that she had hardly ever seen the malice of the world. She thought of everyone as perfect. With such a pure personality, if one day they obtained a supreme bloodline, they would instead become pawns that were used by others. The pure-blooded princess of the 9 Orchid tribe could not become a puppet, nor could she live an unhappy life. She was his sister, the girl he cared about the most. Yuhaim, when you grow into an adult capable of taking charge, then you can become the queen to guide the blood breeds. Before you grow up, whether it is Black Lord Hui Yen or Zhui Xingling, they will protect your life. Yuhaim. Jiu Lanshu rested her forehead on Ji Yunshu's and sank into the deepest part of her consciousness with her. It was a snowy night, and it was also the beginning of their meeting. Nine Orchid Flower looked at the girl kneeling a few meters away and slowly opened his hands. Yuhaim, I'm here. Senior Shu. Yuhaim threw herself into his arms, and he blocked the wind and snow outside. Senior Shu. Where are you? By your side. Nine Orchid Flower chuckled, Yuhaim. When you grow into an adult capable of taking charge, I'll be back. Where are you going? I'll be with you. Nine Orchid Flower hugged her, and the overflowing power from his body quietly drilled into Yuhaim's body, layer by layer, restraining her originally restless vampire instincts. I'm sorry, I didn't care about your wishes and forced you to make a choice. Whether to become a human or a vampire, Yuhaim had always had no choice. She could only let her parents and him make the arrangements. And as her brother, he completely deprived her of her wishes. But Yuhaim, I hope you live well, whether as a human or as a vampire. Yuhaim, I hope you know everything before making a choice. Swoosh, a huge gust of wind rose in the depths of her consciousness, blowing away the snow in the sky, and also blowing away the figure of Nine Orchid Flower. Yuhaim was startled and woke up from the study table. She saw the window was wide open, and the wind that slipped and blew the papers in the room away, messing up her heartstrings. Brother. She sat on the seat in a daze, and tears slid down her cheeks. He had sealed her power, but he had given her back all her memories. Blood-breed pioneers became popular all over Japan. The vampires were mesmerizing with their appearance, and with their strength, they took the first place in the ratings. A paranormal program that no one had high hopes for had become a hot topic in the past few months. With the increase in popularity and the expansion of their influence, the vampires discovered that the food prepared by Hualuan conglomerate actually included blood bags. What's going on? Joyu and Akira was startled. They know that we are vampires. Ichijo Takuma sucked on the A-type blood and nodded. Conical Zero gathered the power of the Moon Hut and successfully negotiated with the humans. Our existence is temporarily publicized in a small area. Once it is confirmed that we are harmless, we will become legal residents. The Moon Hut. Corey was startled. Where's the Lord Privy Seal? The Lord Privy Seal seems to be asleep, Ichijo Takuma said. Lord Kowloon Plum Soil and Lord Canon Hikarakura both died in the hands of Conical Zero. What? He is very strong. Don't fight him head-on. Are we just going to let it go? He killed a pure-blood emperor. But he is also a vampire. Ichijo Takuma thought further than them. As long as the Lord Privy Seal is fine, there's no need for us to make things difficult for Conical Zero for the sake of another emperor. Right now, he's an important medium between humans and blood breeds. If you touch him, C in level D, even the level even E would switch sides. Impossible. Lon Tanging was dumbfounded. The system of subordinate vampires obeying their superiors has never changed. How can this be? Because Conical Zero can bring them food. Ichijo Takuma shook the blood bag. If he can let them live, they will fight against the nobles for him. Just like the evolution of human society, from slavery to democracy seems to be the final destination of the Blood Clan. Well, as long as I abide by the rules in the future, I should be able to drink a lot of blood. Abide by the law. Lon Tanging felt that he was being dragged down. Must abide by the law. Yes, we still have to pay taxes. All the vampires. Pay taxes. Ichijo Takuma smiled. Part of the human tax can be offset by blood donation. As for us vampires, we have to bear more of the tax rate. The vampires. Make more money, we have to pay higher taxes. Sigh. It was night, and the room on the top floor of the female dormitory was brightly lit. Yijiosa and Saishomaru occupied the two ends of the bed respectively. A puppy was placed in the middle of the bed, looking innocent, pitiful, and weak. They stared at each other coldly, and the murderous aura in the entire space became oppressive. The cause of the incident was simple. Saishomaru, who had been away for a few days, came back. When he saw that the spot next to Yijiosa's bed was occupied by another puppy, he immediately pulled a long face, feeling that his latrine had been occupied by someone else. He refused to accept this. The group of puppies hid behind the sofa, quietly waiting for the incident to develop. One of them could not help but ask for trouble, and actually started a bet. This king bet a third of the dog food, and the one to compromise in the end will definitely be the owner. Gilgamesh barked softly. The owner dotes on white firewood the most, and will definitely not ostracize him because of a new puppy. I bet a quarter of the dog food, and the one to compromise in the end is Saishomaru. Edogawa Corgi analyzed carefully. When I quarrel with Xiaolan, I'm the one to give in the end. Why? Gilgamesh was shocked. Why isn't she the one to please you? Whenever the hero king was angry, there would always be a large number of beauties coming forward to comfort him. There had never been a time when he gave in. He really did not understand. Why was it that when a man and a woman quarreled, it was always the man who gave in? Edogawa Corgi said solemnly, "It hurts when Xiaolan hits someone." Gilgamesh was speechless. Oh, that's right. It also hurts when the Night King hits someone. In the end, he could only let her off. Saishomaru, regardless of who his core is, he's just a puppy now. Yijiosa felt his head ache. He's only sleeping at the head of the bed. Why did you use a sword to slash him? It's not pleasing to the eye. Grandpa. I'm begging you. Do me a favor. His body is really weak. I have to take care of him. You're a living person, yet you don't sleep on the other side of the bed. You insist on sharing a bed with me. Did I say anything? If you really want to sleep on my bed, I'll give you my bed. I'll sleep on the sofa with him, alright? Saishomaru looked up. No. Then what do you want? Saishomaru looked coldly at the other puppy. Unless he's not a dog. White Dog Demon placed great importance on his territory. He had a possessiveness that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. He had always been used to sleeping next to Yijiosa's pillow. There was no reason for him to give up his position. That was a puppy, yes, but it was also a male. It didn't even have the slightest blood relationship with him. Why should he tolerate him? Okay. Deal. Deal. Yijiosa was so angry that he laughed. He turned around and took out an eyebrow pencil from the makeup table. He scooped up the puppy on the bed and went into the bathroom. You wait for me. I'll prove to you right away that this is not a dog. Sephiroth was speechless. With his strong intuition as a special forces soldier, he keenly felt an indescribable danger. This feeling was like being locked on by a high-end weapon and about to explode his head. It made his hair stand on end. His intuition was not wrong. He saw Yijiosa press him against the washstand, pick up a pure black eyebrow pencil, and brush his fur like doodles. Bear with it. Patriotism. Soon, you'll be able to sleep in a warm bed. Sephiroth was speechless. He chose to sleep in the bathroom because he didn't want to be targeted by a large monster again. This body was too fragile. If the other party's murderous aura increased, the puppy's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. 5 minutes later, Yijiosa came back with a completely stunned Sephiroth. He placed the puppy covered in black stripes and engraved with the word King on the bed. He looked at Saishomaru and said righteously, "Open your eyes and look clearly. He's not a dog." Yi Joseph pointed at Sapphirose. "It's Xiao Naofu." Saishomaru was speechless. Dogs were speechless. "Owner, do you think we're blind?" Chapter 187. When Yi Joseph began to make a mess, even Saishomaru could only compromise. It was impossible. When a woman was determined to spread maternal love, anyone who dared to touch her cub would most likely be skinned. Seeing that Ijizawa was determined to protect the new puppy, although Saishomaru felt uncomfortable, he knew that Ijizawa was determined to protect him. But he also didn't want to make things unpleasant with her. The more he was in a stalemate with her, the more she put the puppy in her heart. Why not retreat in order to advance? After all, judging from her 3-minute passion, his compromise would only increase her guilt. Gradually, when he was unwilling to pay attention to her and began to distance himself from her, she would reflect on her mistake in self-reproach, racking her brains to get closer again, inch by inch, ceding land for reparations, bowing to him. Since that was the case, why fight for a moment of pride? Saishomaru quietly swept his gaze over the Xiao Naofu, at the head of the bed, with a chill that could freeze 3 feet deep. He rested on the other bed in the room. Leaning against the soft fluffy tail, he turned his face to look at Yi Joseph, who was tucking the puppy in the corner of the quilt. He suddenly felt suffocated. It was just that he was used to being expressionless. Even if he was angry, he never showed his true colors. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling. His thoughts were a rare mess. He really couldn't figure it out. Since women were such complex, changeable, willful, and unreasonable individuals, why didn't his biological father find it troublesome? Not only did he marry one, but he also raised another. And his stupid brother was even worse. Before he could marry one, he had already lost another. It was no wonder that his father was nearly 1,000 years old. In the beginning, his life had been smooth sailing and he had a great reputation. Later, because of a woman, not only did his reputation become infamous, but he also died a tragic death. TSK, 16th night. A troublesome human woman. And his brother only lived for 200 years. Because there were too many women around him, not only was he scolded, beaten, and sealed, he also lived and died for them. If they said east, he didn't dare go west. If they said one, he wouldn't say two. A half-demon was a half-demon, living worse than a slave. It seemed that Kikyo and Kagome were also troublesome human women. Therefore, if human women were so troublesome, what was the point of what he was doing now? He had once deeply loathed humans, but he didn't expect that the first woman he fell in love with would be a human. Should he say that they were truly worthy of being father and son and brother? From the moment he began to compromise with Yi Joseph, he understood that there would not be a second woman in the world who could make him, Saishomaru, submit to her like this. She was in his eyes, in his heart, and he would never look at another woman. He had originally thought that as long as he could obtain her, perhaps his heart would no longer have any stubborn thoughts. However, from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. The lights went out, and the lights suddenly dimmed. The dogs in the room went to the balcony with their nests in their mouths. They didn't want to be sandwiched between Saishomaru and Yi Joseph. If they didn't do well, they might end up in the hot pot. This cool night was so beautiful that it was enchanting. This lonely dog life was so drunk that it made his heart ache. The bedroom was quiet except for Yi Joseph. The sound of him changing clothes was heard. He finally had some sense of shyness. He knew that he would wear a singlet and underpants when he slept so that he wouldn't be exposed at any time. He lay down and turned over to sleep, completely ignoring the insomnia demon dog in the next bed who was still waiting for him to stroke its fur. Do whatever you want. Who's going to serve you? Anyway, he had already awakened the panel in the 7 show too. He healed himself and didn't ask for help, so he had the confidence to be the master of the house. What if he had a bad temper bound to his healer, leave him hanging for a few days? Men were all despicable in their bones. Just like him, when he didn't have any milk, he would hug Saishomaru's thighs. When he had milk, he would talk back to Saishomaru. He was so unrestrained, so coquettish. Saishomaru was also a man, so he probably couldn't escape the nature of a man. When he ignored him, distanced himself from him, and stopped looking for him, Saishomaru would probably be able to calm down and think carefully about where he had gone wrong. When he was done reflecting, he would naturally lower his head to him, cede his territory, and pay reparations. When that time came, it wouldn't be up to him. Damn, just thinking about it made him feel so happy. With a wretched smile on his face, Yijiosa entered the dark and sweet dream. At the same time, Saishomaru quietly sat up from the bed and slowly walked to her bedside. His dark golden eyes reflected the cold light in the darkness as he stared fixedly at the puppy at the head of the bed. Sephiroth was speechless. For some reason, he felt a little cold. Saishomaru stretched out his fluffy tail and rolled up the puppy, then placed it on the carpet. He even pulled off Yijiosa's quilt and threw it on the ground, creating a scene of a bad sleeping posture, chaos and war. Sephiroth was speechless. Would he, who had witnessed the truth with his own eyes, be killed? The puppy lay, weakly and helplessly, on the quilt. It raised its neck and looked up, but because its body was too short, it couldn't see anything. He could only give up and rest with the quilt wrapped around the girl's body temperature to replenish his lost energy. As time passed, Yijiosa felt a little cold. He subconsciously rubbed his arms and curled his body into a ball. Not long after, he reached out to the side of the bed, as if he wanted to grab something to keep him warm. He grabbed a piece of loose fur and hurriedly covered himself with it. As he pulled, he felt as if a warm stove had fallen on his side, hugging his body tightly and dispelling the coldness. Yijiosa was satisfied. He wrapped himself around her like an octopus and said, "Nonsense, Hashimoto-kana, my wife." Saishomaru was speechless. She deserved a lesson. Although he thought so, he didn't target her in the end. Saishomaru lowered his head slightly and kissed her forehead lightly. "Good night, wife." Saishomaru was speechless. Stupid woman. In the silence of the night, Gilgamesh, who had lost 1/3 of the dog food, was wailing on the balcony. The next second, the Tibetan Mastiff couldn't bear it anymore. It slapped his dog head into its nest and barked, "Are you going to let the dog sleep? Let go of your paws." Uchiha Madara. Gilgamesh wasn't afraid at all. Due to his weight gain, his body was now comparable to the Tibetan Mastiff. This king can howl as much as he wants. Hey, the fat is getting bigger, but the brain doesn't grow. Uchiha Madara bit the back of the golden retriever's neck, jumped up, dragged him to the balcony, and was about to throw him down. Gilgamesh said angrily, "Uchiha Madara, do you want to fight with this king?" "Why not?" Uchiha Madara said vaguely. "It's already very kind of me not to use my Sharingan on you." Gilgamesh was furious. As the king of heroes, he felt that he was being belittled and looked down upon. "Ha, it seems that you want to taste the power of the Gate of Babylon." The golden retriever and the Tibetan Mastiff tore at each other on the balcony, their dog fur flying in the air as they rolled into a ball. The remaining dogs yawned and watched the battle. Seeing that the situation was gradually getting out of control, Aizen barked in a low voice, "The owner is here." Suddenly, the two dogs froze on the spot as if the pause button had been pressed, and they looked into the room with a slight horror. Aizen showed the Samoyed's angelic smile. Uchiha Madara. Gilgamesh. Aizen. Add medicine. Haggard Coal Alliance collapses just as they were about to pounce on his dog fur. Yoshi Asakura, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and burst out with a strong aura, suppressing his colleagues behind him. He suddenly stood up from the kennel and looked up at the bright Milky Way in the sky. He poured all his spiritual power into the balcony and the bedroom. "Get down," Yoshi Asakura said sternly, "restrain all your aura." He was the psychic king, who was bound to earth, and a grand onmyoji who had entered the realm of gods. His perception of danger was far higher than that of his colleagues. When an unknown danger approached him, or rather, when an extremely threatening enemy approached Earth, he could clearly sense the existence of the other party and instinctively enter a state of preparation for battle. Right now, a pitch-black crack was slowly splitting open in the vast galaxy in the sky. As time passed, the crack grew larger bit by bit, just like a woman's birth canal being forced open during childbirth. It was so hideous that it was somewhat scary. He could feel the pain of space being torn apart, and he could hear the pained cries of Earth's barrier being cut open. Something unpredictable was splitting open space and squeezing in. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, anyone who had strength comparable to him would be classified as an enemy. Therefore, hiding the owner and his colleagues was the most important task. Not long after Yoshi Asakura poured his spiritual power into the area, Tianya and Manifestation opened up a barrier together and merged with the spiritual power, concealing all the aura in the area. It was as if they had erased their existence. Even if someone deliberately tried to investigate this area would become the other party's blind spot. Saishomaru walked over slowly with a cold aura around him. He looked up at the sky with an unfathomable expression. A moment later, the dark crack grew larger and larger. And larger. They could clearly see a humanoid figure swaying in the sky. It was very strange. "What is that?" Suddenly, a shiny longsword cut open the barrier of space and time. Following that, a man who was 2 meters tall slowly walked out. His handsome face was filled with indifference and arrogance, and his grayish-blue eyes were filled with callousness and indifference. His silver-white hair fell to his ankles, and his aura was as sharp as a blade. The moment he appeared, not only Yoshi Asakura and the others, but even Yijioza, who was sleeping soundly in the room, felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if a large carnivore had stepped into the territory of a herbivore. They were about to face the danger of escaping from the jaws of a tiger. At this moment, Sephiroth, who was nestled in bed, struggled to get up. Unfortunately, his body was weak and could not support him to leave this place. He knew who was coming. That was the impostor who had replaced his existence. That was the enemy who had killed her. She did not expect that. Even if she sent him away, the other party could still fly through the vast space and time to kill him. Damn it! A wave of pressure as deep as the sea poured down from the sky and swept across the land at an extremely fast speed, searching every inch of the land. Wherever the pressure passed, thousands of lights were suddenly extinguished, and countless electronic devices lost their signal. Accompanied by screams and curses, the darkness spread like a tsunami, spreading outwards. His appearance meant chaos. The man in the sky did not make a move at all, but every breath he took was enough to make people feel a suffocating pressure. "Not here," the man muttered to himself. His body was like a crack in space, slowly distorting. He understood that he could not stay any longer. The rules of this dimension were very complete, and he had already been ordered to leave. Indeed, he could force himself to stay, but his real body was not in this world, so why should he waste his energy? He did not want to waste his energy on something that was strenuous and unrewarding. Unwilling to give up, the man swept through Japan's territory once more before tearing open a crack in space and leaving. After he left, the starry lights lit up layer by layer, and the chaotic order finally returned to normal. Only the balcony of the dormitory fell into a deathly silence. "Very strong." Aizen suddenly spoke, breaking the heavy atmosphere. He's completely a Spirit King level powerhouse. I dare to fight him, but I can't win. The domain of the gods. Yoshi Asakura said slowly, he's already broken through the bottleneck of being a strong person and has entered the ranks of gods. Even I. If I were to fight him at my peak, I'd only have a 50-50 chance of winning. What's he doing here? 9 Orchid Flower walked towards Corgi, opened up his force field, and enveloped Corgi within it. Shinichi Kudo was just an ordinary person, and the newcomer's aura and murderous aura were too strong. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and he still had not recovered from his shock. Uchiha Madara looked down and listened to the commotion in the moon hut. He said slowly, he seems to be looking for something. Edagawa Corgi finally recovered from his shock. His chaotic mind slowly cleared up, and his ability to think slowly returned. We have to leave this place. What? I've seen many criminals who kill without batting an eyelid. He has the same aura as them. Edagawa Corgi panted. He's here mainly to kill. I don't understand why he's suddenly left, but he'll definitely come back. A murderer like this is just like a vicious beast. He won't give up until he has devoured his prey. Edagawa Corgi was rather anxious. Do you still remember the information we received? Authentic. Authentic. Corgi was sprinting on the balcony, and he seemed to be extremely agitated. Now isn't the time for speculation, but I'm certain that there's a 90% chance that he's here to find us. Since even you don't have complete confidence in dealing with him, then we have to leave as soon as possible. The dogs did not say anything. They only listened quietly to Seiji's analysis. The police once arrested a serial killer. He's extremely intelligent, skilled, and experienced. He's been on the run for 10 years, and there's almost nothing we can do about him. That was until we discovered that the prey he chose were all beautiful girls. Long hair, red dresses, black high heels. Since he's set his sights on her, he must kill her. If he doesn't kill this prey, even if he encounters another one of higher quality, he won't spare her a second glance. Corgi squatted down and exhaled. The police sacrificed a senior female officer to catch him. And right now, we're just like prey that's been targeted by the serial killer. If we can't completely resist, I suggest that we leave as soon as possible. If we leave, this world will become safer. The killer won't target anything other than prey. If we stay here, we'll bring disaster upon ourselves. Corgi turned around and swept his gaze over all his colleagues. I know that all of you are unscientific and powerful. Perhaps human lives are nothing in your eyes. But as a human, I'm begging everyone to leave this place. Please. This is my greatest request. When the last word fell, Edagawa Corgi looked up again and found that the way his colleagues looked at him had changed. They used to ignore him and treat him as a child who hadn't grown up. But this time, it was as if they completely recognized and accepted him. It's very similar to the owner's style. Uchiha Madara shook his head with a soft gaze. You always say something enlightening at the critical moment. If Hashirama was here, he would admire you very much. Yoshi Asakura nodded and then looked at Saishomaru. Can your sword tear through space and teleport people? Saishomaru nodded. Yes. Then let's start preparing. At around 3:00 in the morning, Uchiha Madara found Kimimaro who was training under the waterfall. 9 Orchid Flower gently held the weak puppy in his mouth, while Saishomaru held Yijosa in his arms. All of them stood in a relatively open space. Night was the time for vampires. As Yijosa's aura drifted, vampires passed by from time to time, but they were all scared away by Saishomaru. Until Shuei Xingling slowly walked out, facing them from a distance. His obscure gaze fell on the face of Yi-Josa, who was sleeping soundly. He pursed his lips and whispered, "Are you planning to leave?" Saishomaru pulled out his sword and injected his majestic demon power into it. Will she come back? The space of the underworld opened up inch by inch, like a big net, covering their heads. Saishomaru replied, "No." Shui Xingling did not ask any more. Perhaps no matter how many words he said, he would not be able to win against a simple, "I won't." Then. Goodbye. Shui Xingling turned his back, unwilling to see the last scene. It seemed that since he was a child, he kept losing without really gaining anything. He wanted to keep his family, but he couldn't. He wanted to keep his brother, but he couldn't. He wanted to keep her, but he couldn't. What could he leave behind? Human. Saishomaru suddenly called out, "She wishes for you to become a king." Shui Xingling was stunned. "Since it's her wish, I'll reluctantly grant you this favor." Saishomaru flipped his natural fang with one hand. A silver stream of light streaked across the air and landed on Conical Zero's body without a sound. In an instant, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. It was as if all the restraints on his body had been removed. Whether it was his body or his heart, he felt indescribably relaxed. "You." Shui Xingling stared at his own hands, his face full of shock. "It's just a pure blood's curse." Saishomaru sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "It's just that you're pitiful." After Conical Zero killed Kowloon Plum Soil and Canon Hikarakura, he was already haunted by the curse. This was something Yi-Josa didn't know, but the dark energy related to the netherworld couldn't be hidden from Saishomaru's eyes. The curse was something that could be cut off by natural fang. If she wanted to help him, then so be it. To Saishomaru, it was just something that he could do in passing. The netherworld with thousands of galaxies swallowed all the people and dogs. When the light faded, only the falling maple leaves and a cold fragrance were left. Conical Zero was stunned on the spot for a long, long time. Then, he took a deep breath and sighed. It's just like a dream. In the dream, she came. When he woke up, she left. Chapter 188. Yi-Josa was woken up by a deafening heavy metal rock music. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw a pitch-black figure twisting crazily in a sea of red, green, and blue lights. A woman in a miniskirt with stilettos shook her chest. A man with a green ghost mask and full of silver studs shook his hips. On the high platform with rotating magnesium lights, strippers held steel pipes and spun. Their snake-like limbs twisted and performed. She exuded a different kind of charm. Red lights and green wine, their voices and expressions were dispirited. The aura was mixed, and a group of demons danced wildly. In his daze, Yi-Josa saw a drunk woman being taken away with a half-hearted push. Not long after, Yi-Josa saw a drunk woman being taken away. In the depths of the swaying curtain, there was a high and low moan. Where was this? Oh shit. He was just sleeping in the dormitory. Why did he wake up in a different place? Where was his dog? Where was Saishomaru? Where was Kimimaro? Yi-Josa was shocked. His brain was completely awake. When he came back to his senses, he understood. He had unknowingly changed to another map and it was in a fucking bar. God damn it. Can't you give me a reminder before changing the map? If one day, when he was asleep, it was prehistoric times, he would probably be resting in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's internal organs. Yi-Josa curled up in a dark corner. He raised his hand to touch his body and couldn't help but curse. He wore a vest and shorts before going to bed. He just wanted to sleep comfortably. He didn't expect to not only change his bed halfway through, but he was also thrown into a wolf's den dressed in revealing clothes. He didn't have any cash on him, and he didn't have any documents. Even how to get out of the bar was a problem. But there was no one to do anything here. In his previous life, he had also entered a bar out of curiosity, but to be honest, this kind of place with all kinds of people mixed in with the honest, foul atmosphere, and extremely pompous did not suit his aura. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to step into this place. He knew what kind of mentality people had when they entered a bar. Excluding some people who wanted to relieve pressure and satisfy their curiosity, most people liked to look for excitement, one-night stands, and show off their wealth. Even young men would be targeted, not to mention beautiful women in their prime. Unfortunately, Yi Josa, was also very unlucky to be thrown into such a horrible place. What the fuck? What to do? The rock music was getting louder and louder. Yi Josa exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and crawled to the bar counter. Conveniently, he took out a palm-sized bottle of liquor. He used the dim light to retreat to the corner, slowly got up, and squeezed his way to the exit. Before he left, he deliberately stuffed the small bottle under his crotch, clamped his legs together, flung his long hair, and walked out gracefully. Perhaps it was because she was too beautiful, or perhaps the aura she exuded was too strong, but the crowd actually forgot how to speak when they saw her. They instinctively opened up a small path. Not long after, 4 or 5 young men followed behind her. Yi Josa was not familiar with the terrain. After turning a long corridor, he walked into a dead end. The footsteps behind him were getting faster and closer. He could vaguely hear the wretched laughter of the delinquent youth. Ha! Let's see if you can still laugh later. Yi Josa stood with his legs apart, his back facing the entrance of the passage, and shook out a bottle of liquor from his crotch. He smiled and unscrewed the cap, held it under his body, and poured the water out. Ah, cool, I haven't peed in a man's position for a long time. So, when the 4 or 5 delinquents thought that they had found a stunningly beautiful woman, they saw the beauty standing in the corner, humming a song and dripping a trickle of water. The delinquent youth. The smile gradually disappeared. The beauty had not finished peeing yet. She even had the leisure to turn her face and whistle at them. Yo, fuck you. Your butt is quite perky. The delinquent youth. His expression gradually became frightened after Yi Josa finished pouring the wine. He shook the small bottle in a practiced manner. Then, he put the bottle back into his pants as if he was pretending to be a hawk. He showed an even more wretched smile, turned around, and maliciously straightened his hips. Even if you drink too much, you don't mind men and women. Come on. Have fun. The delinquents moved their eyes down and stared at the lump in his shorts. A moment later, they screamed and fled, scrambling to be the first. Yi Josa let out a long sigh of relief and praised himself for being quick-witted. He could have killed one kid with a sword, but there were many cameras in the bar. If he made a long sword appear out of thin air, he would probably be caught and sent to the research institute tomorrow. Before he understood the background of the new world, he would not act rashly. After all, even if it was just a purely technological world, he did not have the ability to fight against a high-end army. Only by being careful can the boat sail for 10,000 years, and when the boat reaches the bridgehead, everything will go smoothly. Yi Josa did not remove the bottle, but walked towards the exit with it. However, man proposes, God disposes, and God disposes. Before he could take 2 steps forward, a hysterical scream came from behind him. Ah, murder. Help. Yi Josa. What the fuck? Not long after, he saw a group of rural non-mainstream men and women running toward him with great momentum, like a herd of galloping alpacas. Yi Josa was horrified and quickly shrank into the corner, giving them the aisle. Unexpectedly, the bar owner reacted quickly and quickly closed the door, preventing the crowd from leaving. In the noisy atmosphere, in the midst of panic, sirens sounded outside. A large wave of police officers rushed in and quickly surrounded the bar. Yi Josa was dumbfounded. He could not understand how he could be so unlucky. He was about to run into the distance of poetry and beauty, but he had to follow a group of men and women, squatting on the ground like quails. The scene was cordoned off, and the heavy body bag was carried away. A strong smell of blood wafted through the air, lingering on the tip of everyone's nose for a long time. Joseph frowned. He did not know what he sensed, but he subconsciously looked up to the end of the long corridor and saw a stripper covered in blood coldly staring at a crying woman in the dense crowd. Joseph was stunned. He blinked again and found that there was no trace of the stripper. Joseph. He gasped, nudged the guy squatting next to him, and asked in a low voice, "I just want to ask. Who died inside?" "I don't know either." "If you don't know, why are you screaming and running out?" "I saw others running, so I ran too." The guy with blonde hair next to him wanted to cry but had no tears. "I thought it was a special event to see who could scream louder and run faster." Joseph. "You're also a fucking genius." Joseph saw that he was not very old, but he dyed his hair yellow. Not only did he dye his hair yellow, but he also wore ear studs as if he was gay. He could not help but ask in a low voice, "You're still a student, right?" The blonde lowered his head the whole time and said in a low, muffled voice. He seemed to resist Joseph's approach and curled himself into a ball. "What's wrong with you? Abdominal pain or something?" "I'm not going to eat you." "Why are you curled up into a ball?" Joseph was about to say something, but he saw that the police had already begun to check the population and check everyone's ID. Remembering that he was an unregistered citizen, Joseph suddenly felt relieved. "It's over, they're checking my ID." The guy next to him trembled even more violently. "Why are you panicking?" "I don't even have ID." "Stop shaking." Joseph was squatting next to him, very close to him. This guy was in vibration mode, and even he began to shake. "What's wrong with you?" "Brother, you have to get epilepsy as soon as possible. If you're too late, there's no cure." What should I do?" The blonde guy seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He raised his face from the crook of his arm. In an instant, Joseph felt that the sky was fucking bright. It was a standard shoehorn face, with two Longan-like topaz eyes, beautiful slanted eyelashes, and sexy thin lips that looked like they were painted Dior $9.99. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like frost was better than snow. In a bar, such a face. Joseph asked dryly, "Are you the top model?" The blonde guy replied dryly. "No, I'm a model." You don't know me." Joseph was stunned. "My name is Hayes Ryota, I'm a model." Hayes Ryota whispered, "I came to the bar out of curiosity. I didn't expect to run into a murder case. What should I do? If I'm brought to the police station, then..." Joseph understood. This guy was a public figure. If he was brought to the police station, he would be ruined. "I don't care about being a model, but rumors are enough to destroy a person." Hayes Ryota's voice was low. "The Winter Cup is around the corner. I can't ruin Haichang because of me." But at this moment, it was very likely that they would be taken away by the police. Joseph rubbed his chin. Actually, it's not that there is no way. To be honest, he was an unregistered citizen and he wanted to escape. If he was unfortunately caught, it would be very troublesome to deal with the aftermath. Joseph couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Hayes Ryota was a model and still a student. In other words, this guy had connections and was stupid. He was someone that could be cheated. Someone that could be asked for help. So, even if he were to escape, he had to do him a favor. Joseph poked Hayes Ryota and said, "I have a way to escape. Follow me closely later." "Aw." Joseph pressed Hayes Ryota's head into the crook of his arm. Then, he opened the interface of the shop and moved to the pet section. After thinking for a while, Yijiosa released the little green snake and the little white snake from the follow pet box. They happily slipped into the crowd and wandered around their feet. Follow pet was the pet that follows. No matter where its owner was, they would follow, be it climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames. Once everything was ready, Yijiosa grabbed Hei's Ryota's arm. 3, 2, 1. Ah, snake! Save me! Those familiar lines, those familiar shouts. This guy should really be given an award for best atmosphere in the country. Look, the moment he shouted, the crowd that was as quiet as chickens suddenly jumped up and screamed. It was chaos all around. Yijiosa grabbed Hei's and ran away in the chaos. After successfully rushing out of the door, he turned into an alley without a word. After rushing left and right, he got lost. Yijiosa. Hei's Ryota. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Hei's heaved a sigh of relief. Warmth flowed from the corner of his eyes. Well, at least we escaped. Although I don't know how you did it, I still thank you for your help. You're welcome. I also needed your help. Hei's was stunned. Brother, can you take me in for a while? Yijiosa clasped his hands together. I have no money and no home to return to. It was Hei's Ryota's first time bringing a girl home. To be honest, he was a little nervous. Even though he knew that the other party didn't mean it that way, he couldn't resist the influence of Japan in this aspect. He couldn't help but think in the wrong direction. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Yijiosa took out a beer bottle from his crotch, his initial impression of her might have been higher. He arranged a guest room for Yijiosa. After saying goodnight to her, he returned to his room and turned on his computer to search for real-time news. As expected, he found the bar where the incident happened that night and the murder of the stripper. The detective who followed up on this incident was called Hattori Heiji, a high school detective who was as famous as Shinichi Kudo. Kudo Kanto, Hattori Kansai. Hei's muttered to himself. However, I haven't heard much news about Shinichi Kudo recently. Is he planning to change his profession? Hei's turned off his computer and stretched. He yawned and was about to lie down on his bed when he heard a knock on the door. It was almost midnight. Who else would knock on his door so late at night other than the girl he brought home? Hei's rubbed his face and put on a friendly smile. He opened the door and said, "Good evening." However, he saw that there was no one at the door, only a gust of cold wind was blowing slowly. Hei's. Was it an illusion? Hei's closed the door and turned around absent-mindedly. He looked up and suddenly froze on the spot. He saw a woman covered in blood standing next to his computer desk. Half of her head had been shot, and blood and white fluid flowed out, drenching her whole body. She was black. Her eyes stared at him without saying a word. Hei's. 3 seconds later. Oh, help. There's a ghost. Yijiosa, who was next door, was speechless. Why did he still smell the familiar formula and smell after leaving the bar? So, Hei's, you're really a genius, aren't you? Despite his complaints, Yijiosa still dutifully put on his Chunyang school uniform. Holding a long sword in his hand, he raised his leg and kicked open Hei's door, assuming the posture of an otherworldly master. He said sternly, "What kind of demon is causing trouble here?" But everything in the room was normal. Other than Hei's huddled in the corner, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yijiosa. I'm wearing my school uniform, and you're showing me this. Yijiosa stayed in Hei's room for a long time. Seeing that the kid couldn't take it anymore and had fallen asleep, he rubbed his eyes and returned to the guest room with his sword in hand. However, the moment he entered the room and turned on the light, he saw a woman in scarlet standing by the window. She was staring at him with a wooden and cold gaze. Yi-Josa. That was close. He held back the scream that had rushed to his throat. With a shake of his hand, he unleashed, subduing mountain and river. As a pure yang cultivator who slayed demons and devils, he could not lower his standards even if he ran into a ghost. After all, he had seen many big scenes. Calm down. What are you doing? Yi-Josa said softly, every debt has a debtor. Did I kill you? The female ghost shook her head slowly. Is the blonde next door the murderer? The female ghost continued to shake her head. Then why are you scaring him? The female ghost paused, then said in a low, hollow voice, I went to the wrong room. Yi-Josa. You're a fucking genius as well. However, the wrong room part was debatable. In other words, the female ghost was most likely looking for him. It was just that she had gone to the wrong room. So, are you here to look for me? Yi-Josa said bitterly, to be honest, you should look for Shaolin Temple if you want to transcend. We, the pure yang, are a Taoist sect. According to Taoism, you can only be destroyed by me, not sent to the afterlife. As he said that, Yi-Josa took out the white dagger from the space. This thing is not even a Zanpakuto. I can't send you to Soul Society. Girl, if I do it, your soul will be destroyed. The female ghost had been shot in the head before she died, so her thinking was a little slow. After Yi-Josa finished speaking, it took a long time for her to react. Gold. What? Yi-Josa was stunned. What are you talking about? There is something gold on your body. The female ghost's hollow voice echoed in the room. It is attracting me to you. It is telling me that you are the one who can help me calm my resentment. Yi-Josa. So, in this new world, the script that he got was to help a dead person reverse the case. Then the question was, how could he use the identity of an unscientific Taoist to join the scientific police force and help the ghost girl recover her grievances? But, the gold thing. What was that? They didn't know what went wrong. They had been transferred at the same time, in the same place, and in the same batch. When they came to themselves, they found themselves lying on the top of Mount Fuji again. If Saishomaru hadn't fallen into the snow this time, the dogs would have thought that it was Saishomaru's conspiracy again. They turned over from the white snow and shook off the snow on their bodies. The dogs' faces were full of seriousness. The familiar Mount Fuji, the familiar buildings, and even the buildings in the distance were the same shells. They couldn't help but suspect that they were still in the world of vampires and hadn't been transferred at all. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and sniffed. It didn't take long for him to dig out the frozen puppy from the snow. He stretched out his mouth and exhaled a breath of fire, which melted the snow on his body and warmed his limbs and blood. Yoshi Asakura, Fire Spirit. Uchiha Madara picked up the puppy by the back of its neck and barked. We have to go down the mountain quickly. If we stay any longer, he will freeze to death. The Bakuma walked over with small steps, carrying the puppy's body and continuously transferring the heat from the fire spirit to him. Saishomaru got up and stretched out his long fluffy tail to roll up his companion's body. When he was about to take off, he was interrupted by Kimimaro. If we could use special means to go down the mountain, we wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Kimimaro bent down and picked up the puppy and Bakuma, holding them in front of his chest. Mount Fuji is the sacred symbol of Nippon. There are more than one pair of eyes staring at this place, so... Saishomaru put away his fluffy tail and stepped forward. Kimimaro followed closely behind. All the dogs followed. However, as time passed, Corgi, who was at the end of the team, slowly fell behind. He seemed to have a high fever. He exhaled hot breaths and took heavy steps. The aura around his body became different bit by bit. The dogs could not help but stop and look back. They saw that Corgi's body was glowing with specks of gold, and they were getting more and more dense. It was not an ordinary gold. It was like warm sunlight, and it had a kind of heat that went straight to the soul. Just by touching it at such a close distance, they felt like they were soaking in warm water, and their limbs and bones were filled with power. "What is this golden thing?" Gilgamesh asked. "Is it a relic?" Yoshi Asakura's expression suddenly became serious. He jumped out of Kimimara's arms and ran back quickly. "Merit. Merit?" Nine Orchid Flower repeated. "Merit is something we don't have." Yoshi Asakura said slowly, "What we have accumulated is only killing karma." They were a group of bosses who stood at the top of the world, and the number of lives they had killed was also countless. They had a strong murderous aura, but they did not have anything like merit to become a Buddha. Only those who truly care about the world and help all living beings deserve to have merit. He is the true son of providence. Yoshi Asakura muttered to himself, "It's because of his existence that we can be safe. His merit offsets our sins of killing." Chapter 189. How to add the mysterious gimmick of exploration and discovery into the documentary, a program full of socialist core values, and then end with the conservative into science. It was really an extraordinary technology. Yijiosa was an unregistered citizen. If he wanted to openly reverse the case for a female ghost, this was not only a test of his pretentiousness, it was also a test of his acting skills. How should he explain to the police that he had the ability to see ghosts? What kind of identity should he use to not be arrested? How should he show his pure yang skills in a reasonable manner? Yijiosa was really afraid that if he stepped into the police station, he would be locked up in a mental hospital. In the territory of science, he would fabricate that there were ghosts in the human world. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death. After thinking about it, he could not come up with anything good. Yijiosa rested his chin on his hand and advised, "Seriously, if you have time to talk nonsense with me, you might as well appear in front of the police officer. You have to beat around the bush when you ask me to do something. If you tell the police openly, the truth will be revealed in minutes." He also could not figure it out. If a ghost could appear, wouldn't being dead be the same as being alive? Why didn't he know that he should go to the police station to seek redress? Why did he have to take a big detour and entrust someone else to do it? He had climbed up in the middle of the night and did not pay attention to his bloody image. If the person he entrusted had a heart attack, wouldn't he be dead in an instant? Yijiosa was full of complaints, but he would not complain to a ghost. After all, she was a woman, and she died quite miserably. He should restrain his knife mouth for the time being. When the time was right, he would talk to her. "No. I can't." The female ghost shook her head. A pile of white fluid swayed down. After a moment of hesitation, she did not find it disgusting. She actually reached out and scooped up the fluid. Then, he slowly retracted it and stuffed it back into his exploding brain. Yijiosa. Oh my God. Could he apply for a mosaic? It was an eyesore. The female ghost covered the hole and shook her neck. At that moment, Yijiosa seemed to hear the sound of surging water inside. Yijiosa. Was her brain really flooded? When these thoughts returned to her mind, the female ghost's mind gradually became clearer. At the very least, her articulation was much clearer, and her pronunciation was no longer vague. She could also express herself completely. Ghosts can't enter that place. They'll be burned. The female ghost said slowly, "They can only follow the man who shines with the golden light until the grudge is settled." That young man's golden hair is very beautiful, the female ghost recalled Hattori Heiji, and continued, "But I can't follow him." Why? Yijiosa was curious. "You can't follow him, but you can follow me." It's too hot. It's like a fire. The female ghost frowned with a pained expression. You're different. One side of you is hot, and the other side is cold. Yijose glanced at his menu. Oh, pure yang as the main, 7 talents as the support, yin and yang blend, and everything is flexible. He suddenly understood. Ghosts would look for special humans with golden light to help them redress their grievances. However, there was a group of people who shone too brightly. To ghosts, it was like being burned. No wonder the female ghost wanted to follow him. Did 7 talents yin attribute internal energy make her feel comfortable? Actually, you can choose to appear in front of the murderer and torture him until he has a nervous breakdown. Then, you can go to the police station and surrender yourself. The female ghost whispered, I can't. Humans without light can't see me. Yijose was speechless. It seems that I have to trigger special conditions to see this NPC. Yijose let out a long sigh. He hesitated for a long time before agreeing to this matter. However, it would be too arrogant to go to the police station. Since he had agreed to do this, he naturally had to think of a foolproof method. If he were to suffer a double loss, he would be the laughingstock of the world. The car of Pure Yang Palace must not be flipped. After thinking for a long time, Yijose's eyes lit up. He waved at the female ghost and whispered in her ear. Let me tell you, as a charming dancer, you must first learn how to explode the light for others. On the autopsy table, there was a pale female corpse. Hattori Heiji listened carefully to the forensic doctor's explanation and sorted out his thoughts bit by bit. Shot in the head, killed in one shot. A large amount of stimulants were found in her stomach. Hattori Heiji muttered to himself. We found a firearm at the scene, but it was just a toy used to liven things up in the bar. The forensic doctor asked, a toy? Yes, a toy, a simulated firearm. Hattori Heiji frowned. That was a toy used to shoot dolls. It wasn't loaded with ammunition at all. We searched the entire bar. Other than the bullet in the deceased's head, there was no second bullet. Hattori Heiji looked at the bullet in the tray. How did they do this? That bar is one of the underground businesses under the Takashi Akashi conglomerate. Every guest that enters has to go through an inspection. Hattori Heiji put his hands in his pockets and frowned. His mind was in a mess. They can't even bring a lighter, so how did the murderer bring the bullet in? Hattori Heiji's mind was stuck in a deadlock. At that moment, the light above their heads exploded with a crash, scattering into countless pieces. What? Hattori Heiji was shocked, and he and the forensic doctor fell to the ground. The next second, all the lights in the autopsy room exploded, and the lights dimmed. What's going on? The white cloth on the female corpse suddenly floated up and slowly fell to the ground. Hattori Heiji. The forensic doctor. For some reason, he felt a chill in his heart. Hattori-kun, didn't you close the window when you came in? The forensic doctor asked softly. Hattori Heiji said dryly, isn't your autopsy room always sealed? As soon as he said that, the two of them could not help but look at each other. Suddenly, a chill ran down their spines. Their hair stood on end, and a chill crawled up their spines. Then the question was, how could there be wind in a fully sealed autopsy room? Hayes Ryota might look tall and strong, but he was actually as dumb as a husky. He seemed to have been scared out of his wits by the supernatural incident. With his parents out and his sister away, he tried his best to persuade Yijose to stay with him, even bowing at a standard 90-degree angle. Yijose scratched his head. Why don't you stay with your friend? I don't want to. Hayes Ryota explained pitifully, Xiao Heizi. My best friend has a spectral body. Spectral body. Yijose was startled and immediately became alert. Could it be that there was a heretic in this world? Yes, his presence is very low, and he comes and goes like a ghost. He's scarier than a female ghost. Hayes Ryota cried. I was scared by him for 3 years in junior high. Yijose was speechless. You've been suffering for 3 years. You're really fat. As for the other one, he's too dark. No. Hayes Ryota sobbed. Do you know? When you see him in the middle of the night, all you see is a singlet and a row of teeth floating in the air. Floating in the air. No. And the whites of his eyes, the whites of his eyes. Yijose was speechless. How fucking dark was it? An African chief. Other than these two, you must have other friends. The corner of Yijose's mouth twitched. There must be a normal one, right? No dash, Hayes Ryota said angrily. Shao Takashi Akashi is my friend, but he's more vicious than a ghost. That's not a problem, right? If he's more vicious than a ghost, won't he be able to protect you? No. He'll make me kneel in the toilet with a ghost until dawn. Yijose was speechless. Although he didn't know what to say, but... Hayes Ryota, you're indeed a talent. Only a talent could attract a large number of talents. Xiao Ziyuan won't do either. He only knows how to eat. Xiao Luomo won't do either. Even if he's a quack, he's even more cowardly than me. Hayes hugged Yijose's calf. Yikuin, I know it's presumptuous of me to say this, but please stay for a few days. Yijose was speechless. What else could he say? He could only stay. However, Hayes, there's something I want to confess to you. Yijose blinked and revealed a smile. The female ghost that scared you yesterday is in my room. Hayes was speechless. Oh, there's a ghost. Help. It was another familiar recipe, a familiar smell. Ryota Huangsei would never have thought that life was like a calculator step by step. He would hit the stupidest spot. A second ago, he was scared to death of the female ghost. The next second, he was dragged into the room by Yijose. He took out the poker cards he had prepared and started playing landlord with the female ghost. He sat cross-legged on one side of the low table. He could clearly see a faint shadow on his left. It flipped a few cards and danced up and down, losing one after another. Huangsei was speechless. Even ghosts know how to play cards nowadays. Working for 10 years is still work. I'll stay in the palace for one night. Yijose picked up the note and stuck it on the ghost's face. Hayes, don't be so nervous. If another ghost comes, we can still play mahjong. Huangsei said numbly, oh. This ghost lady has to go out later at midnight. Yijose was munching on melon seeds. She has to create a series of supernatural incidents to promote my appearance. Promote. If I don't send her to Buddhahood, she won't leave. Yijose shrugged helplessly. This is the only way. It is said that the detective who handled the case is in a dead end. This is a dead end. I have to talk to him through the mouth of the ghost. Huangsei calmed down. What are you going to do? Make a flashy appearance and settle everything. Yijose said, when the time comes, call a few more people to help me cheer. This is a supernatural phenomenon. If I go to the police station alone, I will be trapped there. Humans always panic about the unknown, and I may be out of luck. But if you call people, it will become a third party. The police can't go too far. Huangsei nodded and remained silent for a long time before asking, you? Who exactly are you? Me. I come from Zhongzhou, a disciple of the pure Yang Palace. Yijiosa's nostrils were in the air. Anyway, you're awesome. Don't worry. I'm here. Ghosts can't hurt you. Huang say. Somehow, she had an ominous premonition. At midnight, all the cards floating in the air fell to the ground. The window of the room was wide open and the curtains fluttered in the wind. The female ghost had already disappeared without a trace. That night, whether it was the bar that was being refurbished or the morgue, there were once again supernatural incidents of calling for you, bursting the lights for you. This went on for about 3 days. On this night, when the bar owner reported that there was a ghost, again, Hattori Heiji, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, followed a group of police officers to the scene of the crime. However, they didn't expect that in addition to the owner and the staff, there were actually a few tall teenagers in the bar. They were handsome and had different temperaments. The red-haired teenager sitting at the bar was expressionlessly shaking the glass in his hand. You are. Hattori Heiji was stunned. The bar is not open, you. I'm Akagi Seijiro. The teenager glanced at Huang Sei, his red and gold eyes staring at the detective in front of him. He smiled. Although this is one of the inconspicuous businesses under Takashi Akashi, for the sake of the group's reputation, I still want to come and take a look. Akagi Seijiro got up and smiled. After all, it's a murder case. It's just that I didn't expect. After so long, not only did we not catch the murderer, but it even made people panic. Hattori Heiji's face changed. In that case, Takashi Akashi, please go back. Next is our time to solve the case. No. Takashi Akashi looked up and stared at the flickering lights. I'm very curious, Hattori-kun. Do you think there really are ghosts in the world? Hattori Heiji's face became darker and darker. Takashi Akashi, you can't. Bang! Suddenly, a lamp exploded. Amidst the flying fragments, many people screamed and hid, but unexpectedly, the wine bottles on the bar table began to shake one after another. The atmosphere was extremely terrifying. Shao, Takashi Akashi. Takashi Akashi. Quiet. Akagi Seijiro frowned. Hand the place over to the police. He took a few steps forward and looked directly at Hattori Heiji's ugly face. Hattori-kun has deduced that the murderer is among the bar's staff. However, there are some parts that we can't figure out, so the case has been delayed for a long time. Today, I've brought everyone. Takashi Akashi turned around indifferently and looked at the row of people behind him. If possible, I hope the police can give us an explanation. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, his posture lazy and dangerous. You've been delayed for a long time. For this reason, in the underground business of Takashi Akashi, a total of 27 bars with the same name have been closed. The daily losses have reached a frightening figure. I've found the murderer, I've given you the time. Takashi Akashi's smile was like a sharp blade. If you haven't found the murderer, can I assume that Shinichi Kudo is indeed more capable than you? Damn it. Hattori Heiji suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. He walked towards the crowd and questioned them one by one. But at this moment, the bottles on the bar began to shake again. Even the lights made a zzz sound, flickering. Shao, Aoki. Shut up. I'm scared too. Aoki Dahue trembled. No. I'm not afraid of this. Huang Ase looked at him with trepidation. The lights kept flashing, and you appeared one moment, then disappeared the next. Did you get darker again? Aoki Dahue. Die. Huang Ase. Akagi Seijiro placed the wine glass on the table with a crisp click. He suddenly raised his eyes and stared straight at the door. He said coldly, "Who's playing tricks? Come out." He had a terrifying aura that could make people subconsciously submit to him. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gazes immediately focused on the door, staring straight at it. They saw a slim figure suddenly appear, and it was accompanied by a series of light footsteps that slowly approached. It was an extremely beautiful girl dressed in a blue and white robe. She held a long sword in her hand and looked at them with a smile. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, and there were dimples on her lips. There was a different kind of aura about her, as if she could block something invisible as long as she stood there. The moment she approached, everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere disappear, and even their bodies felt a lot more relaxed. Unconsciously, they let out a long sigh of relief. Yijiosa's eyes swept over the female ghost in the corner of the wall, and he glanced at Huang Ase without batting an eyelid. Finally, his eyes focused on Hattori Heiji. She smiled and asked, "Young man, have you played Pen Spirit before?" Hattori Heiji frowned. "Miss, if there's nothing else, please leave." "No." Yijiosa shook his head. "I'm here because there's a ghost here." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "There really is a ghost, and she's right here." Yijiosa pointed at his own eyes and showed his sincerity. "She wants to redress her grievances and tell you some information." Hattori Heiji turned his head and ignored him. He felt that Yijiosa was crazy. How could there be something in this world that science could not explain? How ignorant! He was about to ask his men to kick her out, but at that moment, Akagi Seijiro suddenly spoke. "You said there's a ghost." Takashi Akashi stared at Yijiosa. "Prove it to me. Prove it to others." "That's easy." Yijiosa suddenly chuckled. "Miss Ghost." A gust of chilly wind suddenly blew past, causing everyone to shiver. The female ghost slowly moved to Yijiosa's side and did not make a sound. "As for Hua Xia, there's a saying that she's possessed by a ghost. If I were to pass on your message, they would only think that I'm babbling nonsense and would not care about it. So, if it's possible, can you borrow someone's body to tell them of your existence?" The female ghost shivered and instinctively moved away from Takashi Akashi and Hattori Heiji. She started to wander among the crowd. She seemed to ponder for a long time, and finally floated to Huang Ace's side. The female ghost raised her hand and placed it on Huang Ace's shoulder. It was easier to do things with someone familiar. If she chose this young man, the rejection from the body would be smaller. Huang Ace. "Wait, wait. Why me? Stop. Stop." Instantly, Huang Ase Ryota was like the MVP of the show, attracting countless gazes. With a horrified expression, he swayed his buttocks on the stage in a charming posture that a tall young man would never have. He was clearly wearing a pair of leather shoes and a pair of casual pants, but he twisted his hips to give the impression that he was not wearing anything. Yijiosa was shocked. The next second, Huang Ase slowly raised his left hand on his waist, and slowly raised his right hand, like a snake, wrapped around the straight steel pipe in the middle of the stage. Abruptly, he raised his head, shook off his fluttering yellow hair, raised his slender and fair neck, and moved his body close to the steel pipe, shaking it in ecstasy. Aoki Dahue revealed a petrified expression. Hattori Heiji was stunned. Akagi Seijiro could not help but spit out a mouthful of sake. He spat out a mouthful of sake. He had completely thrown away the etiquette of the Takashi Akashi family. Yijiosa. He suddenly remembered that the female ghost was a beautiful stripper when she was alive. Wait. Wait. Stripper. Fuck. No. Oh my god. He looked up in horror and met Huang Ace's equally horrified gaze. In a split second, Huang Ace suddenly lifted his leg and threw off his shoes. He walked around the steel pipe seductively, his calves slightly hooked, and his waist bent seductively. The young man was at the prime of his 16th year. As a model, Huang Ace Ryota's appearance was the best of the best. When Huang Ace began to deliberately seduce people, not to mention the women, even the men thought that he was very beautiful. He twisted his hips and clamped the steel pipe tightly. Then, he stretched out his hand and moved down from his throat. Inch by inch, he unbuttoned one button after another, revealing his fair, strong chest, smooth and graceful abdominal muscles, and beautiful and charming mermaid lines. With a flick of his hand, he threw away his shirt, jumped, and spun on the steel pipe. He landed gracefully, as if his body was as light as a swallow. Then, he placed his hand on his belt. With a swoosh, he unbuckled his belt. His casual pants immediately got stuck at his crotch, giving off a feeling that he wanted to say something but didn't want to. His slender fingers stroked the top of his pants and gently pulled it off, revealing his round buttocks. In the blink of an eye, his pants fell to the ground. He was almost naked from head to toe, except for a pair of boxer shorts with a Mickey Mouse engraved on it. Yi Josa. Everyone. A Mickey Mouse. Huang Ace Ryota. We never expected you to have this kind of taste. Seeing that Huang Ace Ryota was about to continue stripping off, Yi Josa also started to panic. Fortunately, the female ghost came to her senses and preserved the last bit of her integrity for Huang Ace. She detached herself from Huang Ace's body and floated to Yi Josa's side. On the stage, Huang Ace leaned against the steel pipe with one hand on his waist. His face was pale. My waist. My waist. He glared at Yi Josa angrily. Didn't you say that no ghosts would hurt me? Yi Josa looked at the female ghost with a blank expression. The female ghost stammered, I accidentally used too much force. Yi Josa. You really are a fucking genius. However, after this incident, even Hattori Heiji was skeptical. He stared at Yi Josa and shook his head with great difficulty. I still don't believe it. I still don't believe it. How could this be? How could this be? Yi Josa slowly moved closer to him. So, do you want to play pen spirit? 5 minutes later, on the bar counter, a pen wobbled and spun on its own, leaving a faint mark on a piece of white paper. Aoki Dahue was stunned for 3 seconds and then fainted. Yi Josa was stunned. What fell? As he said that, he lowered his head and looked to his side, only to see a khaki vest. Yi Josa. He was so frightened that he jumped up and accidentally stepped on the ladder. His head hit the ceiling, and then he fell down with a howl, lying face down on the floor. Everyone. Yi Josa wiped the blood from his nose, got up with his dead fish eyes, and barely maintained his cool. I used too much force, and my meridians flowed in the opposite direction. I jumped to be free. As for bleeding, Yi Josa said seriously, it's just for luck. Everyone. He didn't give them time to react, and seized the opportunity to change the topic. Tell me, who is the murderer? The tip of the pen on the table moved, and a name was written crookedly. It was another stripper in the bar. At this moment, she was cowering in the corner, looking at them with fear and anger in her eyes. No. It's not me. She shouted at the top of her voice, she's a liar. She's pretending to be a ghost. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed her? Where's the evidence? Hattori Heiji pursed his lips and asked, I just want to ask one question. How was the bullet brought in? Hattori Heiji put his hands on the table. The inspection was very strict. The tip of the pen on the table trembled, as if it was suppressing extreme anger, and wrote down what the woman had done. She stuffed the bullet in her vagina. Hattori Heiji. The young detective's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Yi-Josa. Chapter 190. When the dust of this dog-like murder case settled, not to mention a group of atheist policemen, even someone as steady as Akaji Seijiro, revealed an expression of disbelief. They had been in a scientific environment for more than 10 years or decades. They had never used their brains to solve problems, they had used science to explain phenomena. But now, they were suddenly told that the world was paranormal, that demons were prevalent, and that they could rely on the pen spirit to solve the case. Who could bear it? Not to mention Akaji Seijiro. Just Hattori Heiji alone found it hard to accept. Scientific reasoning, logical application, experience summary, these methods of solving cases were all the capital that this young detective was proud of. He loved reasoning since he was young and aspired to become a detective. Ever since he entered high school. To find the real culprit for the countless dead and restore the truth. To assist the police in handling cases. All his success came from his own accumulation and hard work. Even if there was a famous Shinichi Kudo in Kanto, he would only feel the excitement of meeting his match instead of urgency, pressure, and abnormality. Hattori Heiji was a confident and independent person at the same time. He also had the right to be proud. But today, the unscientific event was really unfolding in front of him, like a basin of cold water falling on his head, completely cooling his heart. If the ghost could redress his grievances, then what was the need for a detective to do? There were so many old cases and unsolved mysteries accumulated in the police station. Did they only need a psychic witch to uncover the final truth? If that was the case, then what was his hard work worth? What was the dream of a famous detective? Hattori Heiji clenched his hands tightly into fists. His teeth were cold and angry, but he did not know what to say to express his emotions. He had seen it with his own eyes, and countless people had seen it with their own eyes. Ghosts existed. And they were so incompetent that even the ghosts could not stand it and chose to redress their grievances. During the rebellious period of teenagers, their emotions were the most likely to go to extremes. Especially when they wanted to prove their worth, they often attached great importance to the results. Not only did Yi-Josa notice Hattori Heiji's abnormality, even the female ghost noticed it. Now that he had found the real culprit, his wish was fulfilled. The ghost had to return to the Yellow Springs and enter the cycle of reincarnation to start a new life. However, before she left, the female ghost bowed deeply to them and wrote, "Thank you," on the white paper with the tip of the pen. Then, she turned into pale golden light spots and dissipated in the air. Huang Sei was taken aback. She was at a complete loss. Although he hated the female ghost for possessing his body without his consent, he never wanted her to disappear. Seeing that the other party had completely dispersed, he suddenly felt hesitant. She became a Buddha. Yi-Josa patted Huang Sei's shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. If you don't have an obsession, why stay in the human world? The bar was very quiet, as though it had become a one-man show for Yi-Josa. However, he walked towards Hattori Heiji and gave the initiative to the young man who had contributed the most. She has always been very grateful for what you have done. Yi-Josa's tone softened, but he sounded very solemn. Every night, she would guard her own body, and every night, she would see you next to her body. Hattori Heiji's expression changed slightly, and his eyes gradually focused. She has caused you trouble, right? Yi-Josa smiled. She would suddenly turn off the lights. But she has no ill intentions. She just wants to urge you to rest. But what is this? Hattori Heiji gritted his teeth. Am I wasting my energy? He had spent day and night analyzing, collecting information, and locking onto the culprit, but in the end, all his efforts had been overturned. How could he not be angry? You can't say that. How can you deny your own value? Yijiosa looked him in the eye and said calmly, in a society ruled by law, to convict someone, we need evidence. How can a ghost produce evidence? What evidence can I give you? Just like now, even if so many people have seen the existence of the pen spirit, how many people in the world will believe it? They will only think that it's some advanced magic trick. Solving cases and redressing grievances all require evidence, and your role is irreplaceable. Yijiosa continued, every case involves the future, lives, interests, and fairness of countless people. Only a proper organization can determine a person's guilt or innocence. I'm just speaking on behalf of the ghost, and you are the true representative of justice. Hattori Heiji was stunned. The frustration and injustice in his heart slowly faded, and the emotions that welled up again. He was actually a little embarrassed from the compliment. He turned his head away, pressed down on the brim of his hat, and did not say a word. Puberty is such a proud and awkward age. If not for the experience in his previous life, Yijiosa would not have been able to read other people's minds. For example, Huang Sei was a single-celled paramecium, the man in the black vest was a fake macho man with the heart of a real girl, and the red-haired man with the pair of eyes was an arrogant sociopath. Hattori Heiji, on the other hand, was a hot-blooded young man with excessive self-esteem and a strong desire to win. It was easy to coax people, but it was difficult to make one's own existence reasonable. When Hattori Heiji gave a long speech, spitting out evidence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the other stripper collapsed to the ground, unable to get up again. It was just a woman's jealousy, but as time passed, jealousy became deep resentment. Step by step, her resentment even reached the point where the other party had to die. The police took the murderer away, but Hattori Heiji did not let Yijiosa go. He turned to interrogate him about his identity. Yijiosa opened his mouth, and the story was all made up. With a flip of his lips, he turned from an unregistered citizen to an expert who lived in seclusion in the mountains for 100 years. I'm from the Central Continent, an elite disciple of the Kunlun remnant clan, the Pure Yang Palace. Yijiosa seriously added gold to himself, I'm skilled in martial arts. Not only can I tear the tiles from the roof, but I can also go down and push down walls. I can go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. I can go down to the sea and talk mouth to mouth with a tortoise. Hattori Heiji. Tortoise, what is a tortoise? I can read fortunes, see peach blossoms, predict good or bad luck, avoid evil spirits. I can choose the day of a wedding, buy lottery tickets, choose a place to build a building, start a business, and do feng shui. I'm good at it all. Akagi Sijiro. His emperor's eye had seen through everything. The woman in front of him could do nothing but talk nonsense. Huang Sei. Although she was beautiful, as he got to know her better, his favorable impression of her gradually dropped to zero. The reason why it did not become negative was because she was too beautiful. Her face was good, so he should forgive her, but why did she come up with so much nonsense? Yijiosa tried to sell himself to Hattori Heiji. So, if I'm so capable, will your police station still accept me? Hattori Heiji. He was the one who wanted to get information from her, but why was he not saying a word now and even being led into a ditch by her? Was she really not a health product salesperson? Really, I don't ask for much. Yijiosa sold himself very quickly. Give me a legal identity and allow me to set up a stall on the bridge to earn some extra money. That's it. I can also help you solve cases. You really don't want to sign one. Everyone. This seemed like a good deal. But somehow, something felt wrong. Naturally, Yi Jiosa would not stay at Huang Sei's house for long. Even if Huang Sei did not mind, he could not bear an adult like himself having to rely on a young man for food. Moreover, Huang Sei had a family. If they came back as an outsider, he would be in an awkward situation. After all, he and Huang Sei did not have a romantic relationship. Even if they were just friends, it would be a little overboard. It was only a matter of time before he moved out, but he was an unregistered person with an unknown identity. If he was an unregistered person, how could he rent a house? Was he supposed to sleep on the streets or in the park? It was a pain that life could not bear. If it weren't for Hattori Heiji, he would have had to go to the famous suicide forest in Japan, build a house on a tree, and sleep. Yi Jiosa did not go home with Huang Sei. Before he left, he quietly took out a gold chain from his backpack and stuffed it into Huang Sei's waistband as a lodging fee. He waved goodbye to them and went to the police station with Hattori Heiji. However, he did not expect that Hattori Heiji was a workaholic. Without saying a word, he brought him into the file room and placed a stack of old cases in front of him. "This is what we will be working on next," Hattori Heiji said in a businesslike manner. "I will help you solve the problem of your identity, but at the same time, please do something within your power." The young man leaned against the wall and said, "Since you have a special ability, use it to the fullest. I have aspired to be a detective since I was young." Hattori Heiji looked at her and said, "The more I come into contact with it, the more I understand the loopholes in the law and the unfairness of Japanese society. I know it is not perfect, not complete, and that it will take decades or even hundreds of years to change." Hattori Heiji exhaled. "But as long as I am alive, I want to change it with my own hands. Hey, are you willing to help me?" "Oh." Yi Jiosa was speechless. He understood the logic, but here came the question. How did this young man's verbal skills evolve to Mahayana in just 2 short hours? Could it be? Could it be that he was this world's son of Providence, the man of destiny, and the male lead, Tom Su? Yi Jiosa felt that he had found the truth. In the previous world, he found the male lead, Conical Zero, who struggled to fight back and slap his face. In this world, he met the male lead, Hattori Heiji, who had a heart of justice and wanted to change the world. He understood. As long as he found the person who was against the male lead, his mission would be completed. Yi Jiosa thought about it calmly and analyzed it carefully. The truth would be revealed in minutes. What kind of enemies could a male lead who aspired to be a detective provoke? According to the interpretation of detective dramas, the male lead's nemesis was usually a corrupt political tiger, a drug trafficking organization that had done many evil deeds, an underworld force that had been entrenched for many years, and a sinister and cunning instigator of unsolved cases. Yi Jiosa rubbed his face as he stared at the pile of old cases in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. Very good. He would let him see which villains were causing trouble in these old cases. He took the top file and flipped through it page by page. Yi Jiosa's serious and responsible work attitude surprised Hattori Heiji quite a bit. He thought that she would complain, but he did not expect her to be so cooperative. His parents had a lot of connections, so it was not difficult for them to get someone to give him a fake identity. However, Hattori Heiji did not expect that before Yi Jiosa's fake identity was completed, she would have a younger brother. At noon the next day, Yi Jiosa came to him with a flattering smile, leading a group of dogs and an albino teenager. The teenager was about 11 or 12 years old. His body had already grown taller, and his lines were smooth and full of strength, giving him an obscure and powerful aura. He had a head of pure white shoulder-length hair, a pair of clear emerald eyes, and skin as white as mudden fat jade. If it was not for the cold aura around him, he would be a delicate and beautiful young boy. He stood behind Yijiosa with 8 dogs of different sizes, coldly watching the people coming and going, alert and vigilant. With just one look, Hattori Heiji's heart skipped a beat. He could not tell what kind of feeling it was, but he was sure. Heat smelled, a strong murderous aura and the smell of blood on the teenager. This was a temperament that ordinary people would never have. He believed in his own judgment. Let me introduce you, this is my younger brother, Freedom of the Waves. Yijiosa pointed at Kimimaro, his expression softened, and he rubbed his head. He is special like me, and will be a very good assistant. After that, Yijiosa introduced Hattori Heiji to Kimimaro. It was only when Yijiosa acknowledged Hattori Heiji that Kimimaro finally looked at him in the eye. In his heart, he gave him a position. This is someone under the protection of His Excellency, so he had to be familiar with him. Otherwise, he might accidentally kill him in the future. Hattori Heiji shuddered inexplicably. After the unimportant greetings, Yijiosa smiled and took the man and the dogs away. After a long time, Hattori Heiji realized that the number of people he had to deal with had increased from 1 to 2. After coming down from Mount Fuji, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Saishomaru was too lazy to maintain his human form, so he simply changed back to White Firewood's appearance. Therefore, Kimimaro led the group of dogs through the busy city, stayed in the forest, and traveled for a long time before they finally found Yijiosa's whereabouts. Along the way, they had almost figured out the composition and threat level of this world. When they saw Yijiosa, they finally came to a conclusion: the person with the highest degree of danger in the known world was still the owner. Other than the owner, who was an unscientific existence, the world was also divided into the human world and the netherworld. However, the two were clearly separated and would never cross over. However, due to their appearance, this line was slightly blurred. After all, whether it was Gilgamesh or Aizen, Jia Iren, Coal Manganese, Cowardly Tuelang, Mei Yen, Ko, Gunshot Between Blades, equals whether it was Saishomaru or 9 Orchid Flower, to put it nicely, they were monsters and vampires, to put it bluntly. They were all creatures that had become spirits, whether it was Uchiha Madara or Yoshio Sakura, to put it nicely, they were ninjas and onmyoji, to put it bluntly. They were all superhumans that did not exist in science other than Shinichi Kudo and the unidentified puppy. When they walked in the human world, as they inhaled and exhaled power, they would inevitably gradually change some of the magnetic field. And what would happen after the magnetic field changed, no one knew. Yijiosa sold some jewelry through Hattori Heiji. As a female, it was not strange for him to take some of his valuables and sell them, and it would not attract the attention of others. After getting the first sum of money, Yijiosa rented a house and settled down. However, he was very experienced in taking care of dogs, but it was a bit difficult to take care of Kimimaro. Kimimaro's strength was off the charts, but his personality was really cold. Yijiosa had also tried to let him enroll in school, but in the end, because of his transfer, Kimimaro could not continue his studies. And Kimimaro's understanding of the world also stopped at the stage of ninja education. The age of a teenager was a critical period for him to change his worldview. Yijiosa raised him like a son, so naturally, he was worried about his physical and mental health and future development. He really hoped that Kimimaro could become a four-halves youth. Just then, Hattori Heiji returned from Osaka to Kanagawa, and told Yijiosa that because of the need to solve the case, they would be transferred to Tokyo. Tokyo. Yijiosa flipped through the file, and stroked White Firewood, but the case I'm investigating now is in Kanagawa. Wouldn't going to Tokyo be a waste of time? Hattori Heiji shook his head. We have to go to Tokyo. The devil that has been on the run for 3 years has appeared again. Devil? A serial killer. Hattori Heiji frowned. It's not me who took this case, it's Kudo. But he seems to be planning to change careers, and he doesn't even intend to continue the case. Dogs looked up at him, especially Corgi, whose whole body was bristling. Let me briefly explain. This time, when we go to Tokyo, we will be randomly assigned to different schools. Hattori Heiji said, the devil is a high IQ murderer, and he specifically targets students, especially junior high and high school students, regardless of gender. 3 years ago, he committed 6 crimes, and when he discovered that the police were chasing him, he fled. Today, 3 years later, he couldn't stand it anymore and committed another crime. Hattori Heiji pressed down on the brim of his cap. Yesterday at 6:10 p.m., a high school student returned home after finishing his work, and he disappeared at an intersection without surveillance. This morning, at around 5:30 a.m., the boss of the ramen shop went out to take out the garbage, and he found his dismembered body in the garbage bin. The crime method is exactly the same as 3 years ago. The murderer even provoked the police by carving a word on the arm of the body, "We'll be back." Hattori Heiji sneered, and his eyes flashed with anger. It was obvious that he was furious. Yijiosa closed the file, packed his things, and prepared to go to Tokyo. He no longer worried about Kimimura's education. With the police's arrangements, there was no need to worry about not being able to enter school. But Yijiosa had overlooked one thing. Kimimura was much taller than his peers, and this led to a mistake in the arrangement. This kid was not sent to the central part of China. Instead, he was sent to the higher education department. Yijiosa looked at his Tongguang College admission notice, and then looked at Kimimura's Sirin High School admission notice. He fell into deep thought. Can Kimimura keep up with the high school curriculum? No, this is not right. Can he keep up with the curriculum? At this moment, Yijiosa recalled the fear of being dominated by Japanese history. Hattori Heiji went to Saitaku High School as an exchange student. Although they were not in the same place, they were all in Tokyo. They rented a house in the same building, and it was convenient for them to exchange information at night. The police did not dare to alert the devil. 3 years ago, they had only made a small move, and the devil had slipped away. This time, they were very careful. They pretended to search in the wrong direction, but in fact, they had planted informants in all the high schools. June. Freedom. Remember, do not fight in school. Yijiosa said worriedly, it's against the law to kill people. Kimimura nodded solemnly, yes, I will try not to kill people. Hattori Heiji was speechless. So this kid is so cruel. No, no. What does he mean by try not to kill people? Hattori Heiji got on the bus and went to Saitaku High School with a broken worldview. He did not know that Kimimura jumped down at a very fast speed and ran to Sirin High School. Yijiosa thought for a moment. He did not plan to lock the dogs at home, so he ordered them to line up and follow him to Tongguang High School. After a long time, Yijiosa put on the sailor suit again. He did not feel uncomfortable at first. But after entering the campus, he still felt uncomfortable. Because he happened to run into the man in the black leather vest who scared him to the ceiling that night, Auntie Qingfeng. Oh, no, Dahue Qingfeng. At that time, the black-skinned man was grabbing the tie of a tall boy and scolding him fiercely, "Hey, you harassed Wiuel last night, right?" The black-skinned man's aura was too strong and frightening, like a fierce beast that would devour anyone it touched. Many people around him moved away. A charming girl with pink hair tried to stop the fight, but was pushed away by the black-skinned man. So what? The boy who was being grabbed by the tie sneered, "She's pretty, I want to touch her." It's that simple. Bang dash, the next second, the black-skinned man punched the boy to the ground. The boy, who was obviously strong, fought back fiercely and did not give in. The surrounding students screamed, and the people on the ground rolled together. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Wiyue tried to stop the fight, but the two of them were too violent. The wind from their fists brushed past her cheek, and the strength of the men's bodies directly knocked her back. Wiyue screamed. She thought that she would fall badly, but she fell into a soft embrace. She looked up and saw Yi-Jose's beautiful but gloomy face. Are you okay? Yi-Jose frowned and glanced at the girl's cheek. There was a long red line on her fair face, and it was very glaring. I'm fine. Yes, but I have something to do. Yi-Jose revealed a sinister smile, and coldly glanced at the two boys who were fighting fiercely. Very good. One is harassing a girl and doesn't care, the other is using his fists and doesn't care. Really, really good. Yi-Jose coldly stood up straight and clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Guzi, who was beside him, knew that something big had happened and quickly scattered. Only the confused Sephiroth poked his head out of her bag, and was about to see what was going on. Uchiha Madara found his conscience and came back. He quickly pulled Sephiroth out and hid under the wall with his colleagues, ready to quietly eat melon seeds. The next moment, Yi-Jose suddenly burst out, lifted his hand, and grabbed Aokamine Dahue's collar, and slammed him to the ground. Before the black-skinned guy could curse, he shoved off his shoes, picked up the smelly black bread, and stuffed it into Aokamine Dahue's mouth. Aokamine Dahue. Fuck. It was not over yet. Yi-Jose kicked the tall and strong guy, and with a backhand, he grabbed his tie, and with an unstoppable momentum, he threw the guy into the trash can at the side. Seeing that the guy was unrepentant, he propped his body up from the trash, and even took out a folding knife from his trouser pocket, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. A high school student carrying a knife to school, and harassing after school. Amazing. Yi-Jose could not help but sneer, and roared, prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. Freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. The dogs under the wall shivered, and in an instant, like an army, all of them looked at Yi-Jose. Bite him for me. Dogs. Bite, should I bite him? That guy just climbed out of the trash. Bite. Aizen Wang said, do you remember the pain of being pressed into the toilet bowl and beaten by the owner? Dogs. Woof 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 dash. Chapter 191. Until a long time later, the hooligans of Tongwang Academy could still recall the fear of being dominated by the king of 10,000 dogs. They would also dream of it in the middle of the night, awakened by the barking of a dog. If God would give them a chance to start all over again, they just wanted to go back to the time before the incident. They said to their former selves, study hard, stay away from dogs. If they wanted to add a level to this maxim, they would choose to recite the core values of socialism and become the security personnel who would help sweep the floor, sprinkle water, take out the trash, and stop fights in the eyes of the community aunties. Instead of being like this, they had rushed forward to help their boss get back at them, but they were beaten up by a group of dogs. They had never seen such a terrifying and humane dog. They had a tacit understanding and extraordinary skills. Their speed was so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye. Whether it was a group fight or a one-on-one fight, they were elusive and disciplined, completely like a well-trained army. Their boss took out his knife, but before he could show his might, he was dragged by a pitch-black Tibetan Mastiff. Then, they saw their boss fly into the air as light as a swallow. He was thrown into the trash can by a dog. That was not the end. They saw their boss become braver and braver as he dug out the trash with a ferocious look in his eyes. In the next second, a large wave of dogs swarmed up, their hooves trampled on him. They trampled him into the ruins again. Their boss, the ruffian king of Tonghuang, was now like a good man who had been bullied. His body was covered with red, swollen, and purple marks, and even his school uniform was full of footprints. In the end, they found that the group of dogs raised their feet to dig up the dust, soil, and garbage, and buried the boss like a pile of shit. The Tibetan Mastiff even, considerately, flipped over the trash can and worked together with its companions to put the trash can on the boss's head. At this moment, the wind stopped, the clouds stopped, the onlookers were silent, and the hooligans and ruffians were shocked. They seemed to hear the sound of glasses breaking, the sound of coughing after drinking milk tea, the screams of makeup being touched and broken, and the gasps of the straight-A students. When countless people's eyes focused on them, and their eyes revealed the message, "So this is all you are," the hooligans trembled, feeling that they could not bear the pain of being looked down upon. That was enough. Such a world. Such a filthy world that made them feel pain. As expected, it was still destruction. Today, they were going to turn Huang Tong Huang into the battlefield of the holy war to wash away the humiliation they had suffered and redeem themselves. Bastard! I will make you pay the price. Our Oshima group will never admit defeat. As if a small universe had exploded, the gangsters ignited their fighting spirit and shouted a hot-blooded slogan. Do you think you can make us surrender by doing this? I'm telling you. Impossible. Even for someone like me, there are things that I will protect with my life. Charge. For the honor of our Oshima group. Small. Father Kankomatsu. It was a blur. Undress. Crunchy. If this were a Shonen Jump manga, it would definitely be a hot-blooded high school battle of faith. But in front of Yijioza, he felt that not only did they need Professor Yang's electric shock treatment, but they also needed to copy Marx's introduction and brainwash them. I'm begging like crazy. Is the discipline of Japanese high schools so bad? It was school time, and they had not yet entered the after-school instance of "see you on the field after school," but this group of scumbags had already started a team battle and were so unscrupulous. And they wanted to teach him a lesson. He would let them understand that even if they were shouting slogans, their lines were so pale. Yijioza commanded the dog and said energetically, "Go, Pikachu. The Xiongnu have not been destroyed, how can we call ourselves home? Those who offend our dog mouth group will be killed no matter how far away they are. Dogs. Owner, please shut up. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a mad dog?" Yijioza felt that he was awesome. It had been so many years since he graduated, but he still had not returned the classical knowledge to his Chinese teacher. What a delightful thing to celebrate. He was indeed a talent that was praised by his Chinese teacher for being eloquent and suitable for multi-level marketing. I'd rather betray the dogs of the world than let the dogs of the world betray me. Yijioza pointed forward, his eyes burning. How can I allow those who do not hand in their homework to sleep soundly beside my bed? Destroy them. Dogs. The most basic trust between dogs came to an end here. In order to stop the owner from blabbering, Uchiha Madara took the lead and used Iron Dog Overhead to hit the abdomen of the leader, then used Mad Dog Divine Leg to sweep the calf of the next victim, and finally used Mad Dog Roar to scare 3 people away, successfully achieving pentakill. As a dog that had ascended to the heavens, Aizen's realm was naturally different. He used Tengu's Smile to give the enemy a 5-second confusion buff, then used Soaring as a Dog to leap up, achieving the feat of repeatedly jumping over the enemy's heads, giving them multiple confusion buffs. Finally, he harvested the fruits of his labor and used Dog Bewitchment to cause the enemy to kill each other under the influence of the buff, achieving the awesome Apotheosis achievement. And among all the dogs, the one who performed the best was none other than Gilgamesh as the legendary hero king. He regained his confidence in this fight and regained the dignity of a king. Without saying a word, he went up and did a fat dog roll, knocking the enemy's 200-pound sumo wrestler to the ground. He activated the sharp as a dog skill. As an agile fatty, he dashed left and right, rampaging through everything like a well-equipped tank, crushing countless enemies. His battle record was remarkable. With him leading the way, the evil friends behind him could keep moving forward, using their dog hooves to poke a red mark on the enemy's face. A free-for-all lasted for a minute, but it took 2 hours to change one's worldview. On the first day Yijiosa arrived at the school, not only did he eliminate the evil forces of Emperor Tong, but he also made a name for the Dog Mouth Group. For this, he successfully attracted the attention of all the teachers and students in the school, making the principal move to tears to welcome him into the office, where he was punished to stand and listen to the lecture for the whole afternoon. However, Yijiosa was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He recommended bawang shampoo to Baldy Chang. Oh no, to the principal who worked so hard that he became bald, and offered baldy hair growth essence as a form of filial respect. The principal was grateful to the new student for being able to correct his mistakes and for being smart, so he earnestly taught him to study hard, which made him feel free to go home. Yijiosa expressed his deep gratitude. Because of his love and sincerity to Emperor Tong, he showed his loyalty to the principal and applied for the position of the discipline committee, determined to build Tonghuang Academy into a prosperous and powerful global village. The principal felt that this student was righteous, not only had a strong fist, but also had a precious pure heart. He was the pride of the entire Tonghuang Academy. Yijiosa held the power of the discipline commission. He received a full set of textbooks and declared his ambition to build a new socialist countryside. Then, he returned to the teaching building safely with the lackeys who had been eyeing the principal's office. The principal let out a long sigh of relief, took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his excitement, then picked up a stick that was installed on the side, and beat the delinquents who were kneeling in the corridor. Momoi Wuyue, who was completely forgotten in the corner, said, "We were the cause of the incident, but why did it have nothing to do with me in the end?" Aobo Dahue, who was also forgotten in the corner, said, Maybe the light in the corner is not enough, so he can't see me." Momoi Wuyue was speechless. "You know your own limits, idiot." While Yijiosa became famous after a single battle, Kimimaro in the other room lived the ordinary life of a person with superpowers, and developed an old heart that looked at the world in a Buddhist way. As an awesome ninja who had awakened the atavistic bone vein, Kimimaro had been other people's child since he was young. He just had to integrate into the life of an ordinary person, and he would be able to perfectly complete the task assigned by the adults and become an excellent, healthy, and gentle teenager. For example, he had to maintain a smile and treat a group of seniors who were in their teens gently. No matter how noisy they were, he couldn't pull out his ribs and stab them. "Babe-kun, why is your hair white?" Kimimaro smiled. "Albinism." Everyone. Babe-kun, why is your finger bone protruding a little?" It seems like it's elongated." Kimimaro pressed the bone back into place and smiled. "Bone hyperplasia." Everyone. "Babe-kun, your eyes are so beautiful, like jade. You're a mixed blood, right? Which country's genes did you mix with?" Kimimaro maintained his smile. "Alien." Everyone. "Babe-kun, you really know how to joke." Kimimaro's eyes turned into crescents as he smiled. "Yes, I'm very humorous." Everyone. "So cold." Unfortunately, Kimimaro was excessively handsome, and for the sake of his face, no matter what he said or did, they would unconditionally forgive him. It was just dry humor, and they could accept it. "Babe-kun, can I invite you to have lunch together?" Someone raised his lunchbox. "It's almost lunchtime." "Right, today is that special day." "Special day?" You don't know, do you? Today, the school is providing luxurious bread, Iberia. Iberia was a famous item from Siren High School. It was a luxurious bread that was provided at specific times. It was filled with vegetables, fruits, barbecued meat, and other delicacies. Paired with condiments, it was a sumptuous feast. Whenever it was time to provide Iberia, the supply would be packed. Many times, luxurious bread was in short supply. Only those with outstanding stamina, ability, and combat strength were worthy of it. As he spoke, the person put down his lunchbox, stood up on his chair, and roared, "Today, we must eat Iberia. We must snatch it from the neighboring classes Vulcan and Kuriko Tetsuya. We must trample on the basketball department that always eats Iberia. Yes. Class rep. Kimimaro." In a class like this, he couldn't even maintain a smile. However, it was good to snatch the bread with them. After all. Kimimaro looked down at the empty drawer. There was no lunchbox there. He remembered that adults were used to stuffing dog food in their bags and never food. In other words, adults wouldn't be able to eat lunchboxes for lunch today. In this way, he had to get 2 sets of Siren's Iberia. With his speed, he could still rush to deliver rations to adults before class. When it was time for lunch, Yijiosa realized that apart from the dog food, there was only a bottle of goat's milk left in his bag. The corner of his mouth twitched. He tore apart the dog food to feed the dog and fed some goat's milk to the puppy. Patriotism. Then, he ran to the food store to pick up 3 boxes of lunchboxes and said goodbye to the dogs waiting under the tree. "I'm going to Siren." He forgot to prepare a lunchbox for Kimimaro. Although he gave the child a lot of change, he also knew what kind of temper Kimimaro had. The child valued him too much. Whether he gave him a necklace or money, he would put it away as if it was a treasure. He would rather starve than spend a penny. On normal days, he would still have some wild meals. Now that he was at school, could he rely on army ration pills? What a headache. Lunchboxes had an extraordinary significance in Japan. Eating lunchboxes together was the key to improving friendship between peers. It was fine that Kimimaro forgot about this, but how could he also forget about it? Yijiosa left in a hurry, but he forgot about the second point. In Japan, not only was there attention paid to eating lunchboxes, but there was also attention paid to attending elective classes. Japan attached importance to the main course, but it also attached importance to the side courses. Even the country attached great importance to youth club activities classes. Even university admission of new students had to look at the other party's club activities class results. Therefore, not long after he left, the class committee member took a stack of club registration forms and looked for Yijiosa inside and out. Unbeknownst to him, his anxious appearance fell into the eyes of a group of dogs and attracted the attention of the big shots. "What is that stack of papers?" "Club registration form." Edogawa Corgi explained. "Every university has its own characteristic club. Students can choose to join according to their hobbies. Club activities can highlight a person's strengths and advantages." Saishomaru suddenly asked, "What types of clubs are there?" Edogawa Corgi thought for a while and said, "There's a wide range of types. There should be everything." Uchiha Madara immediately made up his mind. The owner should learn etiquette. It's useless. Aizen had already seen through everything. The 4 maple houses in Soul World have worked hard for a month to no avail. Do you think ordinary people can control the owner? Uchiha Madara fell into silence. Yoshi Asakura thought for a moment and said, "Flower arrangement. It can also cultivate one's character." 9 Orchid Flower let out a long sigh and said, "Let those flowers go. She won't be able to graduate." Yoshi Asakura fell into silence. Aizen suggested, "Is there a reading club?" Edogawa Corgi glanced at him and said indifferently, do you think the owner will read serious books? There are even pictures of playboys and actresses on her bed. Aizen fell into silence. 9 Orchid Flower swung his tail and said softly, how about learning the piano? For example, a piano. She probably won't smash such an expensive thing. Music can cleanse a person's heart. She will become quiet and gentle when she comes into contact with musical instruments. Uchiha Madara rubbed his claws and said, before she finishes learning, we'll be the unlucky ones. 9 Orchid Flower fell into silence. Seeing this, Idagawa Corgi could only say, Kendo Club. She's used to using swords, so it's better to join the Kendo Club. Aizen smiled and said, in the future, you can stab a dog to death with a sword, Idagawa Corgi fell into silence. Dogs couldn't negotiate. Patriotism, the puppy in the backpack, popped its head out and looked at them curiously with its black eyes. Sephiroth realized that ever since he became a dog, he could actually understand what dogs were saying. They had meetings every day, and there was only one main point of the meeting, how to turn the owner into an elegant, intellectual, and well-mannered noble lady. Sephiroth thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible. All the women he had met were capable of fighting and resisting. Some women would explode, and even Genesis couldn't handle them. Whether it was his adoptive mother, birth mother, a princess from a certain country, Claude's female companion, or a female warrior from a certain place, none of them were easy to deal with. Aren't all women like this? Elegant, intellectual, and well-mannered. They don't exist at all. Dogs discussed for a while, and they even thought of the swimming club, but thinking of the owner's terrifying chest, they rejected the proposal. Finally, Saishomaru stretched out his paw and drew on the ground, this. Dogs focused their gazes, dance club. It seemed feasible. Then the problem was, as a group of dogs, how could they sign her up without the owner's permission? Uchiha Madara stared with his Sharingan, and Aizen's mirrored moon also began to move. Siren, Iberia Supply Point, a sea of people. There were simply too many people. Looking over, all he could see was a dense mass of heads. It was impossible to see who was who. Iberia Supply Point was overwhelmed by the sea of people, and not even the corners of the tables could be seen. Kimimaro stood outside the crowd and watched their class leader being thrown out like a rag, and saw dozens of tall students being trampled into biscuits, and found that delicate girls were squeezed until their clothes were disheveled, and their makeup was ruined. At this moment, even Kimimaro had one word overflowing in his mind, terrifying, Bo Wind Kuin. The class leader cried like a warrior who died in a village battle, I didn't expect you to see this kind of tragedy on your first day here. Sorry, we're useless. We didn't get Iberia. We didn't welcome you with the grandest ceremony. Sob, class leader. Everyone cried, sorry. Bo Wind Kuin, did you see that? The class leader pushed up her glasses and faced the sun with tears streaming down her face. Even useless otakus like us have things we want to protect. Kimimaro. Do you have to have so many scenes? Bo Wind Kuin. Quiet. Kimimaro took a deep breath and kept smiling. You really want Iberia, right? Yes. Give me the money. Kimimaro spat out a mouthful of air. Perhaps it was because his aura was too strong, or his face was too handsome, but the group of boys and girls stared at him dumbly and took out the money. Wait here. As soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, he kicked off the ground and flew up. In an instant, he landed on the wall like a swallow and spun in the air, as if he had turned into a flying Kuenpeng. He climbed up to the second floor in 2 or 3 steps and ran along the narrow guardrail at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the boys and girls widened their eyes and mouths, staring at Kimimaro's movements as if they were looking at a Superman. They held their breaths and didn't blink for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, Kimimaro lightly tapped on the guardrail and flew down like countless hot-blooded messiahs, landing at the designated spot with a loud bang, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. Black school uniform, flying white hair, a delicate face, and cold eyes. The young man dug out his pocket and threw down a considerable amount of money. His red lips opened slightly. 14 portions. In an instant, the whole place was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. 14 portions. Although the battle for Iberia was indeed a battle where the strong were respected, 14 portions was too much. I don't accept this. Someone in the crowd roared. Kimimaro gave him a cold look. Killing intent overflowed. This was a power that high school students living in a peaceful era couldn't bear. The surrounding people immediately went silent out of fear, and Kimimaro held up 14 portions of Iberia. He had become a true winner in life, standing at the top of the food chain in Siren High School. Wow, so handsome. Windswept Lord. You're the pride of our class. Outside the crowd, the bold boys and girls cheered excitedly. Kimimaro turned around with Iberia in his arms, but his gaze uncontrollably shifted into the distance, and even his pupils slightly widened. Under the shade of a tree outside the crowd, Yijiosa smiled at him with 3 boxes of bento in her arms. She pointed at the cheering boys and girls with one hand, and pointed at him with the other, giving him a thumbs up. Instantly, Kimimaro froze on the spot. He stared straight at Yijiosa, and the corners of his lips rose, revealing a sincere smile without any haze. The white-haired young man smiled sincerely under the sun, as if he was an angel that had fallen to the world. Unbelievably beautiful. Kimimaro jumped down from the sales point and walked out. But not long after, the person who had loudly opposed him suddenly blocked his way. The person hesitated for a moment, then stuffed the Iberia into his arms, blushed, and whispered, "Since you like it so much, you can eat it." Kimimaro was speechless. The people he met didn't seem to be normal people. Yijiosa and Kimimaro shared the bento and Iberia, and when they returned to Emperor Tonghuang, the afternoon classes had already begun. He finally got through the most painful Japanese history class, and slept through the simplest math class. When he woke up, he realized that it was already time for school to end in the evening. But he really didn't expect that he would be notified to join some nuisance club. Most importantly, which bastard signed him up for a dance club? Seriously, as a man, the only thing he was good at was repeated horizontal jumps. Learning to dance. Oh my God, spare him. But the club had already applied, and it couldn't be changed without a special reason. Yijiosa could only pack up his things and sign up bitterly. Who knew that there would be so many girls in this club? His depressed mood was instantly lifted, and he completely came back to life. The president of the dance club was a high school senior with fair skin and long legs. She was filled with the aura of a ballet artist. She gently asked Yijiosa, "Have you learned to dance?" Yijiosa answered dryly, "No." "Don't be nervous." She smiled gently, "Do you have any kind of dance that you want to learn?" "I've dabbled in most of them, so I should be able to teach you." Yijiosa was speechless. He really couldn't think of any kind of dance. Why were there different kinds of dance? He racked his brains for a long time and suddenly thought of a dance name. His eyes lit up, and he was excited. Striptease. The senior was speechless. Chapter 192. Learning dance from Yijiosa was like a fish that had been washed ashore. Other than jumping blindly, he really didn't know anything. Fortunately, his body was like a cheat after activating the 7-Show-2 inner body. Not only was it flexible and soft, but it could also bend down and do splits. Because of his good foundation, his basic skills could be considered excellent. As long as he remembered the music beat, he could make his debut in the C position. Yijiosa matched the beat, twisting and twisting with a group of beautiful girls, twisting until his heart was in full bloom and his face was full of smiles. He didn't know which wise hero had signed up for the dance club for him. He was really the beacon of light in his life, the benefactor in his life. Looking at the group of fresh and tender girls around him, Yijiosa suddenly felt that he was 10 years younger. Even his single dog heart that couldn't beat, the old deer started to run around again. Until today, Yijiosa didn't expect to achieve a lily ending. However, being able to dance with the girls made his heart feel at ease. If it was a few years ago, he would still have the face to fantasize about the life of picking up girls. But a few years had passed. After calculating the age of his 2 lifetimes, Yijiosa really felt that it was very painful to pick up a girl. His age was more than 1 round older than them. And when he completed the mission and reached the target, then he would realize his dream of becoming a man. He didn't know how long it would take. But by then, women of the right age would have already married. He would either marry a child or serve a rich woman. No matter how he thought about it, it was the ending of the old cucumber and the happy ball. Could it be that he really wanted to be a single dog for 10,000 years? Yijiosa. The snow of Mount Fuji is all my frozen tears. Yijiosa finished twisting the Tsangyun army's yanga, and his entire body was covered in stinky sweat. Although he wanted to take a shower, he suddenly felt embarrassed when he heard the girls' laughter in the dance club's public bathroom. When he had just been reborn, it wasn't that he hadn't taken a bath with a beautiful woman in a hot spring. However, when he was still young, he still knew how to avoid arousing suspicion. After becoming big, he was even more concerned about self-protection. After being a woman for so many years, he had a certain understanding of women. Actually, men and women were pretty much the same. Men would compare their breasts in the bathhouse, while women would compare their breasts in the pool. When comparing birds, one would have to move their hands and feet. Comparing breasts would probably be the same. He didn't dare to enter the bathhouse. After all, his breasts were too impressive. It was hard to guarantee that these girls wouldn't want to rub them. If he allowed it to be rubbed, he was very sensitive. If he didn't, he was afraid of offending someone. Having been a woman for so long, she was deeply moved by the saying, "It's better to offend a villain than a woman." While everyone was in the bathhouse, Yijiosa hid in a corner and took out a towel and a change of clothes from his backpack. He was going to wait for everyone to leave before going in to take a shower. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The girls left in groups of 2s and 3s. Yijiosa crouched and entered the bathroom. Yijiosa let out a satisfied sigh as the shower was turned on and the hot water poured down. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the shower. But he didn't know that the light in the bathroom was on and off at this time. Outside the dance club, the sun was setting. It was the time to meet the devil. A row of dogs lay on the lawn, waiting for people. Seeing the girls leaving with a smile, and even the basketball team next door disbanded, the owner still hadn't come out. The president and vice president of the dance club closed the door of the upper room and chatted casually. "Have they all come out?" "Ah, it should be." The vice president laughed. "Although we haven't met them, there is a terrible legend in the upper room. They all know that it's impossible to keep it." The president sighed. "Terrible legend. It said that it happened 3 years ago." "What?" The 2 girls walked away together, and some intermittent words came. "Murder case. Pervert. The deceased is a newcomer of the dance club." The setting sun was getting darker and darker, rendering the sky blood red. The thick and gloomy color gave people an ominous feeling. With Bai Chai in the lead, a group of dogs lined up. The taller Tibetan Mastiff, with a small bag full of patriotism in its mouth, was at the end of the line. The dogs went to the dance club in a mighty manner. Yijiosa was wet, with a towel over his head and a bathrobe wrapped around his body. He stared at the shower with no expression. Just a few minutes ago, the shower head seemed to be possessed and suddenly gushed out a viscous blood, which gave him a fright. The water pipe made a caw-caw-caw sound, and the light flickered. The atmosphere was weird and horrible. But who was Yijiosa? He was a pure yang who could vanquish demons and devils. Even in the scene of a horror movie, he was fearless. At the end of the day, Yijiosa did not believe that there would be anyone who would die a worse death than her after witnessing the female ghost's head explode. He sneered and executed the turning head attack style of the horror movies. Then he found that there was no worst, only worse. At first sight, Yijiosa had goosebumps all over his body. Standing behind him was a naked female ghost. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with a young face and a slender body. Her empty eyes stared at him silently. Suddenly, tears of blood flowed from her eyes, and wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen appeared on her body. As if there was a saw tearing through her body, her flesh and bones were broken at a terrible speed. Her arms fell, her head fell, and her waist was cut off. She became a puddle of flesh, with only her head sticking up, looking straight into his eyes. Yijiosa was speechless. He took a deep breath and was still a little scared. "Girl, we can talk this out. It's okay if you don't wear clothes, but can you not cut open your stomach for me to see?" "Wait, that's not the point." Just as he was about to say something, he heard a dog bark from outside. In the next second, all the illusions in the room disappeared, leaving only white firewood's paw to push open the door. He looked up and caught a glimpse of his bathrobe. White firewood immediately closed the door and scratched at the golden retriever behind him, preventing his colleague from approaching. Gilgamesh was scratched for no reason. "Why did you scratch this, king?" Saishomaru didn't even look up. "You're too fat." Gilgamesh was speechless. He swore. He wanted to be as thin as a bolt of lightning. He was the hero king who shone with boundless golden light. When had he ever suffered such discrimination? After a while, Yijiosa dressed neatly and pushed open the bathroom door. He looked back at the quiet room and frowned. "She'll come with us, right?" Hattori Heiji was a busy man. During the day, he was a well-behaved transfer student. In the evening, he was his girlfriend's acacia flower. At night, he had to work overtime to become a detective. It could be said that he was spinning like a top. Especially today, when he had just settled down in Tokyo to solve the case, he instantly received the news that the devil had appeared in Shikoku Island. However, the distance between Shikoku Island and Tokyo was not just a dozen kilometers. It was almost half the distance of Japan. Could he immediately rush to Shikoku Island from Tokyo? It was completely impossible. The devil was committing crimes from place to place and had the police running around in circles. Who knew where his next target was? He flipped through the files from 3 years ago under the light. He frowned deeply and was extremely distressed. But at this moment, Yijiosa gently knocked on his door. Hattori Heiji was stunned. After confirming that it was Yijiosa outside, he immediately invited her in. He did not avoid her. After all, something serious must have happened for a girl to choose to look for him in the middle of the night. "What's wrong?" Yijiosa took out a pen and paper and said, "There's a new guest. Let's do the pen spirit again." Hattori Heiji looked at the empty space behind her. For some reason, he felt a little creeped out. "I met the new guest in the bathroom of the dance club of Tongwang Academy." Yijiosa and Hattori Heiji held the pen together and drew a circle on the white paper. She said that her name was Nakamura Akemi. Hattori Heiji's hand that was holding the pen trembled, and his face was full of astonishment. What's wrong? Nakamura Akemi, one of the victims 3 years ago, a freshman of Tonghuang Dance Club. Hattori Heiji said in a low voice. Her body was stuffed in a bag and stuffed on the ceiling of the bathroom. The blood seeped out, and then it was discovered. The tip of the pen spun and drew another circle. Yijose asked, "We were assigned to Sud, Sirin, and Tonghuang. Is there another meaning?" Hattori Heiji nodded. Except for the new school of Sirin, the other two schools had victims 3 years ago. Compared to adults, demons prefer to target students. As soon as he finished speaking, the pen trembled slightly, as if it had a consciousness of its own. The doors and windows were closed, but the curtains and tablecloths were still moving even though there was no wind. The temperature seemed to have dropped a lot. Although it was not the first time they met, Hattori Heiji still felt it was incredible. They both let go of the pen at the same time. The pen was shaking and spinning on the white paper. Yijose saw the naked girl sitting at their table. She was holding the pen, and her eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that she was suppressing her anger. Yijose said dryly, Nakamura Akemi. Although you're a ghost now, can you put on some clothes? At least pay attention to your image. Even if the detective can't see you, I'm still a little embarrassed. The female ghost. Hattori Heiji. The pen turned and left a line of crooked words on the white paper. She told Yijose that she had to burn the clothes for her before she could put them on. Since there was not a single part of her body that was intact when she died, and even her vocal cords and larynx had been destroyed, the only thing that the female ghost could use was a pen. Yijose burned a bathrobe for her. After the young lady put it on, he looked around and found that she was delicate and pretty. If she had not encountered misfortune in the past, she would probably be a beautiful university student now. Unfortunately, fate was unpredictable. Hattori Heiji flipped through a thick stack of files and threw out a bunch of photos of the suspects. Look around. Which one is the person who killed you? The photos on the table suddenly spun, changing and disappearing at a very fast speed. But in the end, there was not a single photo left on the female ghost's desk. Hattori Heiji was dumbfounded. How could this be? These people all have the most motive. Are there really none? The tip of the pen turned and made a cross. Then, do you still remember the appearance of the murderer? Yijose asked immediately. The female ghost that we met last time not only knew who the murderer was, but she also knew his motive. Unexpectedly, the female ghost shook her head, and bloody tears flowed down again. The tip of the pen continued to write a paragraph. After being dead for too long, the ghost will be bound by resentment and become earthbound spirits. And ghosts like earthbound spirits would slowly turn into evil spirits because of the corrosion of resentment. If they couldn't be freed, they would fall. Being murdered, dismembered, and unable to be avenged for 3 years, the resentment was grinding away at her memory and rationality. She could remember some of the important scenes and people from that day, but she could not remember some of the details. The tip of the pen was still moving. There is more than one murderer. Hattori Heiji felt that he needed to calm down. Was it a gang crime? I don't know. How do you know there is more than one murderer? When she killed me, the body on the other table was being dissected. Hattori Heiji narrowed his eyes. Her. The murderer is a young girl. The female ghost tried to recall the scene of that day. She was in the school, and she fell. I sent her home. But she killed me. Do you still remember what she looks like? Or rather, what characteristics does she have? I can't remember. The interrogation reached an impasse. At the same time, the female ghost's figure slowly faded. She wrote down a line of words to indicate that she had to leave. Then she morphed into a cloud of gray dust and disappeared from the room. The pen on the white paper suddenly stopped moving and rolled to the ground. Hattori Heiji overturned his previous line of thought. He contacted his partners in various areas overnight and told them about the new discovery. In an instant, the detectives lurking all over Japan started to take action. The next day, Yijiosa woke up early and made a box full of lunchboxes for Kimimaro. According to the need for balanced nutrition during a teenager's growth period, Yijiosa also made an extra bowl of soup and a big apple. He insisted on giving it to Kimimaro. He had to spoil his own child a little. Yijiosa had never been a father before, but ever since he raised Kimimaro, he could more or less feel the feelings of a father. After preparing the meal and putting in his pocket money, he thought about it carefully and took out a box of condoms from the backpack, and stuffed it at the bottom of the school bag. Back then, the dogs had taken a bunch of condoms. In this life, he did not have the chance to use them, but Kimimaro could. His son could use them, just like his father could use them. Thus, under Yijiosa's sad and gratified gaze, Kimimaro's scalp went numb for the first time. A new day had begun, and the new class was as silly and lively as yesterday. Because he had conquered Iberia with his extraordinary martial prowess, Kimimaro was qualified to be the class's most handsome boy today. That cat's sex lightness skill of leaping onto roofs and running over walls, and that dog's sex domineering leaping had successfully captured the hearts of the boys and girls who worshipped Super Saiyan. From the moment he stepped into the class, his classmates' gazes seemed to be equipped with X-rays. Even through his school uniform, Kimimaro felt embarrassed that he had been seen through. He smiled stiffly, and there were screams below. Kimimaro. He expressionlessly walked to his seat and opened his book, preparing to study. Who knew that in the next second, the mischievous class monitor in the front row would turn around and whisper, "Lord Wave Wind Kuin, you signed up for the reading club yesterday, right?" Kimimaro nodded. Today, a lot of people quit their original clubs and signed up for the reading club. They're all cute girls. Kimimaro. If Lord Wave Wind Kuin thinks it's troublesome, then join our class's self-established club. The class monitor's glasses emitted a sinister light. Trust me, apart from our own people, no outsider will join this club. No one will join. Kimimaro was stunned. Is the requirement very high? Of course. The class monitor's glasses reflected even more sinister light. Our self-established club is the World Superpowers Research Society. Lord Wave Wind Kuin, you're very suitable. Kimimaro. It's fine if I don't go to this school. In the end, Kimimaro still quit the reading club. The feeling of being stared at by a group of women was a bit scary. But he also refused the invitation of the so-called World Superpower Research Society, and joined the pet club instead, attracting countless dogs with his strong bone smell. The pet club's dogs were much easier to deal with than Yijiosa's dogs. They were cute and gentle, and only barked when they were angry. Except for a husky that was a bit naughty, the rest of the dogs were really angels. Kimimaro settled down. Siren University wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. But the club next to the pet club was the basketball club, which was in full swing every day. Kimimaro had seen the basketball club's training. Running laps, frog jumps, and fighting together, brimming with the passion of athletes. It was a very motivated and energetic club, especially the blue-haired boy in the club who had a very low sense of existence. Kimimaro was a bit interested. At first sight of Kuriko Tetsuya, Kimimaro realized that he was born to be a ninja. Even in the ninja era, no ninja was born with this kind of invisibility physique that was not easy to be noticed. This was simply a gift from God. If Kuriko Tetsuya became a ninja, he would definitely be one of the best. However, his physical strength was too weak. And his temperament was too pure and righteous. A boy who liked to eat vegetarian food and chose vanilla milkshakes for snacks, Kimimaro couldn't imagine him holding a knife one day. They got to know each other in the pet club. Kuriko Tetsuya's dog, Tetsuya No. 2, was sick, and the person who treated the dog was Kimimaro. But it was already late when it was over. The sun had already set, and the sky was completely dark. Kimimaro chatted with Kuriko Tetsuya for a while, and then they walked to the bus stop together. "Right, where's your partner?" "The red-haired man," Kimimaro asked. "The fire god has something to do, so he went home first." Kuriko Tetsuya hugged the dog and said gently, "Does Bofinkuen also pay attention to the basketball club?" "Ah, I prefer basketball." Kimimaro lied, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed a woman by the bus stop. That woman. The woman walked over slowly, and when she passed by Kimimaro, she sprained her ankle and fell to the ground. She cried out in pain as she rubbed her ankle, which was red and swollen. She seemed to be in so much pain that even her tears fell. Kuriko Tetsuya was stunned, and just as he was about to reach out, Kimimaro suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him a few steps away. "Bofinkuen. Stay away from her." Kimimaro's voice was cold. "Her body reeks of blood." "Ah." Kuriko Tetsuya obviously didn't think too much about it. He said, "If it's a girl. The smell of blood is normal, right?" "No, it's not. Human blood." Kuriko Tetsuya walked around him and helped the woman who had fallen to the ground up. Tetsuya No. 2 barked crazily, as if it had discovered something. It bit Kuriko Tetsuya's pants and tried to drag him away from the woman. "No. 2. What's wrong? Can I trouble you to send me home?" The woman saw him pick up the dog and said carefully, "It's a little inconvenient for me to be like this." No. 2 was still barking crazily, and Kuriko Tetsuya frowned. His dog had never behaved so strangely. He couldn't help but turn around, only to find Kimimaro standing behind him with a cold expression. For some reason, Kuriko Tetsuya actually felt relieved. "Bofinkuen." Suddenly, Kimimaro lowered his voice and said, "3. 3 what?" "Accomplices." Kimimaro suppressed his killing intent, his eyes indifferent. "You're being watched." Even with Kuriko Tetsuya's low presence, he was still being watched. It could be seen that this group of people had been following him for a long time. Kuriko Tetsuya was stunned. "What did you say?" Yijioza had just finished feeding Patriotism goat milk and was preparing to give the dogs a bath. Unexpectedly, not long after, a ding-dong sound came from his flip phone, indicating that he had received an email. Yijioza wiped his hands dry and picked up the phone to take a look. "Oh, Kimimaro. Why didn't you come home so late? Are you planning to spend the night outside with your friends?" Chapter 193. Kagaya Kimimaro. The successor of the Bone bloodline, an all-round genius in body techniques and ninjutsu. His adoptive father was the fourth-generation Hokage Minato, and his adoptive mother was the former Nine-Tails Jinchuri, Shina Uzumaki. Later, he trained under the first-generation ninja god Senju Takuma, and then he taught himself the Soul Realm Ghost Dao Instant Step White Hit, and even awakened the Zanpakuto. Ever since he was adopted by Yijioza, he had been fighting with a wave of big shots in dog skin. He had also been participating in the large-scale battle to destroy the raiders. Over time, the martial power and experience points he had accumulated were beyond everyone's imagination. It was clear that he had just grown into a young man, but his inner heart was a real cheat. He was a human weapon. He was an abyss beast. He was a supreme nuclear weapon. If Yijioza hadn't taught him the breadth of mind and Tao mark of humanity, It allowed him to learn a positive attitude and self-regulation. It also allowed him to see that being a villain did not have a good ending perhaps. After Kimimaro had the potential to reach the peak, he would become the next world boss because of his lack of love. But fortunately, he had met Yijiosa at the turning point of his life. She had brought him to see a wider world and imagined a better future. She had melted his defenses with affection and warmth. It had made him suddenly have an idea, if he could use his own abilities to protect this world that was not cute. It could also be considered a cute thing. His ideas were slowly changing, his heart was gradually broadening, and his thoughts were no longer paranoid. Therefore, when Heizija was targeted by villains with evil intentions. However, Kimimaro didn't leave. Instead, he stayed and prepared to beat him at his own game. Heizija was also a very kind person. He was sincere, and persistent. Such a person should not fall into his kindness. Moreover, he had successfully pulled Heizija away today, but he had not solved the root of the problem. They had their eyes on him. Sooner or later, they would come back for the second and third time. If one day Vulcan left first, and Jia number 2 ran around and played, then Heizija would probably suffer a great loss. Kimimaro was not a person who dilly-dallied. Once he made up his mind, he would always do things cleanly and efficiently. He was also used to cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. When the bus arrived, even Blackija felt that something was wrong. The woman tugged at his sleeve. Suddenly, 2 tall men appeared behind them. They took out sharp knives and pointed them at their waists, pushing them into the car. Lord Windwave. Heizija seemed to understand something as well, his eyes filled with shock. Whether it was the front or the back, they were all adults, and the 2 at the back were carrying knives. The area was indeed densely populated, and they could call for help. However, the 2 of them were merely freshmen in their first year of high school. They weren't even 1.7 meters tall, so how could they possibly resist? Before he could even make a sound, he would be pierced by a knife. What's more, the murderer went berserk and started to hack at passers-by. Blackija also opened his mouth. At this moment, he actually decided to open his mouth and call for help, to fight for a chance for Kimimaro to escape. Suddenly, Kimimaro calmly patted his arm, stopping his action. Follow. After saying that, he grabbed the back of the neck of Jia number 2, and pulled it out of Blackija's embrace. Go find someone. Kimimaro lowered his voice. Taking advantage of the surging crowd, he placed the dog on the ground. Jia number 2 barked wildly and chased after the bus for a while. Seeing that its short legs were useless, it cleverly changed direction and ran in another direction. About 30 minutes later, the bus stopped at the last stop. This was a deserted suburb of Tokyo that hadn't been completed yet. Dilapidated buildings could be seen everywhere, giving off a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. The driver didn't notice anything. Seeing that the passengers had all gotten off the bus, he leisurely turned the bus around and drove away. When there was finally no one around, the weak woman in front of him suddenly burst into laughter. She looked like she was going to win. Her expression was crazy, and she laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, students with clean temperament are the easiest to fool. She licked her fingers and trembled with excitement. I like you guys so much. What should I do? I like you so much that I want to keep you guys at this age forever. Blackija also frowned. Kimimaro's face was expressionless. They were taken to the basement of an abandoned building. The area wasn't big, but there were a lot of dim yellow lights and 2 cold operating tables. There were shiny surgical tools displayed in the room, as well as several complete sets of slaughtering tools and kitchen knives for making sashimi. There was a small kitchen in the northwest corner. On the open cutting board, there was a piece of bloody red meat. Blackija felt an inexplicable sense of horror. He suddenly felt like a lamb walking into a terrible slaughterhouse. But they couldn't resist. Even if they struggled endlessly, they were still tied to the operating table. Their limbs were put on metal buckles, and even their necks were fixed. One woman, two men, they were like crazy demons, picking their favorite prey, picking up knives and starting to threaten them. They loved to see their prey begging for help but could only walk towards death. They loved to see their prey screaming in pain when they were dissected alive without anesthesia. This made them feel excited. It was very satisfying. It was as if they had become the master of other people's fate. This was a satisfaction that they couldn't get in life or in bed. I like clean people the most. Why are you guys so clean? The woman held the knife and gently rubbed Blackija's cheek. The body is clean, and so is the soul. The woman intimately lowered her head and got close to Blackija's ear. But I'm dirty, so dirty. I can't even wash it clean with water. I thought of a good idea. The woman smiled gently. Use clean blood to wash yourself clean, as if you have become a clean person. Tell me. Where should I start with the knife? Blackija looked at her with a pair of sky-blue eyes. After the fear, there was no more fear, only indifference. You are really dirty. The woman was stunned, and her expression suddenly twisted. What did you say? Hurting innocent people because you are hurt, this kind of behavior and soul is extremely dirty. Blackija didn't show any fear even in the face of the threat of death. It was as if he had thought of something and started to talk. I always thought that because I have experienced suffering, I can understand those who are in the same situation and use my meager strength to help them. This is the choice of a human. He liked to read. Books gave him more experience and enlightenment. Therefore, his aura was calm and hidden, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. I'm sorry for the pain you suffered in the past. But I can't sympathize with what you did. He stared at her and said word by word, you, who treat human life as a plaything, is really dirty. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The woman burst into a hysterical scream. Her hair was disheveled and her face was ferocious. Kill you. Kill you. No one will know that I am dirty after I kill you. She slowly raised the knife. Suddenly, Kimimaro sneered. In the suddenly tense atmosphere, this laugh simply pulled the aggro value. Blackija turned his head in a daze. He didn't understand what Kimimaro was doing. You have killed a lot of people. Kimimaro turned his head. His beautiful eyes were full of mockery. I can smell it. Just from your body, there are 4 different kinds of blood. Indeed, you are a woman who can't be washed clean. Then, he looked at the 2 men beside him. These 2 are also experienced, right? The smell of blood is even stronger. You should have killed more than 10 people. At this moment, not only the woman, even the 2 men in the room were a little confused. You just kill people and bathe in blood. But you, not only do you kill people, you also eat human flesh. Kimimaro's tone was very calm. You have the sour smell of human flesh on you. And the smell of dead rats in the sewer. The men's faces twisted. Kill people, eat people, no wonder you became accomplices. Who are you? Kimimaro chuckled. Who am I? Of course I am. The person who killed you. Of course I am the person who killed you. The person who killed you. The moment he said that, except for Blackija, the 2 men and 1 woman in the room burst into laughter. They seemed to be completely unable to understand Kimimaro's thinking. They only felt that this prisoner was scared out of his wits. But Kimimaro ignored their laughter. He just said to Blackie. Later, no matter what you see, please keep it a secret. Kimimaro stated. It will be very scary. Blackie also agreed in a daze. Then, he finally understood how scary Kimimaro was when he said, it will be very scary. At that moment, Blackie could not believe what he saw with his eyes. Even someone as calm as him felt as if he had seen Superman. Kimimaro moved his muscles and bones and gently raised his left hand. With a cracked sound, the thick metal buckle was pulled out from the operating table. It hung on his wrist like a broken bracelet. The laughter in the room stopped abruptly. The two men and one woman maintained the smile on their faces, but their expressions stiffened. Kimimaro gently raised his right hand and repeated the process. After a cracked sound, the other metal buckle was scrapped. The eyes of the two men and one woman slowly widened. Unconsciously, a kind of instinctive fear emerged in their hearts. This was the fear of being targeted by a large carnivore. It was the despair of being surrounded by a heavy aura. Their minds were filled with the thought of running away, but their legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. Kimimaro's hand went to his neck and decisively pulled the buckle off. Seeing this, Blackie also thought that the metal buckle was fake. He tried to imitate him and struggled for a while, but found that he still could not move. Blackie. So, was Windwave Lord Superman. Kimimaro slowly sat up from the operating table, broke the ankle buckle, and faced the murderer. He unbuttoned his school uniform with one hand, leisurely to the point of satisfaction. It'll be troublesome if the uniform is ruined. He placed his uniform on the operating table, revealing his lean upper body. You guys seem to be having fun scaring people. Kimimaro locked onto them and walked towards them step by step. Then, let me be happy too. As he walked, his shoulders, arms, fingers, ribs, back. White bones broke out of his body, as if a beast in human form had finally pulled out its fangs, ferocious and ferocious. What was that? White bones. This guy, what the hell was this guy? He was a monster. They wanted to scream, but their throats could not make a sound. They wanted to run, but their legs had no strength. They wanted to beg for mercy, but their knees could not bend. Kimimaro approached them, stretched his hand to the back of his neck, and in front of them, slowly pulled out his spine. Blackie. Windwave Lord, was this the legendary holographic horror movie? Hei Zizha also directly fainted. The two men and one woman. They really wanted to faint, but even fainting had become a luxury. Only now did they know regret and reflect on their actions. Only now did they realize how terrifying of a person they had provoked. Only when facing the fear of death could they deeply understand the mentality of a victim waiting to be slaughtered. Kimimaro seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look outside. The next second, he retracted all his aura, pulled back the exposed bones, and blinked at the spine in his hand. He took out a steel bar from the building and put the vertebrae into it. Not long after, before the person arrived, his voice could be heard. June. Free. Yijosa's voice sounded, occasionally mixed with the dog's barking. Heizi Vulcan number 1 barged in like a bull, followed by Ja number 2, who was barking wildly at his feet. Here. Follow, Hattori Heiji rushed over with a large group of police officers. Kimimaro. Shouldn't rescuing hostages be careful and not alert the enemy? So, what was going on outside? But he didn't think too much about it. He just picked up the school uniform he had stripped off, and after a moment of silence, he curled up beside the two men and one woman, vividly portraying the image of a resolute and unyielding youth who had been bullied. Therefore, when the newcomers followed Yijosa's dog and barged in here, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yujiosa saw her child curled up in the corner with his shirt off and his clothes disheveled, her IQ and EQ immediately went offline. She immediately turned into a furious Tyrannosaurus Rex and a tigress protecting her calf. She picked up the sharp knife beside the operating table and rushed forward. "I'll kill you. Damn it. Bastard. What did you do to my child? Ah. I'll kill you. Calm down, please calm down." A group of police officers stopped Yujiosa and withstood her anger. "Heizi. When Vulcan know?" It was as if he had thought of something and started to talk. "I always thought that because I have experienced suffering, I can understand those who are in the same situation and use my meager strength to help them. This is the choice of a human." He liked to read. Books gave him more experience and enlightenment. Therefore, his aura was calm and hidden, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. "I'm sorry for the pain you suffered in the past. But I can't sympathize with what you did." He stared at her and said word by word, "You, who treat human life as a plaything, is really dirty." The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The woman burst into a hysterical scream. Her hair was disheveled and her face was ferocious. "Kill you. Kill you. No one will know that I am dirty after I kill you." She slowly raised the knife. Suddenly, Kimimaro sneered. In the suddenly tense atmosphere, this laugh simply pulled the aggro value. Blackie turned his head in a daze. He didn't understand what Kimimaro was doing. "You have killed a lot of people." Kimimaro turned his head. His beautiful eyes were full of mockery. "I can smell it. Just from your body, there are 4 different kinds of blood. Indeed, you are a woman who can't be washed clean." Then, he looked at the 2 men beside him. "These 2 are also experienced, right? The smell of blood is even stronger. You should have killed more than 10 people." At this moment, not only the woman, even the 2 men in the room were a little confused. "You just kill people and bathe in blood. But you, not only do you kill people, you also eat human flesh." Kimimaro's tone was very calm. "You have the sour smell of human flesh on you. And the smell of dead rats in the sewer." The men's faces twisted. "Kill people, eat people, no wonder you became accomplices." "Who are you?" Kimimaro chuckled. "Who am I? Of course I am. The person who killed you. Of course I am the person who killed you. The person who killed you." The moment he said that, except for Blackie, the 2 men and 1 woman in the room burst into laughter. They seemed to be completely unable to understand Kimimaro's thinking. They only felt that this prisoner was scared out of his wits. But Kimimaro ignored their laughter. He just said to Blackie, "Later, no matter what you see, please keep it a secret." Kimimaro stated. "It will be very scary." Blackie also agreed in a daze. Then, he finally understood how scary Kimimaro was when he said, "It will be very scary." At that moment, Blackie could not believe what he saw with his eyes. Even someone as calm as him felt as if he had seen Superman. Kimimaro moved his muscles and bones and gently raised his left hand. With a cracked sound, the thick metal buckle was pulled out from the operating table. It hung on his wrist like a broken bracelet. The laughter in the room stopped abruptly. The 2 men and 1 woman maintained the smile on their faces, but their expressions stiffened. Kimimaro gently raised his right hand and repeated the process. After a cracked sound, the other metal buckle was scrapped. The eyes of the 2 men and 1 woman slowly widened. Unconsciously, a kind of instinctive fear emerged in their hearts. This was the fear of being targeted by a large carnivore. It was the despair of being surrounded by a heavy aura. Their minds were filled with the thought of running away, but their legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. Kimimara's hand went to his neck and decisively pulled the buckle off. Seeing this, Blackija also thought that the metal buckle was fake. He tried to imitate him and struggled for a while, but found that he still could not move. Blackija. So, was Windwave Lord Superman. Kimimaro slowly sat up from the operating table, broke the ankle buckle, and faced the murderer. He unbuttoned his school uniform with one hand, leisurely to the point of satisfaction. It'll be troublesome if the uniform is ruined. He placed his uniform on the operating table, revealing his lean upper body. You guys seem to be having fun scaring people. Kimimaro locked onto them and walked towards them step by step. Then, let me be happy too. As he walked, his shoulders, arms, fingers, ribs, back. White bones broke out of his body, as if a beast in human form had finally pulled out its fangs, ferocious and ferocious. What was that? White bones. This guy, what the hell was this guy? He was a monster. They wanted to scream, but their throats could not make a sound. They wanted to run, but their legs had no strength. They wanted to beg for mercy, but their knees could not bend. Kimimaro approached them, stretched his hand to the back of his neck, and in front of them, slowly pulled out his spine. Blackija. Windwave Lord, was this the legendary holographic horror movie? Hei Zija also directly fainted. The two men and one woman. They really wanted to faint, but even fainting had become a luxury. Only now did they know regret and reflect on their actions. Only now did they realize how terrifying of a person they had provoked. Only when facing the fear of death could they deeply understand the mentality of a victim waiting to be slaughtered. Kimimaro seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look outside. The next second, he retracted all his aura, pulled back the exposed bones, and blinked at the spine in his hand. He took out a steel bar from the building and put the vertebrae into it. Not long after, before the person arrived, his voice could be heard. June. Free. Yijosa's voice sounded, occasionally mixed with the dog's barking. Heizi Vulcan number 1 barged in like a bull, followed by Ja number 2, who was barking wildly at his feet. Here. Follow. Hattori Heiji rushed over with a large group of police officers. Kimimaro. Shouldn't rescuing hostages be careful and not alert the enemy? So, what was going on outside? But he didn't think too much about it. He just picked up the school uniform he had stripped off, and after a moment of silence, he curled up beside the two men and one woman, vividly portraying the image of a resolute and unyielding youth who had been bullied. Therefore, when the newcomers followed Yijosa's dog and barged in here, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yijosa saw her child curled up in the corner with his shirt off and his clothes disheveled, her IQ and EQ immediately went offline. She immediately turned into a furious Tyrannosaurus Rex and a tigress protecting her calf. She picked up the sharp knife beside the operating table and rushed forward. I'll kill you. Damn it. Bastard. What did you do to my child? Ah. I'll kill you. Calm down, please calm down. A group of police officers stopped Yijosa and withstood her anger. Heizi. When Vulcan no. Chapter 194. Ever since Yijosa came to Emperor Tonghuang in Japan, a land where capitalism was rampant, they resolutely took up the banner of socialist construction. He severely suppressed the arrogance of the evil forces in the school, whether it was the hooligans of the so-called Oshima group or the troublemakers of the Taekwondo, Judo, Kendo club, or the delinquents of the sports team. They were all trampled by him and his dog. He tried every means to stop students from skipping classes and maintain the classroom discipline. He strangled a bunch of little chickens who provoked the discipline committee, class monitor, and teachers in the cradle so that the spirit of the year group was completely renewed. He tried his best to eliminate the barrier of the hierarchy. Whenever a senior Duanba bullied a junior Duanba, he would deal with them severely. If he couldn't reason with them, he would use his fists. Because of the deterrence of absolute force, no one dared to do anything under his nose. In just a week, Yi Jiusa officially debuted in the center position of Emperor Tong Huang and became the most terrifying discipline committee in history. The only one. Where he was, not only the students of the same level didn't dare to make trouble, even the senior group didn't dare to offend him. Yi Jiusa stood at the top of the food chain in Emperor Tong Huang. However, his three views were very upright. Even though he was in a high position, he didn't change his original intention. He had always been responsible. When facing the group of defeated delinquents, he didn't wear colored glasses when dealing with the students' problems. Instead, he treated them fairly and justly. He was strong, he was beautiful, he was upright. As time went by, he became the leader of the freshman group and gained a large group of fans. The students' fear of him gradually dissipated, and gradually evolved into a different kind of worship. 16 or 17 years old were in the rebellious phase of youth, and at the same time, they were also in the stage of life where their worldviews were being reconstructed. Every single one of them needed a guiding light to guide them. Coincidentally, Yi Jiusa, who wore the skin of a beautiful girl and had the soul of an adult, appeared. Coincidentally, he met their high point and became the battle goddess of Emperor Tong Huang, Athena. Even when the president of the Student Union of the Year 3 group was about to resign, many boys and girls came to Yi Jiusa and asked him if he was willing to take over Emperor Tong Huang and evolve into the King of Kings, Yi Jun. Ever since you came to Huang Tong, you've been the spiritual symbol of us weaklings. An otaku was moved to tears. I've always been bullied. It was you who saved me at the lowest point of my life. Yi Jun. Please don't carelessly proclaim yourself king. Yi Jiusa. Your Chinibu disease seems to be a little serious, young man. Yi Jun. Our Oshima group doesn't respect anyone but you. The delinquents, who had once been friends with the trash can, knelt in front of him. You have never looked down on us. You have treated us as humans. You are our salvation. Yi Jun. Please don't be careless. Yi Jiusa. Wait, brother, I beat you up 7 or 8 times. The kind where every punch landed on flesh. Are you masochists? Yi Jun. The girls came up to him. Their voices were so cute that it was a critical hit. I worship Yi Jun the most. It would be great if you could become the student council president. Yi Jiusa. Oh, my God. For the first time, he felt the passionate love from the girls. It was like tumbling magma. Now that things had come to this, what was there for him to hesitate about? He had the right time, the right place, and the right people. Plus, he had the girls cheering him on. Wasn't it just being the student council president? Why should he shrink back? Oh my God, he felt a little excited at the thought of becoming the highest official in his 2 lifetimes. Under everyone's ardent expectations, Yi Jiusa submitted his application for the election of the student council president. He valiantly and energetically prepared his speech. He planned to win in one strike and succeed immediately. Seeing that Yi Jiusa was starting to get busy and no longer wandering around, the otaku, Oshima group, and girls who came up to persuade him could not help but shed tears of gratitude. That's great. When the disciplinary committee becomes the student council president. The otaku blew his nose. She'll get busier and busier. She won't have time to look at my photos in class anymore. That's great. When the female devil becomes the student council president. The Oshima group delinquents hugged each other and cried. She'll be so busy that she won't have time to care about us. We won't have to be beaten for delaying our homework anymore. That's great. when Yi Jun becomes the student council president. The girl's eyes were brimming with tears. She'll be so busy that she won't go to the grove to catch intimate couples anymore. That's great. Everyone celebrated and danced in joy. Everyone spread the news and decided to gather a large number of votes for Yi Jose. Under the shade of the tree, the 8 dogs were either lying or sitting, watching the teenagers busying themselves. After experiencing their owner's tricks, they only wanted to say one word: naive. The owner's dogs would never be restrained by a position. And the facts also proved that your master was still your master. The dogs had already seen through everything. When Yi Jose became the president of the Student Union of Emperor Tonghuang, to live up to the expectations of the young boys and girls, he abandoned his bad habits and started a drastic reform. It was also at this time that Yi Jose realized that the student council in Japan was very different from the one in Huaxia. The former had real power on campus, while the latter only provided opportunities for students to exercise. How powerful could the student council president in Japan be? As long as they played their cards well, the students would only remember the president, not the teachers or the principal. It was said that Luoshan High School was a living example. Their president was rich, powerful, and powerful. He built the whole high school into an iron bucket that was united in the style of the military during the shogunate era. The president of Luoshan High School could even make decisions without the permission of the higher-ups. He was almost an uncrowned king. Yi Jose gasped. Comparing Luoshan High School with Luoshan High School and Huangtonghuang High School, he suddenly felt that there was a long way to go. He took Luoshan High School's Winner in Life template. After flipping through one page, he was shocked by the densely packed club awards. He didn't expect high school students to be so powerful. Four-eyed guy, what's this? Yi Jose was dumbfounded. President, please call me Xiao Yi. Four-eyed guy pushed up his thick glasses and said, how to evaluate a high school is not only based on its results, but also on the accumulation of honor of its clubs. Almost every club in Luoshan High School has won a national award, and the winners are always among the best in both individual and team competitions. Therefore, Luoshan High School is the best high school. Yi Jose frowned, that is to say, if Huangtonghuang can surpass Luoshan High School in this area, then Huangtonghuang High School will be the best high school in Tokyo. Yi Jose's eyes lit up. He picked up the file and opened Huangtonghuang High School's record. There were more than 50 clubs in Huangtonghuang High School, but only 12 had won a national award. Yi Jose flipped Luoshan High School and glanced at Huangtonghuang High School. His face darkened. Why is the basketball club the only good sports club? Because the athletes in volleyball, tennis, badminton, cycling, track and field are busy fighting every day. Four-eyed guy said expressionlessly, it was terrible before you became the disciplinary committee of the Communist Party. Yi Jose's face darkened even more. Kendo, Taekwondo, Judo. Fine, these are also good for nothings. Do you still want to allocate funds to them as club funds with such results? Kendo was at the bottom, Taekwondo was at the bottom, and Judo was at the bottom. How did such a club get to where it was today? Why didn't it close down? Because no one can control them. Four-eyed guy kept smiling. Before you became the disciplinary committee of the Communist Party, the position was to collect protection fees from students. Yi Jose. So, this was a job that could make him rich. That's terrible. How did Huangtonghuang become an excellent high school? Yi Jose was speechless. Four-eyed guy flipped through the data, because girls are generally better than boys. Their hard work has raised the evaluation of Huangtonghuang. Yi Jose. Fine, the class monitor of elementary school was a girl, the class monitor of middle school was also a girl, the class monitor of high school was also a girl, and the class monitor of the university was also a girl. It was understandable, really understandable. Therefore, whether it was Huaxia, Japan, or the whole world, women were indeed excellent. They were so excellent, Yi Jiusa suddenly found the reason why he was single among the 12 award-winning clubs of Huang Tong Huang. 5 out of 6 were dominated by girls, which was a data that made all men lose face. Yi Jiusa put down the data and cracked his knuckles. He grinned hideously and ordered, except for the award-winning clubs and those run by girls, cut off all the useless clubs. Tell them that if they want club funds, they can talk to me face to face. Show them their strength. Talk to me face to face. The students soon found that ever since Yi Jiusa became the president of the student council, life was getting out of hand. First of all, the preferential program of clubs waiting for graduation had been revoked. Secondly, all the useless clubs were cut off, and the new president had offended a large number of notorious mixed students. For the past few days, the entire Huang Tong Huang was living in fear, as if a storm was brewing. Most of the young people couldn't control their temper, and after being instigated and encouraged, some of them became the first to challenge the authority of the king of all dogs. The first person who dared to do this was the president of the Kendo Club. He had been dissatisfied with Yi Jiusa for a long time, and with the combination of old and new hatred, he came to him with a sword. Yi Jiusa burst out laughing when he saw how the other party was trying to pick a fight with him. Look, the chicken is here, and the monkey is the only one left. He called the president to the Kendo Club, and a large group of people gathered to watch. He randomly picked up a wooden sword and placed it on both sides of the president. This guy was a fool, because Chunyang was a sect that could ride on swords. Yi Jiusa didn't want to bully the president, so he only used the Sanchai sword art. However, he didn't expect that the power was still so terrifying, and he directly suppressed the president. His reaction speed, attacking technique, flicking, stabbing, and piercing. The president was no match for him. Their duel was like a top-notch swordsman teasing a 3-year-old child. In the face of overwhelming strength, they couldn't even give a slightly decent ending. The strength of the Kendo Club was terrible. Yi Jiusa sent the president flying with a sword, took a deep breath, held the wooden sword in one hand, and raised it high. The next second, the wooden sword turned into a stick, and the president of the Kendo Club was beaten to a pulp. You call this Kendo Club? Ah! Who gave you the right to pick up a sword? What president? Did you not eat, or do you not recognize the sword? You were defeated in 3 moves, do you deserve to use a sword? Trash! I'll fucking scold you today. You're really trash. The whole space was filled with Yi Jiusa's scolding and the sound of the wooden sword hitting the president's body. Unexpectedly, the president was also a tough guy. He clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. The club's results are at the bottom, and you still have the cheek to ask for funds from the student council. I'm telling you, from today onwards, don't even think about getting a penny. Kendo Club, what the fuck? What's the difference between this kind of spirit and trash that just eats and waits for death? Like a father slapping his son, Yi Jiusa didn't hold back. Let me tell you, Emperor Tong doesn't keep idle people. If you can't even work hard, do you deserve to be a human? All the bystanders kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, the members of the Kendo Club were trembling. I've been sick of the Japanese universities for a long time. Yi Jiusa sneered, how can a person with no ability use his age to bully others? Who set the ranking system? You're just 1 year older than me, and you're really challenging me with a sword. Yi Jiusa exerted force and stabbed the wooden sword fiercely into the floor tiles. The force was so great that only the hilt of the sword could be seen. Listen, either you achieve something or you disband as soon as possible. Don't even think about getting your club points and funds now. Do you have any objections? No one answered, and no one dared to say a word. The furious Yi Jiusa was too terrifying. The low pressure and murderous aura around him were something that the students in the peaceful era had never seen before. It was only then that they realized the new president is a real beast. QAQ. Yi Jiosa had almost beaten up Emperor Tong. Amidst the wailing, he decided to train them well with a cold face. So, he summoned his 8 dogs. Except for Patriotism, who was too young to participate, the other 7 were assigned tasks. Okay, do you understand me? The dogs looked at each other and nodded. These students are too much, I can't handle them alone, you guys have to help me. The dogs. Owner, don't be so rude to girls, come, Wenming, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to Gilgamesh and ordered, you want to lose weight anyway, right? You might as well join the track and field club. They'll run in front and you'll chase them from behind. You've got 4 legs, but you can't outrun 2 legs. You have to be faster so that I can scold them for being worse than dogs. Gilgamesh. So he still had to run with all his might in this world. Come, democracy, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to Uchiha Madara and ordered, I see that you look fierce, and you used to be a police dog. Then, I'll leave the club full of swords and knives to you. If they come to beat you up, beat them back with all your might. You're a tall and strong dog, but you better not lose to a bunch of high school students. You have to be stronger so that I can scold them for being worse than dogs. Uchiha Madara. So he still had to fight in this world, right? Come, Harmony, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to Aizen. Jiaidao. Are you willing to be defeated? 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 Are you willing to be a model? They want to use you as a model, so you have to be professional. You used to work in a pet beauty salon. You have to be more professional so that I can scold them for being worse than dogs. Aizen. Jiaidao. So he still had to be the focus of the cameras in this world. Come, equality, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to 9 orchid flower and ordered, you're a Pomeranian, you're too small. You can't do much. How about this? You'll be in charge of the students' discipline during and after classes. If they cause trouble, you have to fight back. Can you demolish a house? Can you demolish a classroom? Can you demolish a person? Tear a book if someone looks at a photo. Pee on a person's feet if they're dating in the woods. Only when you're strict can I scold them. Even a dog has more self-discipline than you. 9 orchid flower. So he still had to manage a bunch of kids in this world. Come, Gongzi, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to Yoshi Asakura and ordered, you're a teacup. I don't expect you to do much. Why don't you go to the girls' flower arrangement club and act cute? No matter what they're up to, you just have to follow suit. My image in the outside world is a bit devilish, so I'm counting on a cute creature like you to increase my charm. Only when you act cute can I let the girls understand that I'm as cute as a dog. Yoshi Asakura. So he had to rely on acting cute to support himself in this world. Come, Gongzi, come here. Yi Jiosa called out to Idagawa Corgi and ordered, although your legs are short, your butt is perky and your jumping ability is amazing. How about this, you go to the high jump and long jump club. They're jumping, and you're jumping too. I believe in your ability. You'll definitely perform to your best. Only when you jump higher than them can I scold them for being worse than dogs. Shinichi Kudo. So when he returned to his original world, not only did he become a dog, but he also had to change his profession to high jump. Patriotism is too young and needs to rest. I'll take care of him. Yi Jiosa glanced at white firewood. Saishomaru is too threatening. If I hit him too hard and lose control, it'll be over. He could only take care of these two puppies by himself. He couldn't let them be alone. After all, Saishomaru wasn't friendly to puppies. With the addition of these puppies, Huang Tonghuang's transformation plan was in full swing. Early in the morning, when the Huang Tonghuang basketball team wanted to run laps on the field, they saw the ace of the team, Ao Fundahue, who was always late and left early, jumping up and down while being chased by a golden retriever. Their president, Yi Jiosa, was eating melons and playing with dogs. Behind Ao Fun, a large group of members from various clubs were so tired that their eyes were white as if they were going to pass out at any second. Momomoi-san. Sakurai Yoshi felt that the world was a fantasy. Look at what he saw. What did he see? Ao Fundahue, who never trained, was running laps. The sports club that never got up early was running to death. Was this the loss of morality or the loss of humanity? Ah, don't be nervous. I'm just asking Yi Jun to save Ada, Ao Funwiwa smiled. As long as we tell the president that Ao Fundahue is the hope of Huang Tonghuang basketball team, the president will never let him go. The basketball team. So, you can solve problems like this. I learned it. In the future, if Ao Fundahue is disobedient, I'll go to the student union to find the president. On the sports field, Ao Fundahue ran away. Even though he was chased, he was still angry. I'm the only one who can defeat me. Then you're just a dog. Don't even think about being faster than me. Gilgamesh, woof, woof, woof. Mongrel. Don't even think about running faster than me. It's daytime now. You won't be able to hide in the dark anymore. The whole school was mobilized, and the atmosphere was full of passion. Yi Jiosa smiled while eating melons. Ah, what a beautiful youth. Today, he was also working hard to carry forward the core values of socialism. On the day when the news of Hattori Heiji came, Yi Jiosa died because of his period. Fortunately, it was a holiday, so he didn't have to force himself to go to class. Oh, damn, period was really anti-human. In the past, when he saw his female compatriots on Weibo, he thought they were pretentious, but when it really happened to him, God, have mercy on him. This kind of pain was like GG being crippled. It was going to last for a few days QAQ. It was a pain that life couldn't bear. Yi Jiosa lay on the sofa like a salted fish, his whole body full of decadence. Kimimaro brought the brown sugar water, and white firewood nestled on her lower abdomen to warm her belly. Yi Jiosa came back to life a little. It's been 2 weeks, and we've finally caught all the criminals. Hattori Heiji let out a long sigh of relief, seeming very accomplished. That murderous organization has been destroyed, and there won't be any more tragedies. Then we have to quit school. Hattori Heiji shook his head. No, there are many people in Tokyo, and there are still many cases that haven't been completed. By the way, we will welcome a new partner tomorrow. New partner? Yi Jiosa frowned slightly. Yes, a famous high school detective in Kanto, Shinichi Kudo. Hattori Heiji was a little eager. I thought he was going to change his profession, but I didn't expect that he was just recuperating. As a detective, he is quite famous. I hope that his temper can get along. Dogs looked at Corgi quietly, but saw him lying on the ground, staring straight at Hattori Heiji. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Jiosa's brain was a mess. He always felt that the name Shinichi Kudo was familiar, but too much time had passed, and he couldn't remember where. As he thought about it, his lower abdomen cramped. Oh my God, I can't live like this anymore. After Hattori Heiji left, Kimimaro took a blanket and covered Yi Jiosa with it. Sir, you always eat spicy food, eat ice, play crazy, stay up late, and overeat. That's why every time. Life is short, and we should enjoy ourselves. What's the point of living if we can't eat and cultivate? Oh. Kimimaro was indifferent. Eat spicy food for lunch. I'll pour your brown sugar water, and I'll take white firewood with me. There's no need for the blanket. Life is short, so let it continue to be short. For the first time, Kimimaro didn't cooperate with Yijiosa and stood his ground. Dogs looked at him with a gratified expression. I was wrong. Yijiosa used the 9-infant mantra. I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again next month. Kimimaro's face was expressionless. He placed white firewood on her lower abdomen, brought the brown sugar water over, and covered her with the blanket. Yes, I believe you, sir. Dogs. No, Kimimaro still had the original recipe, and the original taste Kimimaro went to cook. Yijiosa was bored and wanted to play with something. The dogs rolled on the floor in groups of 2 or 3, teasing Patriotism, who had just learned how to crawl. Patriotism was too small. It was only the size of a palm. The group of dogs was curious and teased him from time to time. Little did they know that Sephiros was also a person who held grudges. Accompanied by intermittent barks, Yijiosa stroked white firewood, who was on his belly. His fingers unconsciously made circles on his tail, and from time to time, swept over white firewood's little butt. White firewood glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Yijiosa yawned and was in a state of not sleeping at all. This person's consciousness began to blur, and his hands became bolder. Yijiosa rubbed white firewood's belly. He foolishly forgot that this was a dog demon. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a child and took care of a dog. Chapter 195. What she said. TSK. Taking a closer look, it felt explicit, it was also full of hints. Saishomaru had always known that Yijiosa was a person who liked to court death, especially when it came to courting death here. But the high frequency and quality of her courting death still made him look at her in a new light. This was a woman who did not learn her lesson. She showed off her might for a moment and got a moment of pride. But she did not know that even a clay figurine had 3 points of fire. He was used to seeing her mouth full of no integrity, running with strange words, coupled with a meaningful smile on her lips. It was not difficult for Saishomaru to guess what dirty words she had said. The anger in his heart dissipated a little. No matter when and where, whether it was a human or a monster. As long as one was a man, he would always pay more attention to the evaluation of the opposite sex. Although Yijiosa's hands were cheap and his mouth was bad. But she did praise his capital as a man. Left and right were whispered private words, so Saishomaru did not go so far as to argue with her. Even if he had the heart to teach her a lesson, the smell of blood on her body was a little too strong. Inconvenient. Saishomaru sat up quietly and found a comfortable position to lean against the sofa. He followed Yijiosa around a few worlds. He was already familiar with modern electronic products, and now he was a little bored. He picked up the remote control on the table after recalling for a while. He pressed the red button. The television turned on. The screen went from dark to bright. The words, Japanese variety show, appeared, human observation. This was a prank show. The program team used all kinds of strange methods and man-made emergencies to test the reactions of passers-by during the experiment to observe whether humans were similar or different. For example, the bottom of the closed elevator was hollow. As soon as a person entered and stepped on the 2 steel plates, the steel plates would automatically split in half, making people feel the fear of weightlessness and falling. Yijiosa laughed loudly and his entire body began to tremble. As he moved, the smell of blood became stronger. Saishomaru pursed his lips and changed the channel. The dogs could not help but open the windows to ventilate. It had to be said that Japanese variety shows were strange, and advertisements were even more strange. It was clearly a sports underwear advertisement, but it had the effect of being funny and serious at the same time. The woman's stern voice rang out. The man on the side hung 2 fish tanks on his body and stuffed 2 sparrows into them. Yijiosa couldn't help but say, "TSK, this is like a 5-centimeter man with an earthworm and 2 soybeans in his pants." Dogs. The woman reported the number with a serious face. The half-naked man tied 2 honey peaches to his chest, spun, jumped, and swayed. Yijiosa continued to ridicule, "This man is about 10 centimeters tall, and he has a loach and 2 marbles in his pants." Dogs. CCUP. The woman emphasized the number. The man immediately removed the honey peaches and replaced them with 2 round cantaloupes. Yijiosa said calmly, "This should be a 15 centimeters tall man with an eel and 2 ping-pong balls in his pants." Dogs. The woman said earnestly with a pious expression. The man removed the cantaloupes and hung 2 lively white rabbits in front of his chest. Yijiosa sighed and said, "This is the standard 18 centimeters man, with a conger eel and 2 eggs in his pants." Dogs. The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was afraid. The man solemnly removed the white rabbits and hung 2 big round watermelons. Yijiosa was overcome with sorrow. "This is a rare 20-centimeter man. There's a large snake and 2 goose eggs in his pants." Dogs. The woman suddenly fell into despair. Even the man looked troubled. He removed the watermelons with difficulty and dragged out 2 heavy gas cans. Yijiosa wailed, "This is a legendary size. It's like having an anaconda and 2 raisingan in his pants." Dogs. At the end of the commercial, the woman told everyone in front of the TV that it was very painful for a girl to have a pair of breasts, but the underwear they produced had the effect of tightening the breasts, which could reduce the troubles of the majority of women. Yijiosa reached out his hand with tears in his eyes. "I want to buy dash." Saishomaru changed the channel without any expression. "Yijiosa. You're really single with your own ability. Damn, you're really a single dog." His stomach twitched. Yijiosa opened his dead fish eyes and continued to behave like a salted fish. Saishomaru changed to a relatively normal channel. It was playing an urban romance drama, mainly about the love story of young men and women in the city. The love was deep and the pain was deep. The male and female protagonists were eating delicate small steaks in a high-end Western restaurant and tasting beautiful red wine. There was also a violinist playing beautiful music on the side. In the soothing rhythm of the music, the man suddenly got up and knelt on one knee. He changed a beautiful rose from his pocket and handed it to the woman. "Gee, I like you. Please marry me." Among the layers of petals of the rose, a diamond ring sparkled. The woman suddenly covered her mouth and nose. She was very shocked, and her eyes were filled with tears. She had the relief of finding true love after experiencing thousands of difficulties. She reached out and slowly took the rose, and exchanged heartfelt words with the man. This was a 21st century proposal. Except for a few dogs who were used to it, the rest of the dogs found it very novel. So this was the marriage of men and women in this era. It was only at this moment that the hero King Gilgamesh reacted. Why did he repeatedly propose to Saber in the past, but he only failed? Was it because he used the wrong proposal method? What did he do when he proposed to Saber? Oh, she didn't agree to marry him. He became angry and directly opened the gate of Babylon to attack her. Attack her. Suddenly, the golden-haired dog became depressed, as if moldy mushrooms were growing on his body. The romance drama continued. and the male and female protagonists were still looking at each other affectionately, recalling the past. Yijiosa couldn't hold it in and said, "Do you still want to eat their small steaks? It's getting cold." Dogs. Was this the point? The owner also relied on his own ability to be single. When Yijiosa began to complain about the crew's wastage, and it became more and more intense, Saishomaru couldn't help but change the channel. The TV was playing a Yamato costume drama, and it happened to be a wedding. In order to make the wedding realistic, the bride shaved off her eyebrows, blackened her teeth, whitened her face, and dyed her with blood-red rouge. Yijiosa jumped up. Fuck. Will the groom be so scared that he will ejaculate prematurely on this wedding night? Dogs. He suddenly turned to look at Saishomaru. I suddenly understand why you object to your father liking human women. Saishomaru. He can still do it with makeup like this. It must be true love, right? Yijiosa was horrified. Saishomaru took a deep breath, patiently changed the channel again. But this time, no matter how much Yijiosa complained, he didn't change the channel. Because the TV was playing a special movie about humans and animals getting along well with each other. Yijiosa scolded, "Look, it's someone else's dog." TSK. Dogs complained in their hearts, "Look, someone else's owner." Humph, today is another day where the owner and the dog love each other. The partner that Hattori Heiji introduced, Shinichi Kudo, came to report at 8 a.m. sharp the next day. Hattori Heiji and Yijiosa were very satisfied with their new partner's punctuality. After seeing him in person, Yijiosa's eyes really lit up. Shinichi Kudo's father was a famous novelist, and his mother was a famous celebrity. He inherited his father's wisdom and his mother's beauty. Not only did he have an outstanding temperament, but his facial features were also very handsome. He was a very good-looking young man with a comfortable aura. He was very polite and smiled brightly, like a little son. "I am Kudo, and I will be your partner from now on. Please advise me." The two sides had met before. Kudo was quite a talkative person, and it didn't take long for them to start chatting. At that time, a Doggo corgi and a bunch of dogs were nesting at the door, staring straight at the young man inside. "Should I help you bite him to death?" Uchiha Madara bared his teeth. "He is a harmless human being. He can be killed." A Doggo corgi paused and turned on the legal time. "Murder is against the law. Only the law can sentence him." Uchiha Madara was speechless. Sure enough, no matter how long they spent together, ninjas and detectives still didn't get along. "What's more, I compared your situation. A Doggo corgi was a little lonely. Even if you kill the predator, you are still dogs for the time being. You haven't changed back to human form. Instead of killing him and making him disappear, it's better to temporarily replace me as a human. As long as he doesn't do bad things, my parents won't lose their son." There were no dogs. Most of them had never felt the warmth and meaning of a family. And Uchiha Madara and 9 Orchid Flower were people who once had a family but lost it. Since Corgi chose not to kill him, then forget it for the time being. After all, this Shinichi Kudo was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to get rid of him, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Inside the room, Shinichi Kudo smoothly brewed tea. His expression was relaxed, and his aura was gentle. He was like a hermit with an otherworldly temperament. He pushed 2 different cups of tea to the two of them and smiled gently. Because I've been working cases for a long time, I'm a little sensitive to the smell of blood, so I'm sorry for being presumptuous." Yijiosa looked at the blood-nourishing ginger tea in the teacup, and his favorability towards this young man rose gradually. "Oh, fuck, young and promising, handsome, and with a high EQ. This was the standard of a winner in life. I heard that you were planning to change careers. Hattori Heiji changed the topic. Can I ask what's going on? It's nothing, Kudo said calmly. It's just. I broke up with my original girlfriend. Outdoors, Corgi suddenly stood up. Realizing his gaffe, he quickly sat back down. The air suddenly became silent, and the smile on his belly was a little awkward. Sorry. No, Xiaolon is a very good girl. She deserves better, Kudo said gently. After this incident, I have the idea of entering politics. Politics? It's a pity. Kudo didn't mention what exactly was a pity. He gently sipped his tea, and his every move was elegant like a noble son. It's better to become a detective. At least the deceased can be innocent. With just a few words, Hattori Heiji's favorability towards Shinichi Kudo rose rapidly. I thought that Kudo from Kanto would be a difficult person to get along with. Hattori Heiji sighed. Speaking of which, did you come with a mission this time? Kudo lowered his eyes and whispered, have you heard of the Human Organ Trafficking Organization? Hattori Heiji and Yijiosa's expression suddenly changed. Even if they didn't understand what it was, when they heard the words, organ trafficking, they could associate it with the tragic scene of flesh and blood. What happened? Taking living human organs and selling them to rich people in need. Kudo softened his tone. This organization has always existed. It operates internationally and flees to various countries, but they came to Japan 4 months ago. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. I'm investigating them. Kudo took out the organized information from his luggage and put it on the table. Their primary target is the person who has signed the body donation agreement. What? Hattori Heiji was shocked. You mean creating accidents to kill the donor either by car accident or murder? Kudo continued. The second target is young men and women living alone. Then, it's tourists who travel internationally. This is what I've collected so far. Kudo didn't hold back and handed over all the information. I'm going to Hidedeku High School for a period of time. This is my fake identity, Watanabe Ichiro. Watanabe Ichiro. Yijiosa was puzzled. Why did you use this? Watanabe Ichiro, 21 years old, a delinquent repeat student. Until now, he is still a high school student. Kudo recited the information. But such a person actually signed the body donation agreement. He and I are similar in size, but the appearance is different. I replaced him as bait. Kudo laughed and took out bottles and cans from his luggage. Don't worry. Because my mother is a celebrity, I'll put on makeup. It's just that I have to ask Hattori to protect my safety. TSK, this guy. At this moment, not only Hattori Heiji, but even Yijiosa felt that the boy in front of him was too courageous. Facing a criminal organization was like facing a carnivorous beast. The other party had a large number of people, and their whereabouts were unpredictable. If they really wanted to be ruthless, how could a high school student be able to stop them? You're courting death. Yijiosa couldn't help but curse. He admired Kudo's magnanimity and regarded him as a companion in his heart. It was inevitable that he wanted to say a few words. It's better to leave the matter to me than to you. Yijiosa said, can you get someone similar to me? My strength is considerable, and I can get out of trouble. Kudo suddenly smiled. I won't let a girl take risks, even if you're very powerful. Otherwise, it will make us men look useless. He put his hands together and begged for mercy. Please give me and Hattori-kun a chance to become indomitable men. Hattori Heiji nodded in agreement. Yijiosa was speechless. What else could he say? Yijiosa returned to the house with the information. He had to say that Kudo was a very careful person. He even prepared 3 copies of the information for them to read at night. Seeing that Yijiosa had entered work mode, the litter of dogs lay on the carpet and let Kimimaro stroke their fur. Saishomaru turned into white firewood and listened to the movements next door. After confirming that the raiders had turned off the lights and slept, he couldn't help but get up and disappear into the pile of dogs. You didn't do anything. White Firewood's golden eyes looked at Corgi coldly. Ah, the law doesn't allow it. Uchiha Madara raised his neck, and Kimimaro's bone comb smoothly slid down his neck. Also, that guy is very strange. Indeed, I don't feel bad about him. Yoshi Asakura cried. I can read minds. Except for the owner and you, no one can escape my eyes. And in his heart, there's no voice. It was precisely this point that made Matsang puzzled. Everyone has desires. If there is a desire, there will be a request. If there is a request, there will be a voice. But he has nothing. A person with nothing, with no desires and no demands. Aizen muttered to himself, he's a troublesome guy. But no matter how troublesome or not, the raiders next door were still just an ordinary person. The dogs barked intermittently. Sephiroth, who was eavesdropping in the corner, popped his puppy head out of the kennel, but 9 Orchid Flower pushed him back in. Looking at the puppy's calm eyes, 9 Orchid Flower said, children should sleep early, or they won't grow taller. The real 196 centimeters Mount Everest Sephiroth couldn't help but fall into a long silence. He glanced at his powerless limbs and round body, and his emotions were complicated. He was the strongest person in Shenluo Island, and for the first time, he felt what it was like to become the weakest person. It was even worse than being forced to drink a glass of pure milk every day. Does he really lack maternal love? Sephiroth suspected that his brain had been corrupted by this kennel of dogs. He actually imagined Yijiosa smiling like a saint, opening his arms to him, and saying, "Son. Mama loves you." Sephiroth was speechless. He shook his head and resolutely fell asleep. Time ticked by, and soon it was late at night. Tokyo's night was definitely not quiet. Although he was far away, Yijiosa could still hear the noise of the outside world. Tokyo's sleepless city was also a breeding ground for crime. Yijiosa flipped through the information, and after turning the next page, he suddenly paused, and his eyes slightly widened. He saw a gentle and beautiful woman. Even if it was just a small photo, it couldn't hide her noble temperament. Long hair, almond-shaped eyes, a fine nose, cherry lips, and between her eyebrows, she was extremely similar to Okage Seijiro whom he had met before. Yijiosa looked down and saw Takashi Akashi Shirshir, the signatory of the body donation agreement, died 10 years ago. Cause of death, car accident. Yijiosa subconsciously clenched his hands. Takashi Akashi. The information stated that Takashi Akashi Shirshir was Akagi Seijiro's mother. At 3:00 in the morning, Takashi Akashi's house. Akashi Seijiro covered his aching eyes, and his palms were wet from rubbing them together. He sat up on the big bed in his messy pajamas, panting heavily, looking a little crazy. He clenched his fists, trying to stay awake. He was in a nightmare again. In the depths of his dreams, he could always go back to a long, long time ago. His mother smiled and stood in front of the private car waiting for him. He held a doll that was as tall as a person and stumbled towards her. Takashi Akashi's grandfather driver looked at him through the window with a kind smile. Mom. Seijiro. Chapter 196. Yijiosa finished reading the information overnight. He was tortured by his menstrual period until he went out early the next morning, with a dispirited and decadent aura. he didn't sleep enough. He had a sandwich in his mouth, in his hand. He carried the lunch prepared by Kimimaro and carried a school bag as he floated through the long corridor like a ghost. He happened to bump into Kudo and Hattori Heiji, who had just left the door. Kudo put on makeup. His technique was very brilliant. It was as if he had changed his face. He covered up his handsome appearance and turned into an ordinary Watanabe Ichiro. Yijiosa looked at him a few more times. After his curiosity, he lost interest. Good day, Yi-jun. Kudo paused slightly. His eyes were slightly sluggish. He swept his gaze across the row of dogs behind her without leaving a trace. Good day. Yijiosa replied weakly. Kudo laughed. He took out the water cup from his school bag and handed it to Yijiosa. Did Yi-jun stay up late last night? Take it. This is a refreshing medicinal tea. The effect is much better than drinking coffee. Yijiosa waved his hand. No need. Kudo didn't force him, but he took out a few tea bags from his school bag. He handed them over. Yi-jun, as a future partner, if you reject me again, I will also be unhappy. The young man's smile was like the warm sun. Even if he was staring at an ordinary face, it was enough to make people let down their guard. Yijiosa scratched his face and accepted the tea bag. The feeling of being soft-hearted after receiving someone's kindness was as troublesome as owing someone a favor. Kudo's aura was too clean, and when he was wronged, it was really hard to refuse. Thank you. Yijiosa accepted the tea bag, waved goodbye, and went downstairs with the group of dogs. After she left, Hattori Heiji looked at Kudo a few times and teased, Kudo, why didn't you give me some tea bags? Why, do you have a good impression of her? Kudo had no choice but to take out some more. I just think that girls should be protected. But it's normal for a girl like Yi-jun to be liked. You bastard. Hattori Heiji strangled his neck, and the two of them walked to the station with their arms around each other's shoulders. They chatted happily along the way, and before they got on the car, Kudo asked curiously, Hattori-kun, Yaka-kun. With such looks, you should have been famous long ago, right? How come I've never heard of it? Kudo touched his chin and seemed to be in the stage of reasoning. A beautiful girl, from elementary school to middle school, should have a large number of fans. Is she a foreign student? Hattori Heiji shook his head. Her background is very mysterious. In short, just treat it as if she appeared out of thin air. Appearing out of thin air. Kudo stopped asking and changed the topic. This is the first time I've seen someone raise so many dogs. I'm really curious. Yes, it is said that she has kept these dogs for many years. Hattori Heiji laughed. They are very intelligent and smart. They can take care of the puppies, and they won't bark at night. Kudo listened patiently and asked some trivial questions from time to time. Not long after, he figured out Hattori Heiji's preferences and had a general understanding of Yijiosa. Hey, why are you asking this? Hattori Heiji realized that he had said too much. Is it an occupational disease of being a detective? I always unconsciously ask more questions. Kudo touched his nose and was a little embarrassed. In the future, we will spend more time together, and it is better to deepen our understanding of each other. For example, I like to make tea. Hattori Heiji nodded, but he was not interested in making tea, so he didn't care. Yijiosa felt that the quality of the tea given by Kudo was excellent. A cup of refreshing tea woke him up so much that he didn't feel sleepy in the Japanese history class. It was like drinking a box of Red Bull, and he felt that he was full of fighting spirit and fighting power. He finished writing the key points of the Japanese history exam in high spirits. He felt that this time, his score would definitely be in the double digits. He couldn't help but feel happy. He was a person who had lived two lives, but Yijiosa was only so successful in both lives. But this couldn't be blamed on him. Look at the bullshit titles written in the history of Japan: Large Battle, war of the century, war of the situation, war of the century. Oh, fuck, spare him. His eyes were blinded. Ichijose couldn't understand the battle of the village chiefs, with hundreds of people fighting. What qualifications did it have to be written in the war of the century? He couldn't understand the exaggeration of the Japanese, just like he couldn't understand the haiku of the Japanese literati. It was said that the haiku in ancient Japanese culture had the elegance of Tang poetry, but please forgive him for not being able to appreciate it. He was a great man who recited, white hair floating on the green water, red palm plucking the clear waves, as plucking hair, splashing water, lighting the fire to cover the pot, since he was a child. In the face of the elegant appreciation questions of Heian Kyoto, he really couldn't learn. It was just that God always made life difficult for him. After a week of studying, there would always be a few tests. Wednesday, Japanese history exam. In order to help his owner successfully pass the exam, 9 Orchid Flower had no choice but to jump on the table and curl up his body like a ball of cotton. Everyone knew that their former discipline committee leader and current student union president kept a group of dogs. These dogs would sneak into the classroom from time to time and had long been familiar with the students. So, a Pomeranian jumping around. Therefore, a Pomeranian jumping on the table didn't attract too much attention. It was normal for a dog to like to stick to its owner. Besides, during the exam, what could a dog do on the table? Could it be that he could cheat? Not to mention, it really could. 9 Orchid Flower quickly glanced at Ichijose's test paper, ignoring his owner's not-so-beautiful dog-crawling words, and tried to focus on the paper. He leaned against Ichijose's arm, carefully stretched out his paw, and drew a small cross next to the question. Ichijose sat upright, his eyes clear, and corrected the answer at lightning speed. 9 Orchid Flower was really speechless. He really couldn't figure out how his owner did it, all the questions, avoiding the correct answer. He could only bite the bullet and help her gain some dignity. At least give a passing score. If he couldn't get a passing score in the cultural class, his resume wouldn't look good. Thursday, Mandarin exam. Yoshi Asakura resigned to his fate and climbed onto Ichijose's desk. From the first time he saw her words, he almost fainted. He was a grand onmyoji from 1,000 years ago, an elegant person who had personally witnessed the prosperity of Heian Kyoto. Whether it was zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or yin and yang of heaven and earth, he was proficient in them and was a legitimate genius. But what did he see now? The working people are very hard. At night, they get up like the moon to watch over melons and vegetables, and only come back to sleep at dawn. What does the moon have to do with melons and vegetables? Owner. No, what is this thing? Yoshi Asakura's dog face was very distorted. The fan carries the Fuji wind, and sends a gift back to Edo. Mount Fuji was so arrogant, blowing a fan to Edo. Yoshi Asakura. His dog paw was trembling slightly. The cicada sound is quiet, but it can penetrate rocks. The sound wave attack was very terrifying, and it could even break rocks. Yoshi Asakura. His dog face was completely dumbfounded. Ichijose finished the entire test paper with a serious face. Seeing that the bibir stared at the test paper blankly but did not make any suggestions, he suddenly felt that he was indeed wise and powerful, for he gave all the correct answers. Ichijose showed a wicked and unruly smile and said in a low voice, "Are you satisfied with what you see?" Yoshi Asakura. As long as you are happy, owner. On Friday, Ichijose failed 2 subjects as the president of the student union of Emperor Tonghuang. This was the biggest black mark and shame in his life. If it were not for the full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry that helped him save some face, he was afraid that he would have become the laughing stock of the whole school. Outside the classroom, a few dogs rolled around and teased each other. 9 Orchid Flower, do you also have a hard time with Nippon history? Uchiha Madara was a little curious. It was you who tutored her, how could she get a failure? 9 Orchid Flower was exhausted. I gave her the correct answer, but she copied the first line of the answer to the second line, and so on. So even if I gave her the correct answer, she still got it all wrong, copying in the wrong position. He gave up. Yoshi Asakura, her Mandarin class. It's hopeless. Yoshi Asakura looked at the smoke and clouds calmly. Don't struggle pointlessly. Dogs. Today, they were still worried about their children's grades in the classroom. Yijosa's desk was surrounded by classmates who came to comfort him. It could not be helped. Although it was embarrassing to fail 2 subjects, Yijosa's face was really good-looking. Even if he lost it now, the good-looking people could still pick it up for him. Yi-kun, your Mandarin and Nippon history really need remedial lessons. Yeah, oh, I heard that Ao Fundahue also has a hard time with his grades. Yi-Joseph pricked up his ears. He's the ace of the basketball team, but if he doesn't pass the cultural class, he won't be qualified to participate in the Winter Basketball Cup. Isn't that a pity? Yi-Josa. He suddenly remembered that the Winter Basketball Cup was a national competition. If Ao Fundahue was disqualified, then Emperor Tonghuang's chances of winning would drop by more than 10%. His face suddenly turned serious. But Ao Fundahue actually passed this time. The girl at the front table whispered to Yi-Josa, he used to be a student at Diguang Middle School. I heard that his friends had excellent grades and could always help him with remedial lessons. So, Yi-kun. The girl suggested, maybe you can join his class. Yi-Josa was stunned. Who did Ao Fundahue know? He knew Tetsuya Kuriko. Last time in the blue-haired transparent man's ward, he remembered that the blue-haired, dark-skinned man, purple-haired snack guy, green-haired glasses guy, yellow-haired model guy, and red-haired scissor guy were there. Red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. That was awesome. That was fucking rainbow candy. I'm dying of laughter. The corner of Yi-Josa's mouth twitched, and he coughed a few times to cover it up. Okay, I'll think about it. He was thinking if he should give their rainbow candy a more colorful name, Buried Love Family. Sirin High School, Outdoor Physical Education Class. Coincidentally, Kimimaro and Tetsuya Kuriko were in the same class. They belonged to 2 different classes, and they rarely bumped into each other unless it was between classes or during meals. But when they did bump into each other, they chatted happily and got along quite well. After running laps and stretching, it was time for a friendly match between the 2 classes. Because the neighboring class had a cheating device like Vulcan Big Brother, they had always been superior to the other class. But now, with Kimimaro's participation, the other class finally had the courage to compete. Maybe it was the bad taste of the physical education teacher, but the friendly match had been basketball several times in a row. This time, it was another basketball match. Before the match even started, Kimimaro's class was already in a mess. Mr. Big Brother, I'm really sorry. You haven't been here for long, but we're going to let you see our class suffer a crushing defeat. The class monitor's eyes were filled with tears. But I'll use my actions to tell Mr. Big Brother that even someone like me, even for someone like you, there are things that you want to protect. Kimimaro expressionlessly finished reciting this line. The class monitor's glasses were crooked. Everyone in the class was silent. Kimimaro picked up the basketball on the ground and casually patted it a few times. Hey, do you mean just throw this ball into that hoop? He had never played basketball before. This extremely relaxing sport was as easy as taking a walk for him. Seeing that Mr. Big Brother was about to enter the court, the class monitor immediately became excited and explained the rules of basketball to him. Before long, the neighboring class had gathered 5 candidates. Behind the spirited Vulcan Big Brother stood the quiet Tetsuya Kuriko. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes. He felt that at this moment, Vulcan Big Brother and Tetsuya Kuriko's aura had subtly merged. Vulcan Big Brother's presence became more prominent, while Tetsuya Kuriko's presence became weaker. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. However, this special aura was ineffective against him. As a ninja, he would never let go of any enemies in the dark. The class monitor pushed up his glasses and whispered, "Vulcan Big Brother and Tetsuya Kuriko are the opponent's trump cards. You have to be careful." "Ah." Kimimaro responded indifferently. Both sides gathered, lined up, and saluted. The coach stood in the center and blew the whistle. He suddenly tossed the basketball in his hand into the air. Vulcan Big Brother was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He rose from the ground with tremendous force, grabbed the basketball with his large hand, and slammed it onto the ground. The moment he held the basketball, his blood began to boil. But in the next second, a white hand suddenly stretched out and passed the basketball at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. It moved from the right hand to the left hand, and when everyone gathered around to grab the ball, it gently pushed the basketball forward. The basketball was tossed high up, drew a smooth arc, and fell into the basket like a meteor. From start to finish, it only took 3 seconds, and the white-haired youth who shot the ball did not move at all. He only stretched out his hand. The entire audience was silent, and even Kurikojo was lost for a moment. After a moment, cheers erupted. Suddenly, Kurikojo also felt that on Kimimaro, there was the indomitable momentum of Akagi Seijiro and the fearless sharpness of Aobangdahue. But he was as calm as an ancient well, and terrifyingly calm. Kuriko. Vulcan Big Brother was stunned. Vulcan Big Brother, attack. Kurikojo suddenly shouted, "Don't be in a daze." After waking up from a dream, Vulcan Big Brother regained his composure. Not only did he not shrink back, he became even more spirited. Ha ha ha. Freedom of the wind. You're really a good player. He held the basketball tightly and asked, "How long have you been playing basketball?" Kimimaro stared at the basketball and said, 21 seconds. Ah. With a pa sound, the basketball in Vulcan Big Brother's hands was once again transferred to Kimimaro's hands. This time, he switched from his left hand to his right hand. It was still the same expression, the same action. With a high arc leap, the basketball steadily fell into the basket. The students of the 2 classes were shocked. Vulcan Big Brother became braver as he suffered setbacks, but the score was like a rocket. Gradually, there were no more guards or center forwards on the court. Only Vulcan, Kuriko, and Kimimaro were left to face each other. Unknowingly, the surroundings were so shocked that even a pin drop could be heard. Only the coach's dull eyes and the increasingly heavy breathing in the court could be heard. Kimimaro had a sense of propriety. He would not pressure his opponent too much, but he would not give his opponent the opportunity to take a mile after taking an inch. He guided Kuriko Tetsuya and Vulcan Big Brother's cooperation bit by bit. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. They were like a combination of light and shadow, with infinite potential and extraordinary talent. If they became ninjas. Kimimaro's face turned serious. There was a high throw, but he did not expect Vulcan to explode with unprecedented jumping power. He actually raised his hand and touched the corner of the basketball, blocking its trajectory. Kimimaro's pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He really did not expect Vulcan to improve so quickly. The basketball went out of the basket. Vulcan returned to defend, grabbed the rebound, and attacked. Kuriko grabbed the ball, passed the ball, and assisted from the side. Seeing them sweating like rain, his expression became more determined. Kimimaro smiled sincerely. He suddenly found it interesting and wanted to see how far they could go. Vulcan and Kuriko lost, but Kimimaro did not intend to let them win. But in Kimimaro's heart, the idea of training them arose. He patted the basketball, thinking about the feasibility of applying for a basketball club. Aunt Menstruation finally left, but Yijiosa was still a little tired. He suspected that he was too pretentious, so he got sick during the maintenance period, so there was a situation of listlessness. He drank the ginger tea given by Kudo and felt his limbs and bones gradually warm up. Yijiosa let out a sigh. It's good. Kudo smiled. Ginger tea replenishes blood and chi. Girls should drink more. I cooked a lot. Do you want some more? Well, thank you. Yijiosa said sincerely, you are really a good person. Kudo's body stiffened, and the curve of the corner of his mouth dropped slightly. You flatter me. Yijiosa put the cup on the table and said slowly, by the way, I have to go to tutoring on Sunday with my friend. The location happens to be Takashi Akashi's house. White Firewood slowly moved forward, jumped on the table, sniffed the ginger tea, and then turned his back and left in disgust. Takashi Akashi. Kudo looked at White Firewood and barked a few times. Well, Takashi Akashi Shirori, Akaji Sejiro. Yijiosa said, I checked the information. Takashi Akashi's family is a big conglomerate. Maybe they have investigated this matter. But 10 years have passed, and nothing has been found. Should I say that this matter is really an accident, or can't find a clue or the murderer? So, I want to take the initiative to contact them. Kudo nodded and echoed her opinion.